Scroufy, welcome to the stream. Always a pleasure having you here, man. Go live. Okay, we're live everywhere. Let's do the Discord announcement. Ready to go. Dev stream, building the level. This is going to be a good one. Hope to see you on stream. Enter, send, publish, confirm. And we are golden. 2 streams on YT, 1 on purple. Connected. Apologies for my absence last. Oh, no worries, dude. Scroffy, you are like the most present viewer on my streams, the most consistent viewer. You have no reason to apologize at all. How's my first stream? How are you doing? Hey, what's up, Gato? Thanks for joining the stream over on purple. Means a lot. Guys, today's gonna be a good one. I'm really excited about today's stream, and I'll get into that in a minute. Just want to make sure I have everything set up first. It's been a while. It's been a few weeks since I've done an IRL stream, so I want to make sure that camera's good, mic is good, and all that stuff. Well, it's essentially it's the same mic that I use for all the VTuber stuff, so nothing should change there. I want to make sure we're live everywhere. Let's see. Yep, live there, live there, live there. Gato, how are you doing? How long have you been a part of Team Pixelfire? If I can even say that. I see it's your first time chat over on purple. Did you find me on purple or did you find me somewhere else? We're live there. What's up, MTB Austin? How's it going? Ali? Question mark. How's it going, guys? Thanks for joining the stream. Okay. Guys, I am excited about today because we are finally going to be building out the... Oh, you found my Instagram? Awesome. Oh, let's pray first. Let's pray, and then we'll get started. Thank you, Jesus, so much again for this opportunity to build this video game for a client. I thank you just for your grace and your mercy, your salvation, and I thank you for this opportunity again, Lord. I love doing what I do, Lord, and I thank you for that. It is a huge blessing. And I just pray your blessing over the stream. I pray your blessing over everyone that joins. And I just pray it'll be a great day. Thank you for your goodness, Lord. We love you. In your name I pray. Amen. Okay, now let's get started. Found me on Instagram. Okay, what was the video on Instagram where you found my stuff? I always like to find out like what content is resonating with people, what is pushing people to join and to follow and all that stuff. Ghost, what's up? Edie, what's up? Okay. So I'm excited about today because we're building out the level. So last Tulin stream, we blocked out the level, which essentially is like making the blueprint. So like, let me show you, actually, I don't need to play this. I'm just gonna go into this. I'm gonna make sure everyone can see this. Okay, so here is essentially what we made last stream. Oh, for anyone wondering what this is, so this is, I've been contracted by a client of mine to build a video game for mobile for their superhero comic book brand. It's called Tulin. The Lego Avatar one's awesome, cool. Okay, it's awesome. And so we are working now on actually making the level. I'll show you guys, for those who haven't seen any of this video game yet, I'll show you the main character and the bad guys and stuff in a bit. But last stream we blocked out the level. So essentially there's the level 1 is sectioned out into 3 portions, okay? The first third of the level, you're on the road and sidewalk area with buildings behind you, okay? And you progress along, fighting bad guys. You get to an intersection, you're blocked by a building. It's a side scroller game, okay? So you only move left to right, up, down, and a little bit forwards and back. And then you get here, and then you have a jetpack, and you fly up to the top of this building. And then the second third of this level, you are jumping and flying rooftop to rooftop in the city, progressing your way, continuing to fight bad guys, and then you get to into the second third of the level, and then you get back down to ground level, and then it starts transitioning from the city area to the port where like ships are and shipping containers, and then this is where you fight the final boss. And essentially this whole level mirrors what you see in the first comic book issue of this brand, Tulin. So the client and I have kind of decided like that's how the game is going to mimic the comic book series. Like level 1 of the game is going to mirror what happens in comic book issue 1. level 2 would mirror what happens in comic book issue 2, and so on and so forth. So we started out where he's contracted me to get the character done, the bad guys, the final boss, and then create level 1. So that is the contract, and then if he decides to continue developing the game, and then we'll push it to the Play Stores, of course, just with level 1. And then if he decides to keep developing the game, then we'll make level 2 and level 3 and so on and so forth. So this is the blocking that we created last stream, but now we're actually going to start putting in and detailing all these buildings and props and roads and stuff. And the reason why I'm super excited about today's stream is because, number one, level design is a lot of fun, but I'm super excited because we're going to be actually jumping ahead in the process of level design. So essentially, I'm not going to have to actually make a lot of these assets. The reason is, so I was planning on making from scratch all the assets that we need for this level: the buildings, the roads, the skyscrapers, the cars, the fire hydrants, the light posts. Now, some of these we might end up making ourselves, but to save my client time, to save us all time and to save my client money, because we've kind of gone into a little bit of scope creep in this game so far, because I'll be developing the game and I'll come across something like, for instance, the cannon blaster, for instance. Let me show you guys that real quick. So the cannon blaster, here's a scope creep example. So we're like, okay, Drip has a cannon. So he pulls out his cannon, boop, and then he shoots it. Pew. Okay. So we're like, boop. So then I was like, oh, that's so cool. We developed it. We're done. That was all the scope called for, but it'd be really cool if he could do a charge up shot where he like holds it down and charges up and then blasts. So that's like one small example of some scope creep. And there have been quite a few things like that in the game so far, where I'm just developing it and I'm like, oh, it'd be really cool if we added this, if we worked on this. And so of course I run it by my client, and my client's like, yep, that's super awesome. My client is all about stuff like that. He wants to make the game better. He's like YOLO, essentially. You only live once, and he wants this game to just be the coolest it can be. He wants it to draw eyes and get attention. So he's pretty cool with most of the stuff that I want to add or to the game, which has been awesome. Coffee break. So there's been some scope creep. So with that said, I've been trying to find ways to still make the game amazing, but save us time, because we've also had to push the deadline a few times with this game as well. For those that have been following along with this game development, you know that I've been working on this game off and on for like the past year and a half, and we need to get this done. I'm hoping to get it done by the end of January, beginning of February. That's the new deadline. And I'm about 90% sure that we'll actually meet that deadline this time, especially after what I'm about to show you guys. Okay, so anyway, I know I'm doing a lot of talking. I'll show you guys in a second, I promise. So to save us time and actually meet the deadline, and also to save my client money because of all the scope creep we've already experienced, I decided to see if there was already a city pack, like from the asset store, that I could grab. So I looked on the Unity asset store a few days ago, and of course there's tons of city packs. People make all types of assets on all different asset stores. So I looked on the Unity asset store, and I've looked through like 20 city packs. 99% of them just do not match, because like I can't just grab a city and just throw it in here, right? It has to match the style, it has to match the vibe, it has to match the look of the game, of the brand, of the comic book series. And I also had a very particular style in mind of what I was going to create for this level, and I happened to find the perfect city pack. Okay, so I'm gonna show it to you guys right now. It's this right here. Let me open up a scene and it'll show you. Let's see, is it the demo or the overview? I think it's the demo. No, not the demo. Okay, so look at this, guys. So this is a demo of the scene. Let me go into this view. Can you guys see this? Everyone can see this. Okay. So look at all of the assets that this city pack has in it. It's got buildings, it's got roads, it's got cars, it's got trees, it's got restaurants and markets and skyscrapers, it's got parking lots and amusement parks, boats. It's got mountain. I mean, we're not probably not using the mountains, but I mean, it's got so much stuff in here. Okay, now I was not planning on making all of these assets for the game. I was probably planning on making like a fraction of it, maybe 10%. I was probably planning on making 10% of the assets that are in this pack for this game, and it would have taken hundreds of hours, okay, thousands of dollars to create those assets. And I found this city pack on the Unity Asset Store. It's like a $80 pack, I think, but it was on sale for 50% off, so it was like $35. Okay, so this is saving a tremendous amount of money and time for my client, and we're gonna get this game developed a lot faster. Now, I would not have chosen the city pack if it did not match the style that I was going for with this game, but it matches it perfectly. It's literally verbatim exactly what I was picturing in my mind. It's gonna fit perfectly. It's awesome, and I'll show you like one very specific example. So buildings, for example, I was planning on making the buildings. I wanted to have the whole level like a very clean and simple look. So building walls would just be a completely flat single color, but to add some like texture and variety, I was gonna have just some random like bricks just popping out. And I mean, look at this, this right here. This is exactly what I was gonna do. Just a blank wall, boom, and then showing some little random bricks popping out. What's another example? There's one with like 2 or 3. Where's another building? Guys, I promise I will read through chat in a second. I just want to finish this showcase real quick, and then I'll respond to some chat messages. Here's one. Okay, so this is another perfect example. Like, see, so it's a flat wall, but then to add some variety and texture, there's just like a few cubes popping out to be bricks. You see that? So that it is perfect. It's amazing. It's fantastic. So essentially, to build this level, all I have to do is drag and drop. Now, there may be some instances, I'm sure, as we start building this out, where I'll have to edit some of the models or make our own because maybe they don't have a model that I want in here. So I'm super pumped. Let me go into the other scene. This actually shows better like what all is in here. It like organizes it out, where are all the pieces. Okay. So like here it shows you like where everything is. Okay. So there's all the road pieces. I mean, we can essentially like piece this level together like Legos or like building blocks. Here's all the building assets, parking garages. And when I was looking through this pack, the big like, oh my gosh moment was this right here. Where is it? Not this, it's over here. This pack even has a ship and shipping where are they? Shipping containers. That's not a shipping container. Where is it? No. Here. It already has stuff that we're gonna have in the port area for the final boss fight. It's got a crane, it's got a ship, it's got these shipping containers. And I was like, oh my gosh, this literally has like 95% of all the stuff we're gonna need for this level. So I was like, yeah, this is it. So, and of course, I asked my client's permission. I wasn't gonna just like put in this pack and use this style without client's permission. So ran it by the client, told him everything essentially I just told you guys, and he was like, yep, awesome, approved, let's do it, let's go for that. So client approves, I've bought the pack, $35, which is insane. Huge shout out to the developer. I'm actually gonna pull up the page. Unity Asset Store. Oh, wait. Because I want to shout this, even though I'm not required to shout this creator out. I did buy the asset, so we have legal permission to use this asset pack. This is it, Low Poly Mega City by Just Create. So if anyone that watches my streams uses Unity, check out this guy's. I mean, he has tons of stuff. I checked this out. He has so much stuff. He has medieval stuff, which is super cool. If you want to make a game, this is what I recommend. If you want to make a game, start off with asset packs, stuff like this, because you can get so much further. And because a lot of what goes into making game, yes, is making assets for sure, but that's like the modeling, the texturing, and that's pretty high level. Coding and logic, and events and stuff, that's a lot more of what goes into game design. At least he's got cars, he's got weapons, he's got medieval stuff, he's got tons of assets. So huge shout out to this asset creator, Just Create. Fantastic asset. Now, with that said, I know that a lot of you guys that watch these streams are watching these streams because you want to see how to learn how to make stuff. And I don't really do tutorials. So these live streams, these IRL game dev streams are pretty much the closest we get to me doing tutorials. So today, I think probably before I actually start building this level out with these assets, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and just make one of these buildings, because I want to make sure that the people that watch my streams or watch this not tutorial series, the people that watch this game development series that I've been doing on this video game, the ones that are wanting to learn how to actually make this stuff, I don't want to just like jump into using assets without showing you guys how those assets will be made. So we're going to pick a building, maybe like this one right here, and I'm going to make it in Blender on today's stream. And it honestly will not take long. It's probably going to take 15-20 minutes tops, and then we'll proceed with actually building out the level with these assets. So I'm super excited about today. This is going to be fun. Yeah, now I'm gonna catch up on chat because I've been rambling for a long time. I'm just excited, guys. I'm super excited. Okay, MTV Austin, what's up? Found my Instagram, saw that message. Ed, I explained that. I don't remember, but it was one of the Lego avatars. Saw that. It's cool. Hadpixel, I want to be a VR game developer for the MetaQuest 3 on Unreal Engine. Do you have any tips? I don't have any tips for Unreal specifically because I don't use Unreal. I use Unity. But any tips, VR game developer? VR is hard because that adds another element of game design, because you have to get the controllers plugged. I've done a little bit of VR stuff with Unity, but again, never anything on Unreal. Have you done any game design at all? Red Wolf Edits. We're gonna call the game, I think the game is just called Tooland, because that's the name of the brand, but that'll be up to the client. This is the progress of GTA 6, pretty much. Whereas Lego, no, so we're not doing a VTuber stream today, guys. This is IRL game dev. I kind of alternate between the two. Love you. Thank you so much, Casey. Love you too. What did I miss? Not much. Tech player just got started. Is that a tiger? Yes. He is a... Well, let me pull up the actual scene now. He is a... Actually, let me pull up the comic book so you guys can see some of the comic book for this. Let's do that. Digital Comics, comic book issue 1. Okay. Let me show you guys this for those who haven't seen. This is comic book issue 1. So this is Drip. It stands for Do Right, Inspire People. He is the superhero in the main character in this series. This is Rampage. He's the red elephant. He's the final boss in level 1. So the comic book actually starts out in issue 1 where there's just a few like thugs, goons, like in the alley, and Drip fights them off, and that's how we're gonna start the level too. And progressing, Rampage, you get introduced to Rampage and his goons. Drip is at school. Think Ninja Turtles. If anyone here knows anything about Ninja Turtles, my client drew a lot of inspiration, I feel like, from Ninja Turtles. He really likes Ninja Turtles, talks about it a lot. And hey, look, there's a Ninja Turtle right there. JK, it's just a turtle character. So yeah, Drip, this tiger superhero, has dreadlocks that can actually also fight as well. Kind of like, or can they? Maybe they can't. Maybe I might be making stuff up. I had a feeling they could fight like tentacles, but maybe I'm wrong. He's got a staff, like a bow staff, that can fight. He's got 2 watches, kind of like Iron Man technology. Rampage final boss. I can't wait to show you guys Rampage. We've actually already made Rampage the final boss. I have not showed him on stream yet though. Drip can fly. He's got a shield that he can throw. We've already made that. And he fights Drip. Again, you can see in the background we're at the port. Shipping containers in the background. Ship, cityscape. It's gonna look super sick. And then he knocks Rampage into the water, and then the cops come and pick him up, take him to jail. And that's the end of level 1. This iOS or Android, it'll be on both. It'll be on iOS and Android, Juice WRLD. Isn't it too much for a mobile game? What do you mean? Oh, like the, no. So this is a low poly asset pack. It's actually perfect. So let's actually look at some of the geometry here. Wireframe. This is gonna be perfect. And again, we're not gonna be using all of these assets. We're gonna be using a fraction of them in the game. But like this is super low poly. And this is gonna work great. And especially when we set all these models as static, because they're not gonna be moving around. When we make them static, that'll also help with the optimization as well. It will be perfectly fine. Let's see, more messages. This is so cool. Thank you so much. That means a lot. How much was the pack? Only 35 bucks. You should make a friend slop. What is that exactly? I'm only 80 by myself for 35. Yep. Feels illegal to watch this game being developed in real time. That's okay. So that's what I thought. So there's not very many people out there that do this, but I've been developing this game up until this point completely from scratch over the past year or so, and just live streaming the development the whole time. It's been a lot of fun. I think my favorite part so far of the development and live streaming it was when we live streamed the motion capture. I got in the suit, that suit back there, that I used for the VTuber setup. We got in that. I was in this room. We had like 3 different cameras in here, and we live streamed the motion capture. I recorded the mocap for all the actions for the characters in the game. It's really cool. And the VODs exist. You can go back and check that out on YT. Cardi, what's up? I'm working on a mobile superhero game for a client. Yes, I'm making a game. Did you make these assets? Are they from a pack? This is a pack. I just went over that, how we're using an asset pack from the Unity Asset Store to build out the level for this game. But I'm about to actually make one of these assets so that those that want to learn how to make this stuff can see how to do it. Are you solo or do you have workers? So I'm 95% solo on this game. I did hire a contractor to make the final boss and to make some of the textures for the bad guys. But everything else I'm doing myself. Lego game. soon. I want to get this game done by the end of this month. That's the goal. And then after that, we'll get back into the Lego game. I'm guessing by Lego game you mean like the Lego game that I'm making and not the VTuber setup. Because I'll keep doing the VTuber streams in January. But the Lego game that I was making, that I haven't done in like, gosh, when was the last time I did that? YouTube. Do your channel. Last time I did the brick game. Here. 11 months ago. Gosh. Often because my kids know about this game. Often I'm like, oh, I just really want to work on the Lego game today. Look at this. Look at this. Look how fun and cool that is. Yeah, guys, I think what I'm gonna do is I cannot wait to start working on this game again. I'm very excited about it. That's a personal project of mine. But anyway, let's get into this. 25 is almost over. Happy New Year, guys. Yes, it is almost over. Today is New Year's Eve. Lego game open world. There's a few of those already out there. Like Lego Superhero Marvels. That's open world. Sort of. You're so cool. No, Nina, you're cool. What's up? Okay, guys. Where you build your city? That would be cool. That would be really cool. Zane, what's the difference between texture and mesh? So texture is the color, the details, the look that's on the object. The mesh is the actual object. So let's actually do that right now. Or let me do this. Let's do it this way. I'm gonna open one of these packs as a model. Building, just the first one. Nope, not like that. Can you see this? No, you can't see that. You can see that. Okay, so here's the airport model. This is just the model. It's just the object. There's no color, there's no image, there's no texture or details on it at all. And then if we go into prefab, or actually let me show you this way instead. Texture. This is the texture. This is a texture. It's just an image, and that image essentially gets wrapped around the object like wrapping paper, and that is what the texture is for an object. So when that texture is applied to an object, let's go look at that same model, but with the texture on it. here it is. So the texture adds the color, the details, and all that stuff. So yeah, the texture is just like an image that's wrapped around the object. Rise Phoenix Fire, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. Make a Lego game is like a legally distinct Lego. A little bit, not really, but I'm not gonna be using the name Lego. I'm not gonna be using minifigs, and I'm not gonna be using the word Lego or their logo, so it should be pretty okay. Dorman, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, so as I stated before, we are going to be using this incredible city asset pack to build the level for this video game. But for those that have been watching this series because you are wanting to learn how to actually make games and make models and create stuff, I'm actually gonna go ahead and make one of these buildings real quick. It'll take like 15-20 minutes. I'm gonna make one of these buildings in Blender so you guys can actually see and learn how to make this stuff. Stuff like this is really low poly, really low detail. It looks really cool, but it's actually really easy to make, especially buildings. So we're gonna pick a building and I'm gonna make it in Blender. Let's do, I really like this one. Let's see. That one's good, super easy, we could do that one. Any thoughts? Which one do you guys want to see made in Blender? This is a good one. Let's do this one because I like how it has the little brick pieces sticking out. Hey, thanks for the sub over on YT. That means a lot, Miracle. Thank you. It's a miracle someone subbed on YT. It actually is a miracle. Ooh, I like this one. What do you guys think? Yeah, no Lego characters today, no VTuber stream, guys. This is an IRL game dev. I gotta work today. Let's do this one. I like this one, okay? So we're gonna make this building. We're gonna make this building in scratch. We're gonna make this we're gonna make this building in Blender from scratch, okay? And I'm gonna show you guys how to do it. So let's do this. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it, and here we go. Now it's obviously not gonna be exact, but it's gonna be pretty close. You won't be able to tell the difference, but let's do this in Blender. So I have Blender open. I'm actually going to, I need like a reference of this. So let's actually, just a general reference. I don't want to copy it verbatim, but I'm gonna just grab a screenshot like that. Okay. We're gonna open Blender, and then here's Blender. I'm going to pull in that screenshot real quick. Let's see, image, reference. Screenshots. Okay. So all I did to do that, all I did was, so if you want to bring an image into Blender, all you got to do is press Shift A, and then image, and then reference or background or mesh plane. I just did reference, and then it will go into your file browser, and then you can do this, okay? We are going to move that. I press Alt R, that just clears the rotation. Rotate Z, 90, rotate Y. This part is not really important for you to know or to learn, but it's just moving the image around. We don't need this to make the object. I'm just using it to make sure that we stay on track with what we're building. Okay, so to build something like this in Blender, I mean, look at it. It's essentially a cube. So we can use this cube, but you don't want to do that. In Blender, you always want to delete the default cube. Shift A, mesh, cube, add a new cube. That's just how you do it. It's just how you do it. Don't ask questions, just do it that way, okay? We can delete also the camera and the light, delete those. Again, delete, I use the delete key, which is DEL. And, oh, I should have set up my other webcam to look straight down at the keyboard. Oh well, okay. So again, in Blender, for those that don't know, you move around, you hold down the middle mouse button, that moves around. Scroll, zooms in and out. Left click selects things, and then you hold down Shift and middle click to strafe around. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, for navigation. Okay, so we are going to scale this differently because it's obviously not a perfect cube. So we're gonna press S, that's scale. And then instead of just scaling the whole cube uniformly, we're gonna scale it only on the X. So I can press X, or I can press Y. It'll scale it on those, or Z to scale it up. So we'll just scale it up on the Z axis a little bit like that. Boop. So there's our building. But actually you'll notice that this building has like 4 different layers essentially. The bottom layer is this area. These 3 layers are practically the same with those windows. So I think what I'm gonna do, so there's so many different ways to do this, okay? The way that I'm gonna do it, let's see. This works. So I'm going to, first I'm gonna drag it up there. We wanna make it so that the bottom is on the ground or the grid. So I'm gonna go into edit mode, go up here, select this face. Let me just do this so you guys can see better. There we go. I got this question all the time, but how do you do the Lego webcam thing that tracks you? So I use motion capture suit, that back there. And then that is sending the mocap data to Unity Game Engine, where I built a custom setup to do the Lego stuff. Tried Blender for 4 months, but I didn't improve, so I just dropped. Oh man, dude, I've been using Blender since like 2006. You just gotta keep with it. Okay, so here is our basic building, okay? We'll do some colors and materials in a bit, but there's our building. And let's go ahead and separate it. So you'll see the bottom, they have this, this is just like a cube going around, so we can add another cube or duplicate it. Let's duplicate this cube. So we press Shift D, that duplicates it, and then just press Enter. Or no, let's do, sorry, not that. Duplicate it, and then press Escape, and that just keeps it where it's at, okay? So we have it selected, and then we're going to scale it, again, S to scale, and then Z down on the Z axis, okay? So that makes that. We can then scale it a little bit outward, press scale uniformly, that's fine. And there's that piece. And then we press G to grab, and then that grabs it all around, but we only want to move it up and down on the Z axis. So again, while we're still grabbing it, we press Z, and that will bring it down there. Boop, now we have our separation. It might be a little low, so let's grab with G and Z axis again up, okay? Let's go ahead and add some colors so we can kind of see what we're doing here. I'll move this over here for a bit. So over in this panel right here, you want to go down to this material area. My webcam's in the way, but it's the one at the very bottom. Click that, and then here you press New. Okay, and now this object now has this material, so you can change the color right here, the base color. We'll make it red. Now it's not showing up because we are currently in viewport shading. We want to go up to this one right here, which is viewport shading, but material preview. Okay, so click that. And that is essentially showing how this would look rendered in Eevee render engine. So there's two different render engines in Blender. There's Eevee and there's Cycles. Eevee is more for real time. It's more game-ish. You can get some pretty realistic looking results with Eevee, but Eevee is for fast, real time, close to real time, fast preview stuff. If you're working on animations, video games, simple renders, Eevee's perfect. If you're working on higher quality stuff, higher resolution, higher realism, like something for a movie or a TV show or a commercial, which that's my background. My background is making visual effects for movies, commercials, and TV shows. I've worked on movies, I've worked on all that stuff. And so I use Cycles. So for a lot of the development phase and the pre-production and production and stuff, I would use Eevee, and then final renders, we would use Cycles. Or as we're developing, if we know we're gonna be rendering in Cycles finally, then we'll develop with Cycles in mind. Sometimes do some previews in Eevee, but for the most part, use Cycles. But for something like this, Eevee's the way to go. And okay, so then we're in Eevee, we're in this viewport shading mode right here with material preview, and then we can make this a little darker, okay? And then we're also gonna go ahead and add a sun, some light, so that we can have some shading on here. So Shift A, that brings up this menu right here. Go to light and then sun. So that adds the sun. Again, press G to grab, and then R to rotate. Rotate it towards the building, rotate along the Z axis, that turns it around. And there we go, we have a sun, but it's not really casting shadows. So we need to make sure shadows are on. There we go, good. Go into here, shadows are on there. We're not seeing shadows. Let's see if we do that. Okay, so up here, so this light is not actually doing anything because currently this render, this viewport render is using this right here. You press this drop down. And for the lighting, it's not using your scene lights and it's not using your scene world that you've decided on. It's using this HDRI 360 image to light everything currently. So like if you'll see if I rotate this, you'll see it's rotating what's there, okay? If I put the world opacity to 1, you can actually see it in the background and then turn the blur off. You can actually see that there is the image that it's using in the background to light this environment. We don't want to use that for now. So I'll just do scene world, which is completely black because we haven't set our own. Then use scene lights. Boom. Now it's actually using our light. So if we rotate this around, now you'll actually see our light influencing our building. And you'll see the shadow working right there. Okay. We're going to make the shadow a little less harsh. I'm actually going to make it a little bit higher quality. We don't have to do this because I'm just trying to model this building for you guys, but let's go. We can turn ray tracing on. We can do, there's a lot of stuff we can do. Shadows. Why is it hanging? I have a lot of software running right now for the stream. Maybe that's why. We're just gonna, I'm not even gonna play with settings because we just don't. I'll move it down a little bit so we can see some better shadows, but make it a little bit brighter. There we go. I'm gonna move it also right here. I am also actually going to bring the world back, but just bring the strength down so we get some of that. There we go. Okay. This is good enough for working on this model. Okay. So back here, we need this one to be a little blacker, and this one is a little too light too, so we can change the color on that. Boop. So there's that. And this part, we need a new material, so we're going to do that. New. This right here. Raleigh Polly, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. I feel like the wave. I'm doing this wave because that's what I usually do when I do the Lego VTuber streams. Because it makes sense. Like, it makes sense for Lego, but it felt really, really weird and cringy doing it IRL wave. It's just reflexes from the streams. Scroufy, what's up? No worries, Cardi. Hope you have a great day. Blender's not hard to use for me because I've been using it for like almost 20 years. But 14 more hours till the new year. Is that for me too? It's 11 a.m. for me. Well, it's 13 more hours for me. Alozetas, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, so let's make it. We've made a new material for this. We're gonna make it black like that. There we go. So for those that are just now hopping in, I'm real quick showing how to make one. We are going to be using this city asset pack for the level in this game. But for people that watch this series because they want to learn how to make stuff, I want to make one of these buildings in Blender so you can see how it's done. Okay, so we've got that, we've got that. Now we need to make, let's see. Hey, thanks for following Purple, that means a lot. Did I send the Discord announcement? I did, okay, cool. Okay, next step, I want to make this thing. Let's actually make a window. That'll be cool. Let's make a window. So again, most of the stuff on this building is just made out of cubes, resized cubes. So we can, let's make another cube, grab X on there, and this is gonna be our window, okay? Scale on the X to make it thinner, and then SY to make it more rectangular. Okay, so there's the window part, and now we need the stuff around it, okay? So again, we can just duplicate this on the Y. I'm actually gonna show off another technique so you guys can know how to do this, okay? I'm gonna show off the mirror technique. So with a lot of things that you create in 3D, it's going to be symmetrical, okay? Not everything, but a lot of things. Something like this window, symmetrical, okay? As in if you make one side and you put a mirror in on one side, it'll mirror it over to the other side. So that's what we're gonna do. That's essentially just a modifier, okay? So I'm going to go to the modifier tab. That's the little wrench icon. Press add modifier and then go find, or you can just search for mirror. Enter, and that adds a mirror modifier. You're seeing it not do anything because it's currently mirroring already, but you can't see it. So I'm gonna go into edit mode. You go into edit mode with tab. So you press tab, I'm in edit mode. I'm gonna press Z to pull this up, and then I'm gonna go to wireframe mode. And that will let me see inside the object, and I can see the wireframe of what this object looks like. I'm gonna press, well, it's already all selected, but I'll press Alt A to deselect, and then A to select it all again, just to show you guys. And then I'm gonna press G to grab it. And in edit mode, when you grab something, it's actually moving the geometry away from the origin point. You see this little yellow circle right here? That is the center, the origin point of the object. So let me undo that, Control Z. I'm gonna go press tab to go back into object mode, okay? So this object has that origin point, and if you're in object mode and you move something around, it's moving the whole object, origin and all, okay? But in edit mode, you're actually editing the geometry of the object, so the vertices, the edges, the faces. So I can press this and select the actual individual face, press G to grab it, and that pulls it along. Let me turn this off real quick, the mirror modifier. So that pulls along that, okay? It's not moving the origin point or the whole object, it's just moving the pieces of geometry that you have selected, okay? So I could even grab the edge, that's right here, boop, or even an individual vertex or vertice, okay? So the mirror modifier, what this does is it mirrors everything based on your settings here across a certain axis. So it's mirroring it across this axis right here. And it's based on where the origin point is in the object. So if I move all of this geometry, grab Y over here, oh, wrong axis, over here, okay, you're seeing it mirror it across the X-axis of the object to the other side. So then whatever I do here, it's going to mirror on the other side, and that's what the mirror modifier does. And you guys cannot see that mirror modifier because of how I have this working. There we go. That's better. So that's the mirror modifier over here. And it's currently mirroring on the X-axis. So if I switch this to Y and then move it here, it's mirroring across that way. So then anything I do over here, it's mirroring across over there, okay? So that's what we want for this object. So what we're going to do is bring this back to the middle where it was before. Select it, put it on Y. And then I'm going to grab just this side, grab Y, or actually what I'm gonna do is go here, press N. You can press N to pull up this over here on the side. And this will give you the coordinates or the transform, the position of where your selection already is in space. So right now this is where it is. I want it to be, I wanna grab and then Y. I want it to be right in the middle, okay? So essentially, see how that Y value is changing? I want it to be 0. So I'm just gonna type in 0. Boom, it's in the middle. So now if I turn this modifier off, you'll see what it's doing. So my object, the center of my object is right there, but all the geometry of the object is on that side of that axis. So if I turn the mirror modifier on, boop, it's mirroring all of this stuff over to the side. And we're doing this because we wanna make this window right here, okay? So you'll see the power of this in a second. So this is the window. Now I want to make the frame. So I'm going to go into edit mode, tab, and then I'm going to, so here's a part that's a little bit more complex. Okay, so if I just press Shift A to add another cube here, it's always going to add where you have the cursor. So you see the cursor's back here. If I press Shift A and then add cube, it's adding more geometry to this object because we're in edit mode. It's adding to this object. It's not a separate object, it's in that. So if I press tab to go back in object mode, you see it's the same object. Grab it, move it around, there it is. So undo. So I don't want to add it there. I could add it there and then move it over here and all that stuff, but I actually want to add it right here. So I'm going to undo that. I'm going to add it right here. To add it right here, I have to go into face mode. Again, there's tons of ways to do this, but the way I do it, you go into face selection mode, select this face, okay? I want it to add to the center of that face. Now I'm gonna press a keybind that is Shift S. You press Shift S, and that gives you all these options. So I want to move the cursor to where my selection is. So I would do this right here. Find it, cursor to selected, okay? So click that, and you see it moved the cursor right here to the center of my selection. Now I can very easily press Shift A, add a cube, and it adds it right there, okay? Now obviously we need to scale it down, so let's scale it down. Ooh, I don't want it to scale down that way. I want it to scale only on, let's see, the Y-axis. Yep, that, and the X-axis too, but not the Z-axis. I like the height, right? So if you want to scale on 2 axes, but not all 3, what you do is you press Shift and then the axis that you don't want to scale on. So I want to scale on everything except for the Z-axis. So I would do Shift Z. So I press Shift Z, and see now it's scaling on X and Y, but not on Z. So I do that. This is for the frame. Right about there should work for now. And then let's look at this window, okay? So the frame is not that big. I'm gonna make it a little thinner. So let's scale it only on the Y, and then bring it out and grab on the X, right there. So you see it's mirroring also that direction. We don't want that. So let's turn that off in the mirror modifier on the X. So now we're only mirroring across left to right, okay? So there is the start of our window. Now we also need the same thing on the top for the frame, okay? So we are going to, instead of adding a new cube, I'm just gonna take this. To select everything, to select all parts of a continuous piece of an object, if I could describe it that way. So like if I just press A, that selects everything in the whole object, right? But I want to select only everything of this right here, because this is technically still a separated piece of geometry from this cube over here. What you can do in Blender is you can press Control L. Control L will select everything of that part, and then you can grab it around or do whatever, okay? So I'm going to duplicate that, Shift D, Enter, and then grab Z up here, rotate, not on all axes, only on the X, like that. And instead of like just eyeballing it and figuring out, I want it to be perfectly straight and level. So I'm gonna just type in 90, 90, enter. And that rotates it perfectly 90 degrees. And then I can grab Y, move it over. But you'll see we don't want this part sticking out over here because it's mirroring across to the other side. So we wanna select this face, grab it, put it to the center again. And then I could up here type in 0, and that'll put me perfectly at the center. However, one really cool feature about the mirror modifier is you can set it to this right here, clipping. If you type in clipping, then it will not pass through the mirror point. Okay, so if I press that, boom, and then I try to grab at Y, it'll stop right there automatically. So I can just grab Y, boom, it'll stop right there, and then I can press click, and we're good, okay? So that keeps it from clipping through to the other side, essentially. So there it is. Let's add some color so we can see better. So we're going to, again, press this right here. Control L to select the whole object. Go here, new, and I'm gonna title this glass, okay? And then I'm gonna press this, Control L. Actually, do this, and then Shift select this, and then Control L. That selects everything from those selections. And then add a new material. We're gonna call this one window frame, and then I'm gonna press assign, okay? And then so we can see it, change the color, darker. Why is it not working? Oh, we're not in this mode. Boom, viewport shading, or sorry, viewport shading with material preview. So there's the start of our window. I'm gonna catch up on chat real quick. Your LEGO stream is the best. Thank you, over net. That means a lot. Happy New Year's Eve to you too, sweetie Yoda. I am working on a superhero game for a client of mine. Pray this year is a year of increase and unexpected opportunities. Thanks, Daily Snag. Appreciate it. Seem to always move the red and white circle and can never get it back centered. The red and white circle, what? Oh, this guy? Never get it back centered? It's as simple as this. Press Shift S and then cursor to world origin. Boom, that's centered. Or you can do Shift S, cursor to wherever. Select where you want it to move. If I want to move it to this vertex, boom, select that. Shift S, cursor to selected, boom. Or on the flip side, if you ever want to move an object to where the cursor is, so let's move the cursor back to the world origin. Go back into object mode with tab. Select this, the origin of this is here. So if I want to move this object to the world origin, just press Shift S and then move selection to cursor. That will move what you have selected over to the cursor. Boom. See? Perfect. Your menus are key. Shift S, Shift S, Shift S. That's the menu for that. Okay, what other chats we got here? Categories keeps redeeming test. It does not do anything. Zane, thank you for the roses. That means a lot, dude. We've got 8 viewers on purple. That's awesome. That's so cool. I barely remember anything from this year. It was a man year. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Hopefully next year will be super awesome for you. I made a glass bottle realistically in Blender, and the glass material worked, but it crashed. Understandably, glass takes a lot of rendering resources, and if you don't have the best PC specs, stuff like that can cause crashes. My neighbor's dog keeps barking because fireworks. Oh, guys. So I used to like fireworks, okay? I used to like fireworks. But then once I had kids and they have to go to bed at a certain hour, I stopped liking fireworks. Okay. I mean, I still like fireworks, like, as long as my kids are awake. But if my kids are asleep and people start launching fireworks, it annoys me so much because my kids are trying to sleep. Okay. And fireworks are so loud, it wakes them up. It's just, I hate fireworks now. I hate fireworks. Of course, we still we still take our kids to see fireworks. They love fireworks. If they're still awake, sometimes they'll be awake. It'll be like 7 o'clock, 7:30, and people start watching fireworks outside. They're like, ooh, fireworks. And so we watch fireworks and it's fun. But when it's like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and people are launching fireworks, neighbors are launching fireworks, it's the absolute worst. I hate it. It's so annoying. My iMac would crash if I were to even place a small cube. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It's not that bad. Okay, any other messages before we continue on? Let's see. This Blender series, I don't think you will today. Trillo is going to be awesome. Been waiting to learn Blender. Love your doing too. Thank you so much. You turn into a little one, into a Lego. No, we're not doing Lego stream today, guys. This is I'm working on this video game for a client. Okay. Let's get back into this. Let's finish this window. Okay, thanks for being here, by the way, guys. I appreciate it. If you have not already done so, please drop a follow, leave a like, depending on the platform that you were on. You can't leave likes on purple. That's unfortunate. But if you are on YT or TikTok, I'd appreciate it. Smash that like button. Oh, especially if you're on TikTok, you can leave like tons of likes. Do that, so the algorithm's like, we need to show this stream to more people. I can usually get like a few thousand viewers on TikTok when I'm doing the VTuber streams, but these streams don't get that type of viewership. But okay, let's do this. Let's finish the frame. We're gonna go back into edit mode with tab. Control L to select all those pieces, and then Shift D. And then instead of just moving blindly, we press Z to move on the Z axis. That moves that down. And there we have our bottom frame. Look at that. There's our window. But if we look at this window, you'll see and this is pretty typical, the top piece and the bottom piece stick out a little further. So let's do this. Grab the face, grab the shift select, grab the face, grab on the X axis, move it forward a little bit, boop. And then you'll also see the bottom is kind of like at a windowsill. Let's move the bottom out more. And what we could do here is we would want to split this. So this is a very handy feature in Blender. What you do is you want to add an edge split, a loop that goes all the way around. What you do is you press Control R, and you'll see where it's highlighting. That's where it'll make the split. If I do there, it'll do it that way. I want to do this way, okay? So just drag over here and then press left click to do it. And then you can, after you've clicked it once, you can choose where it adds that split, okay? I just want to have it right in the middle, at least for now. So I'm going to press escape and then it'll add it right there in the center. Now I can press this face right here. And if I just grab this and move it down like G and then Z, it'll also move that part of the windowsill down, and I don't want that. What I want to do is extrude it. Now we're gonna be doing extruding a lot on this building, so that's a key thing to learn. To extrude something, you press E. So you have the face selected, and then you press E to extrude, and that will extrude a new face out from that current face and keep everything connected. So let's do that. That looks fine. Then press left click to finalize it. And there we go. This doesn't quite stick out as far as I want, so I'm gonna grab this face right here. And again, because we're using that mirror modifier, it's mirroring everything over to the other side, so we don't have to do the same work twice. You're just doing the work on one half, and it's mirroring it over to the other side. So I'm going to press G and grab that and move it along the x-axis to bring it forward. But you'll see it's kind of getting off from where the rest of the edge is. Now you can do this. This would be perfectly fine for this window, especially for something low poly like this game. But to make sure everything stays the same, I'm going to undo that, and I'm going to also grab the rest of these edges. So we have this face selected. Go into edge mode, and then hold down Shift, and then select that. Sorry, not do that. Undo that. We're going to hold down Alt and Shift. Hold down Alt Shift, and that will select the entire loop. So I'm gonna like deselect everything, okay? If you hold down Shift Select, that will multi-select different pieces, okay? But if you hold down Alt and Shift, that will select the entire loop of the edge. So Alt Shift and then click, selects that whole edge loop. If I do Alt Shift this, it'll select the loop. Now there's no loop going around because it stops right there. But right here, if we did Alt Shift, boop, it would select the whole loop around, okay? So I'm gonna select this, that's what we wanna move over, but we also wanna add the edge loop. So Shift, Alt, and then if we grab it, G and then X, it moves over the whole thing. I'm actually gonna go onto wireframe because I suspect that the inside edge is not being moved. So let's go Z. Oh no, it did move, cool. So Z wireframe. There, it worked perfectly, okay? So grab Y, or sorry, grab X, moves there. Go back into material preview, a little bit more, and we're good. Back into object mode, looks good. Bottom window still looks good. Top, good. Glass, good, okay. Now let's add a middle part just to separate it a little bit. Again, easy, we can just, well, let's do this. Let's Shift S, move the cursor to selected, go into edit mode, add another cube, scale it down, bring it forward some so we can see it. Go into material and assign it to the window frame. Oop, and then scale Y, right until we get there, and then select. There we go, there's the center of the window, okay? Let's see. TikTok's trying to end my live because it thinks I'm not active. That's not true. You finished the character? Yes, the characters are done. Characters are done. What app is this? This is Unity, or no, sorry, this is Blender. I'm using Blender to create this building. Videos are amazing. Please continue the amazing content. Happy New Year's. Thank you so much, Official. It means a lot. Yeah, this is Blender. So I'm working on a video game today for a client, and we're gonna be using this city asset pack to build out the level to save time and money in the game. But a lot of people follow this live series because I've been making this game from scratch from beginning to end. So before we start building out with this pack, I wanna show people that are interested how to actually make one of these buildings from scratch in Blender. So that's what we're doing right here. We're making a Blender, we're making a building from scratch. So this windowsill up here is a little slanted. I'm gonna start moving a little faster because we need to actually get into the game design, okay? So let's move this edge over like that. And again, it's copying the same thing over here because of our mirror modifier. Grab Z. Whoop, don't wanna do that. I wanna grab the whole face. Grab Z, like that. Bring it out a little bit more, grab Y. There we go. There's a window. There's a little bit more detail in here, like that has an extra cube on top. Sure, we can go ahead and add that. Let's go back in edit mode, grab this face, extrude it, and then select. And then what we can do to make this whole loop around stick out further, we can hold down Alt. Whoop, you can hold down Alt and select that loop all the way around, okay? And then if we just scale this, it's gonna scale the whole thing. We don't want that. We want to extrude it first and then scale it. So press extrude. But if you press extrude and then do that, it's gonna do that. We don't wanna do that. Just press extrude, escape, so then the geometry exists, and then scale that new geometry. Boop. But then it scales weird. It scales, it's not uniform. It's scaling further on that way than it is that way. So let's undo that. What we want to use is Alt S. Alt S. Now I know all these keybinds, but let's actually see what Alt S is. Face. Is it edges? It doesn't say Alt S anywhere. Alt S. Here it is. Shrink or flat. It's not. Hold on. Okay, so this is something that's very important with creating models in any 3D software. But here it is for Blender, okay? So if I take this, what we have selected, and I just press scale and try to scale it uniformly, you'll, or hold on, or Alt S, you'll see that it's not, extrude, escape, Alt S. Okay, so if I do Alt S, you'll see that it's not pulling the pieces out. I'll explain this a little bit more in a second, but you'll see, just to show you what's happening here, to explain a different point. You'll see that it's not pushing pieces out uniformly, okay? It's pushing like the bottom part out further than it is the sides. But we want it to come out uniformly, okay? And the reason why that is doing it that way is because my object does not have a uniform scale. And this is something really important with 3D modeling, okay? So if I go into this item right here, the transform, you'll see the rotation is cleared. It's at 0, 0, 0. The location is 4 meters on the X, which makes sense because the center, the world center is there. So I press 0, it's moving into the center, okay? But then if you look at the scale, the size of it, the scale is not uniform. We want to apply the scale so that it makes the scale uniform. So then when you do operations that are like scaling or extruding or whatever, it'll do everything uniformly. So I'm gonna press Control A, and then I'm going to apply the scale. Boom. So that set all the scale values to 1. So now everything looks exactly the same, but the scale value is 1. So now when we go back into edit mode, and we ignore what I just did, you don't need to know that yet, and we select these right here, Alt and left click to select that loop, and then if we press E to extrude it, press escape to just zero it out, and then we S to scale, or no, sorry, not S. If we Alt S to bring it out, now it's doing it uniformly. See that? So I'm gonna undo that and do it again. Alt S. And also another thing you want to do with Alt S to shrink or flatten stuff is you want to make sure that it's keeping the thickness of everything even. So you'll see up at the top left, you can make the even thickness to be on by pressing S. So I'm just gonna press S, boop. Now it's making everything even thickness, okay? So now, so you'll see I'm dragging, everything's uniform. It's bringing the sides out at the same distance that it's bringing the bottom part out. And it's doing that because we applied the scale and now the object has uniform scale, okay? So we'll set it there, that's fine, okay? And now we have that. That's a little much, so let's go back and Alt S, a little like that. That should be good. And I think our window's done, okay? Obviously, you could change this to whatever you want. Maybe you're like, oh, the top's too big. You just select that, and then you can press Control plus to select more, select more, select more, select more, and that selects more from what it's already touching. Select one more. Or since this is top windowsill is all one piece, just press A. Oh no, sorry, not A. That selects everything. Do Control L. That selects everything on this connected to the selection. And then you can, oh, this is too big, so I'm gonna scale it down. Or I'm gonna scale only on the X-axis and shrink it down some and then move it back some. You can make it however you want. But this is our window, this works for now. Now let's put it on the building, okay? So let's grab X, boop-a-doop. Now you could play around with this. I'm gonna grab it. I want to make sure. Oh, it's not. It's kind of bleeding through. How do I get it exactly on the surface? The way that you can get stuff exactly on the surface, instead of just eyeballing it, is you can use the snap feature. Okay. But before I use the snap feature, I'm gonna catch up on chat. On these types of streams, what's up, S-Tech? How's it going? For models, don't you have to assign textures and shading for like Unity? Yes, so texture, you mean like image textures? Yes. So right now I'm just using single colors. We'll get to the textures in a little bit. Right now I'm just using the material or the shader to just add single colors. I can use these in Blender for Unity. Yes. I'm a senior taking game 452. Just made my 3D game and I have had to create my assets. Thank you. That's awesome. Cool. Well, yeah, I hope this helps. Okay, let's finish this and then we'll actually get into making the actual game with these with these assets. Okay, let's finish making this building. So we want to snap this window to the building. Okay, so we want to go up here. You see this magnet up here? This magnet is the snap tool. Press that. And right now it is set to snap to the increment. So if I just grab this on X, see how it's snapping in increments? We don't want that. We want to snap to faces of other objects. So we press face. And then everything else should be good. We could make it snap rotation wise as well, but we're already matching the rotation of that normal, okay? So if I press G to grab, you'll see that it is doing that. But it's doing something weird. It's doing it based on the vertex, the closest vertex. Okay, we don't want that. What we want to do is we want to use not the closest part of the window, because right now the closest part of the window to the cursor is that, and that keeps changing. So we want to select, we could do the center. That's using the origin point. Or no, actually I think the center would be using, is it using the origin point or is it using the center of geometry? Let me try something real quick. Cursor to selected. Set origin. Just ignore what I'm doing right now. Okay. Okay, it is using the origin point. Okay, good. Okay, so this origin point that is the center of our object exists right there. So it is snapping that to the building. Now it's sort of getting us there. See, I can press G and then just move around with the mouse and it's snapping to the building, which is correct. But if we press left click to finish it, you'll see it's in the building some. And the reason is because the origin point of this window is in the center of the window, okay? And that's what's snapping. We want the back of the window to snap to the surface of the building. So we can, I think there's a way we can move the origin point to be on the surface, which I think is what I'm going to do. But we could also maybe do active, snap active on a target. I don't think so. Yeah, that doesn't work. We could do it in edit mode, and then that would do the closest face to there. But then you see, again, you're moving the individual pieces of the object inside edit mode. You don't want to do that. But it's putting it at the surface, okay? So, I mean, what we could do is we could apply the modifier in object mode, apply, go into edit mode, grab it all, and then do that. And now it's outside. But you don't want to do that in edit mode because now you've moved the geometry of the window object away from its origin point. That's not good. You don't want to do that. Okay. So let's undo that, go back into object mode. We're going to just move the origin point to that face. Okay, so easy. Go into edit mode. Grab that edge. That's the center. And it's at the back of the window. And then do Shift S. Cursor to selected. Boop. So now the cursor is right there. That is where we want the origin point of the object to be. So object. Now this is where you move the origin point of an object. You press right click and then go down to set origin. And then you're setting the origin of the object to the 3D cursor. Select that. And that moves the origin to the 3D cursor. Perfect. And it's still in the middle of the object, so our mirror modifier worked correctly, and we deleted the mirror modifier, or we applied it, which I don't like. So I'm gonna undo all that, so we get that back. Now I'm gonna do that again. Set origin to 3D cursor, boop. Now, when we snap with the center, the origin point to a face, it will G grab, it will put it perfectly on the building, at least as far as that's concerned. Now, the windowsill is sticking in a bit at the top. We could, if you really wanted to, go into edit mode, zoom into here, grab the face, and then press G on the x-axis, and then we're still in snap mode, right? So it's snapping that face to the surface of the building, and then select. We could do that. We could make it, and we'll leave it like that. But to be perfectly honest, you don't have to do that, okay? You can leave the windowsill sticking through the building. That is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. You're never gonna see it. It's never gonna affect players. It's fine. You don't have to worry about it. But just for OCD purposes, we're gonna make it like that. Okay, so there we go. There's our window. Obviously it's way too big, so we're gonna scale it. S, scale down, scale down, scale down, boop. And then to mimic this building has 9 windows, so we're gonna move this, G. Now if we just G and grab, it's moving everywhere, but we wanna stay snapped to the surface. So I'm gonna go back here, press snap, and now no matter where I move it here, it's gonna stay on that wall, boop. Okay, perfect. Now, to make this work across to make the remaining, 8 windows, what you could do is you could press Shift D and duplicate this over and over and over again, okay? It's a little messy, they're not lined up, so you could, again, duplicate it, whoops, duplicate it and then grab it on the y-axis so that it's even, duplicate it again, grab it on the y-axis, but then the spacing is off, and then you could select all of these again, Shift D on the z-axis, boop, boop. But that is not the ideal way to do it, okay? What you want to do for something like this is you want to use the array modifier. So what you do is you go into your modifier tab, add search array, boop. An array is essentially a duplicate thing. It's a duplicate modifier, but you can change the settings to tell it how to duplicate it, okay? So right now you'll see it's made an array of the same thing out in that axis. We don't want that. We don't want to use the x-axis, so we'll set that to 0, boop. And then let's try moving the y. Okay, that moves it across, perfect. And if we did the z, let's go back to 0, z moves it up. So what we want to do is we want to move this on the y-axis to go across. But you'll see in these array settings, we have it set to 2. We're going to set the count to 3, and that has 3 across. Perfect. And all of the distance in between all of them is the same, which is exactly what we want. We just need to figure out what that distance is. Okay, that looks good. That looks even. Let's view it from this view. So press 1. It's not 1. 3. Your numpad is your friend. So you could go into view, viewpoint, and then select from here to view from front, back, top, bottom, right, left. I use the numpad. It's a lot faster. 1 is from the side. 3 is from the front. 5 switches between perspective view and orthographic view. Orthographic view is like a grid view. That's what you want to make things even and perfect, okay? 7 is from the top. And then if you press 9 on your numpad, that does the opposite of whatever side you're looking at. So if you're looking at top with 7 and you press 9, then it'll go to the bottom. If you're looking at the side with 1 and press 9, it'll go to the other side. If you press 3 to look at the front and then you press 9, it'll go to the back side, okay? So the 9 key just flips sides, essentially. So here we are. That looks pretty even. I could grab the whole thing on the y-axis, move it around, but it looks pretty good. We're good with that, okay? I'll keep moving forward a bit. Let's take a chat break, coffee break, and catch up on chat. What in the world are all these chats? Hey, Wrinkly Pickle, thanks for the rose. Okay, can you do Kai, please? Kai, what do you mean Kai? That snap tool to face is so nice. I never knew you could do that. Oh yeah, dude, there's so many cool things you can do in Blender. Okay, Yeah, guys, please don't do the spam. We're not doing any VTuber streams today. This is IRL game dev today. Hi, I'm Pixelfire. If you want to support the stream and get awesome perks, become a super fan perks. I appreciate the sentiment, Squid Kid. People do not have to do that. Okay. This is actually so helpful. Oh, that's awesome, Moxie. I'm glad it helps. That's why I'm doing this. I know that some people watch these game dev streams so they can learn how to make games and model and stuff. So this is an Eevee. This is an Eevee. Yeah, Squid Kid, let's try to stay relevant to the stream, okay, and not do too much spam, okay? Okay, let's keep going. When I first started, I made simple models in my games and then branched out. Yep, that's how you do it. Okay, so we've used the array modifier to make the first row of windows. Now we want to do it again, but going up. So if we do this on the z-axis, you'll see what happens. It does that. We don't want that. What we want to do is add another array modifier. So let's not close it, but like hide that array modifier. We could add another modifier that way, or we could just duplicate it. Let's duplicate it with drop down, press duplicate, makes a second array modifier, but it has all the same settings, so it's just gonna look exactly the same. So let's zero this back out to 0. And then on the z-axis, scroll it up, and there we go. Maybe move it down a little bit right there. So now we have our 9 windows, okay? So the first array modifier, I'm gonna turn these off. The first array modifier arrays or duplicates to the right, and then the second array modifier takes that row and then duplicates that whole row 2 times up, okay? Boom. And again, from there, you could change the count to only 2 if you wanted to, or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or whatever you wanted, okay? And then if you had a larger building, you would go edit the first array modifier to do 4, 5, 6 to go across that way. And the super cool thing about the array modifier is that everything is not like finalized in this. So if you wanted to go back, if you wanted to change all the windows, what you do is you just go back and change this one window, and that will change all the other windows because these modifiers are building off of that very first window. So we can go into edit mode, and let's say we want this windowsill to stick out really far. We just grab that face, let's turn snap off, grab Y, move it out, and you'll see it's moving that out, and then it's affecting all the other pieces. Now, something it is doing is it's changing the distance of the array. And the reason it's doing that is because the array relative offset is based on the size of what you are arraying, essentially. So I think if we did constant offset, that would fix that. So let me actually try that. I don't really use, hold on. Let's go back to this one and change it to constant offset. 0. Let's do that, and then let's see what happens if I do this. Grab. Yeah, so then if you use constant offset, no matter how big you make it, it'll keep everything with the same offset. So that would probably be better for this use case. But I'm just going to be silly pants today. I'm just going to use it on relative. I'm going to keep it on relative offset. I was just pressing Control Z to undo. But if you wanted to move this out, grab X, grab Y, you could do that. Now look, the windowsill's good, and then you'd have to go through and then change this value to bring it back to where you wanted it. So it would definitely be better to use constant offset for something like this, for sure. But then if you grabbed this and moved it up, it's not gonna affect the row because it's not changing the width of the object. It is changing the height of the object, so that's gonna change the second array. So watch this. See, it's moving, it's changing the distance of the other windows up and down, but it's not affecting left and right, which makes sense. And I actually like that, so let's move that up some. I like the look of that windowsill, kind of like that, so let's do that. Let's do it. Okay, so windows are done. And now we need a top part, which is gonna be another cube with another bunch of cubes in between. So let's just take this cube, duplicate it, Shift D, and then Z up here. Boop. There's our top part. Beautiful. And then we need another one up top, which is a little bigger. Shift D, Z up there, and then scale it to make it bigger. but not if I want to scale it uniformly. I only want to scale it on the X and Y, but not the Z. So I'm gonna do Shift Z like that. Bring it down a little bit. Then we need another cube in the middle. I'm actually just gonna take this building object. I'm going to go into edit mode, grab the face on top. I'm just gonna, I can't see the face, but I know it's there. So if I press that, it's gonna grab the face. But to see it, we go into wireframe mode, grab the face. And then if I just grab it and go up, it's gonna keep the same building material. So I actually want to extrude it instead. So let's go to wireframe mode. You don't have to, but just to see it better. E to extrude, and that extrudes that, but it keeps that edge there. See? Go back to material preview, and then assign the same material as the other stuff, which is this one, I believe, material 2, assign. There we go. Now that part has the black material. Let's call this building dark. Let's name our materials. Stay tidy. Brick. Everything else is labeled correctly. Perfect. Oh, guys, as you're working in Blender or any software for that matter, make sure you save your progress. I have not saved this entire time. So if Blender had crashed or my PC died or the power went out or something, I would have lost all my progress. So make sure you are saving. File, save, or save as. Or Control S, that's what I use, Control S. Yes, there's our building so far, okay? And then it has all these, oh, that center part is grayish. So let's do that. Let's change the material of this to building dark to building gray. If I just go ahead and change this to make it gray, it's going to affect the color of all the other objects that are using that same material. So that's not what I want to do. Control Z. What I want to do is make this its own unique material. So I press this right here, this number 4, boom. If you hover over it, it says number of users, click to make a single user copy. So I'm gonna click that, boop, and that made it its own copy. So I'm gonna rename this now. And now you see there's no number, because this is the only piece that's using that material. I'm gonna rename this building light, and then change the color to gray. So now it's affecting only that part. Beautiful. Okay, and now we need a cube again. If you look here closely, it's like a cube with a little inset piece right there. And then of course, we would use an array modifier to get it all the way around. So let's do that. Let's just duplicate this, scale it down, grab it on the x-axis, scale Z, grab Z, scale. I'm just rescaling and resizing and removing until we get to where we want. Again, I'm not going to worry about this touching the bottom and touching the top perfectly. I'm just going to get it in position. And see it's sticking through the top and the bottom if we look in the wireframe, but it does not matter. This is an instance where I'm just going to leave it and not worry about it sticking through because it does not matter. Scale it down, out, oh, scale Z, okay, grab Y. Let's see, does it go all the way to the corner? It's not at the corner. We have that little inset, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna scale on the Y axis a little bit and then add the inset. So let's go into edit mode, and then we're gonna use that cut feature, or that, not subdivide, it's adding a loop edge. Control R. We don't want to cut that way, we want to cut this way. So drag towards the top of the edge. And then now here's a cool trick. Instead of just making one cut, we want to make two, right? Because we want to inset that center third of the object. So I'm going to use my mouse wheel to scroll up, and that will make 2 cuts. You can keep scrolling more and more to make a ton of them and make a ton of cuts, but we want 2. Okay, so then press click. We don't want to move it, we want it to stay centered, so then just press escape. Boop, there we go, there's our cuts. I'm gonna move this out of the way so we can see it. I'm gonna go into wireframe. I'm gonna add a wireframe too. You can press this. That will make it wireframe mode. And then I'm gonna go back into edit mode, select this face, and then extrude it inward. So press E to extrude, go inward, and there we are. But you'll see that it's messed up the faces on the top and the bottom. So we could then go shift select and delete those faces. pressing D, but then that's messed up. So press delete again to delete that face, and then delete that face, but then it leaves a hole. So then you can go and select these vertices, whoop, shift select, and then press F to fill a face in there. That's a little complicated, takes a little too much time, so let's not do that. Instead of extruding the center part, let's extrude these two parts. Select those, E to extrude, and extrude outwards. Done. Now we're good. Now I can bring it down. Okay. And there is our piece. Okay, there's our piece. That is the piece that we have right there. Beautiful. There does seem to be a little slanted part on the bottom. We don't have to make that. This is just showing you guys how to do stuff, but we could do it. Let's move it up so we have the bottom. Select and then wireframe so we can see what we're doing. And then grab the back loop, hold down Alt and then press the edge. It'll grab that whole piece. And then go back into material preview, drag down, boop. Now we have some slant. Now it is kind of slanting up and then going across. Don't really want that. So then we can just grab this edge. Not working, so shift select all these vertices. Then grab Z and go down. Let's do that. It's not gonna be perfect. We'll just leave it like that. It's low poly, it's 4 games, so that would be fine. Okay. So there we go. There's that piece. Let's actually double check this real quick. Yeah, it sticks, it goes down to the bottom part, so that's fine. Okay. We want to use the array modifier to duplicate this across. So again, add modifier, search, array, enter. Again, it's going the wrong direction, so zero that out. Or let's use constant offset. Let's use that constant offset now. 0 out on the x-axis, and we want to use the y. That seems like a good distance. And then just increase the count to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe one more, 8. That looks good. Cool. And then what we could do is there's so many different ways that you could apply this all the way around to the sides and to the back. You could duplicate it, move it, rotate it, -90, grab Y, grab X, and then do the same thing on the other side. It's probably the best way to do it. Another way you could do it is you could use the mirror modifier. Let's do that. That'll be fun. So, but we can't just mirror over to the other side because again, it's always going to mirror based on this origin point. Okay. So what we want to do is move the origin point to right there in the middle. So that already has an origin point in the middle. So let's Shift S, cursor to selected. So reselect this and then right click, set origin to 3D cursor. Now the origin is there. Now if we were to add a mirror modifier, add modifier, mirror, it mirrors perfectly over to the other side, okay? But we can also just go ahead and press Y, not Y, Z. Nope, not Z. Hold on, why isn't it mirroring over? Y. Guess that wouldn't work. Wait, why isn't that working? It's flipping over there. Oh, it's not flipping over there because we don't have pieces to mirror. Okay. So after you've mirrored that, then you could rotate it. You can actually do rotation with an array modifier or not array, curve. There's ways that you can make do an array with rotation as well. You would use the object offset. That's a little complicated. You use object offset, select the object, and then rotate the object. That's a little complicated though. I'm not going to get into that today. So the best thing to do, we have this. Let's just duplicate it. So Shift D, enter. And then since we already have the origin point right there in the center, we just press R to rotate and then Z on the Z axis. Boom. And then we'll just type in 90, enter. Perfect 90-degree turn. Alt A to deselect. We're done. Beautiful. We are sticking up a little past the top. So I could just grab this and this. Edit mode. grab the top, and then grab Z to go down some. Down some. Perfect. So there's that. Okay, and I could also get into making the stairs and the rails and the doors and the windows down here and stuff. I'm not gonna do that because we're already, it's almost lunchtime, and I'll probably do another stream after lunch, continuing on with the stream, because I really need to get into actually making the level for this game. But I'm pretty sure I've seen all the pieces that I've shown. Pretty sure I've shown all the building blocks essentially to make something like this. You're essentially just making cubes, right? And then snapping them, scaling them, repositioning them to make the building. So with what I've taught so far to make this building, you could use those same principles to finish the building and make the rest. I am gonna do one more piece before we finish up, and that's these bricks. So to add some variation and texture to this wall so that it's not just a flat wall, this creator has put in some bricks. Now that is actually not done with textures and materials, it's done with cubes. It's low poly, so again, all we have to do is add cubes. So we'll just take this, go back into face mode, Control L. Actually, I'm not gonna use that. I'm just gonna do Shift A, add a new cube, boom. So there's our brick. We're just gonna scale it down to brick size, grab X, scale it down to brick size. Bricks are usually like a rectangle. And we'll leave it like that, that's fine. So there's our brick. Okay. And then I'm going to turn on snap and then grab. And now it's just it's snapping it right to the surface of the wall. But it's doing it based on the center. We want to do closest, not center, okay? Okay, so now if I grab it, it'll snap it there. Okay, perfect. It is a little too sticking out too far, so let's scale it on the x-axis like that, and then grab. Hey, thanks for following purple, that means a lot. There's our brick. It is a little big, so let's just scale it down and grab again so that we make sure we're good. Hey, thank you for the sub on YT, that means a lot. I'm getting a lot. Thank you, appreciate it, guys, it means a lot. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Whatever you're doing, you look pro at it. Thank you so much. I actually, this is my full-time job. I've been doing 3D modeling in Blender and 3D design since 2006. Well, okay, since 2006, but doing it professionally since 2015. So about 10 years. No, it's like 2013 was my first paid gig doing stuff like this. So 12 years. But so most of you guys who know me from the Pixelfire stuff that I'm doing right now, it's all like game design and VTuber stuff related. But my full-time job, well, up until a few years ago, my full-time job has been contract work, doing visual effects, 3D modeling, animation, rigging for movies, commercials, and TV shows. And then a few years ago, I was able to actually expand that out into game design and VTubing stuff as well. So now my work is kind of 50% VFX and 50% game design. But all of it entails 3D modeling. So I've been doing this since I was like 14 years old is when I first opened Blender for the first time, which is a long time ago. But I appreciate it. That's a kind comment. You're literally doing my dream job. Dude, this can be your job. Just keep at it. This can be your dream job. How'd you get into it professionally? Make your own stuff, make a reel, make a website. It doesn't have to be amazing. It's not gonna be amazing because you're competing against large companies and people have been doing this for forever. Make a website, make a reel, post to socials, Instagram, X, TikTok, YouTube, TikTok, and eventually you'll have people reach out to you to do paid work. Make your own stuff, make a portfolio of it, and then people will find it. Blender's very hard to use. I mean, it is at first, but I mean, once you've used it, like this is like second nature to me. Is that the right term? Second nature? First nature? Like riding a bike? It's really easy to me. I've been doing it for so long. Fortunate enough to go. Can't wait to see more lives like those in the future. Thanks, Moxie Slays, for being here. It means a lot. Hope you have a great day and Happy New Year. Yeah, no VTuber streams today, guys. This is a IRL game dev stream, working on a video game for a client. right now I'm kind of doing this little mini tutorial for people. People ask me for tutorials all the time. And I don't really do tutorials, so I'm trying to get one in there. Trying to get one in here, guys. My biggest, it's kind of annoying. I mean, I understand it, but it's kind of annoying. My biggest, most successful video on my YouTube channel is a tutorial video titled How to Use Blender. Okay. And it's like the one single video that is completely different from all my other work on my YouTube channel. But I've had like 14,000 subs on YouTube. And I think like 1,000 of those subscribers have come. So like close to 10% of all my subs have come from this one video, which is a Blender tutorial video, which is not what I do on my channel. So in that regard, it's kind of frustrating, but yeah, it is what it is. So we'll see how this. I'll try to make this into a clip, into a short video maybe when it's done. But this is not even the purpose of today's stream. Today's stream, we're going to be working on the video game for the client and putting in all these assets to build out the level. But I want to finish up this building because so far I've been making this game completely from scratch, beginning to end. I've been live streaming it the whole time for the past year and a half. And so before I just start throwing these assets into the level, I wanted to walk you guys through how one of these, like here's a building from the asset pack. I wanted to walk you guys through like how you would make this in Blender. So that's what I'm doing. So there's our brick, and then let's just duplicate it. We're just gonna hand place these. Shift D, boop, Shift D, boop, Shift D, boop, Shift D, boop. Maybe add a cluster right here, boop, Shift D. And then we want some, and then object mode, boop, there it is. Beautiful. Let's add one down here. Maybe a little cluster right here. Maybe a 3. Boop. Okay, so there's our bricks, and then let's add some over here. Now here, if I snap to this wall, Shift D and snap to there, you'll see it's not matching the rotation. It's keeping the same rotation as it had before. Okay, so we don't want to do that. We want to snap rotation as well. Go down here, effect move, and also rotation. Boop. Now if we grab it, it doesn't work. Because you have to select align rotation to target. Boop. And it's still not working. That might only work in object mode. Center. Nope. Let's press P. If you press P, that will separate what your selection from the object it's a part of. So press selection, it makes it its own object. And now let's select this object and grab it. Okay, now it's aligning the rotation, not on the right axis though. Let's set the origin to geometry and then grab. Okay, so now it's changing the rotation, but not how we want it to. So yeah, snap can be finicky with rotation, so we're not even gonna do it that way. We're just going to select this brick, Control L to select the whole thing, and then grab it over here, move it. Ooh, Control Z. Don't align rotation to target, don't do rotate, just Shift D, move it there, and then just rotate it manually. Rotate Z, 90, perfect, and then now we're gonna press G to grab it and snap it to the surface. Oh, it's because it's center now. Move it back to closest. Boop. There we go. Okay. So now we have this wall. We can grab Shift D, Shift D, Shift D, Shift D. Just add a bunch of random bricks to add some texture. And there we go. This would be perfectly fine for a low poly model for a mobile game. Let's see how many vertices we have. See how much geometry. To do that, you can go up here. This drop down. Nope, I lied. It's not that one. It's this drop down. Go down to statistics, and that will show you the statistics for your scene. You'll see vertices. You have 1,800 vertices. That's actually a little bit high for a low poly building model. Maybe. I guess not. I mean, you could do some things to optimize this a bit. Like you could get rid of these insets. You're probably never gonna see that. But honestly, like a lot of this should actually be pretty fine for a game model. Perfectly fine. 1,800 vertices, 1,600 faces for the whole thing. Another thing you could do is, you see how these windows that are mirrored, they have edges on the middle. That's not completely necessary. So if you really wanted, like, that's unnecessary geometry. If you really wanted to like squeeze as much optimization out of this as you could apply all these things. You could apply the mirror modifier, apply it, but then you lose your work in that once you go here and you move this, it's not going to change all the other windows. But what you could do is with this, let's do this. What you could do is keep the arrays. Hey, thank you for the follow on Purple. That means a lot. I've been watching since 9 a.m. I've got to go. See you next stream. Dude, thank you so for watching so long. That's incredible. Has anyone ever watched one of my streams for that long? I appreciate it, dude. Thanks a lot. So we could just apply the mirror modifier, and then you could still edit one window and it would affect all the rest. Cool. And then what you do is you use the edge select tool, alt select the middle, and then just delete edge loop, dissolve. Wait, where is it? Edge loop at the bottom, edge loop. Nope, wireframe mode. Okay, so yeah, so that is an unnecessary face in the middle. You're never gonna see it. So if I select that, I could delete that face, gone. And then delete the edge loop, gone. And then it keeps the same object, and we got rid of a few vertices, a few edges. If you really needed to optimize stuff like that, you could do that. Same for up here, alt select that, delete edge loop. Why is it doing that? Is there a face in the middle? There is. So this is something you definitely don't want. You don't want faces inside objects that aren't being seen, and especially are connected to other faces. So you would select that, delete. We need to do that anyway, actually. So even if we don't optimize this edge geometry, we need to fix that. So let's undo. This stuff really isn't necessary. Undo until we get our mirror modifier back. Go back here. So the reason that face exists is because let's actually turn off all of our modifiers. Okay. There are faces. Oh, and look at that. That piece is crossing the middle point, and so when it mirrors, it's mirroring that to the other side as well. We don't want that. Let's go into edit mode, grab that face, turn off snap mode, grab the face, and then local, we'll do local and then 0 on the Y. That brings it back to center. Local transform is essentially the transform within this object. So like 0, 0, 0 would be that origin point. Global means the whole scene. So 0, 0, 0 would be the world origin, which is right there. Okay. So now everything is correctly on that side of the mirror. So now when you mirror, it works correctly. But you don't need to mirror these faces right here, right? Hey, thank you for the heart me, DJ Naga. That means a lot. We don't need to mirror these. We don't want, once we mirror this object, we don't want these faces to be inside the object. Because if we mirror it and then look inside, there's geometry inside. Let me actually do this. Solid view. So these are spaces in here. You don't want that. You just don't. Just trust me, you don't want that. So what you would do is you would select these. You could mirror it so you can see it and then see what's inside, or since I just know my way around 3D and I know that this mirror modifier, these are going to be hidden when it mirrors across, I can just select these here. Select, shift select that one, shift select that, and then delete faces. And that deletes the faces right there. Now, if you weren't mirroring this, this would be terrible because you don't want to see inside the object, right? But that is perfectly fine because when we mirror it, it's mirroring everything around it, and then it closes everything up perfectly. And then you go inside the object and we don't have those faces. Okay, perfect. Beautiful. Mr. Mark Mister, can I just say you're so informative and easy to follow? Great stuff. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark Mister. Appreciate it. I hope this is helpful. I'm waiting for my buddies to do their thing so we can make our game would tell but secret. Oh, just tell me. No one's gonna copy your stuff. I promise. Just tell me. Just tell me. Hi, sweetie Yoda. What's up? Happy New Year to you too. Appreciate it. Okay. I am pretty ready to call it quits. So we've fixed that. We've optimized the window, turned the arrays back on. We're good. We made those. That fake brick texture with just the cubes works perfectly fine. Let's turn wireframe mode back off. So there's our building. Again, guys, you could continue to expand on what I've already taught you guys how to make this building. It's essentially just made up of cubes. You could continue on with this building to make the rails and the ladder and the door down here and these windows. You could just honestly take this window that we made, drag it down here, or sorry, duplicate it, drag it down here, scale it out. You could totally do that. Now, okay, I will show you one more tip, okay? If you were to make that window down here like that, you grab this, Shift D, and then press Z to drag it only on the Z axis. It takes everything with it. You don't want that, so just press select, then delete the array, delete the array. Now you've got your own window here. Now if you just scale this, you press S to scale and then Y on the Y axis, it's gonna scale the whole thing and it's gonna stretch it out. You don't want it to stretch because then, look at that. That window is not stretched, it's just wider. So what you would have to do instead of scaling it on the Y axis, you would have to go into edit mode, wireframe, vertices, and then just grab all the vertices. Oh, you press B to do border select. So press B, border select, and then click and drag to make a box select, just those vertices on the end, boom. And then we could just drag it now, or I could go back into material preview and then press G to grab that side of the window, Y, and now we're dragging the edge. Now it's actually, in a way, scaling the width of the window, but it's not scaling. You're actually just dragging one side of the window so it all looks uniform and it doesn't like stretch it out and make it look weird. So that's how you would make the window larger. So we'll just keep this, I guess. We'll keep that. Maybe that's a little too much, so go back a little bit. Back into object mode, drag the whole thing on the Y axis to there, drag it down a little bit. So there's our window. We want it to be on the other side too. So let's do the array again. Wrong axis. So that one, right. As you're dragging, so I'm dragging just with my left click on the mouse, it's dragging it a lot. I want to fine tune how much it's dragging. So you would hold down Shift. So I'm holding down Shift while I'm dragging, and now I can do it a lot smaller, much smaller movements, essentially. So boom, there's our windows, and then you would do similar stuff to make the door. I think what I'm actually gonna do, for anyone that is interested in using this building, I'm just gonna give it to you guys. I'm gonna give you guys this building. If anyone has been following this quote unquote tutorial that I've been doing on the stream to make this building, I want to see you guys either make this whole building in the picture from scratch or take this building that I've created and then continue working on it until the building is completely done to sort of, as much as you can, match this building, okay? If anyone is interested in doing that, if anyone has been following this and you're trying to learn how to make stuff in Blender, here's your next step, okay? Here's your next step. Here's your homework. Here's your homework. Take this file I've made, or start from scratch if you want to. Bonus points if you start from scratch. If you start from scratch and make this whole building yourself, bonus points. But just by default, take this building. I'll give it to you guys. I'll post it in the Discord or something. I'll post it in the Discord. Take this file and then just keep making the rest of the building. That's your homework, okay? As an OBJ, yeah, we can do that. If you don't want to use Blender, you could use something else too. Sure. I'm gonna save this, boom, and then I'm also gonna export it as an OBJ. Let's see. File, export, OBJ. I don't know why I bring it over here. I'll just do it over here. So you guys can actually see me do this. I usually try to bring stuff like this over to a different window because I don't know what it's going to show in the file browser of just all my personal files and my name and location, all that stuff. So I'm just gonna, but it's fine. I can do this. File. So to export this as an OBJ, we got to grab all of it. But I don't really want to export the light or that. So I'm just going to do that. File, export. I'll do an OBJ, building OBJ selection only, export. And I'll also do an FBX, export, FBX, building, selected objects, export. Okay. Boop. I'll go ahead and give that to you guys right now. Let me go to the mobile game. Levels. Okay, let me pack that up. whole thing, all the building files. Compress to a zip file. Okay, and then I'm gonna upload that to the Discord. Let's put it in the 3D art game dev. I'll put it in the game dev channel. So to get access to the Discord, obviously it's free. Just join the Discord, the link's in my bio. And then once you're in the Discord, you're gonna have to go to channels and roles and then select, not gaming, creating. Select creating, and that will give you the creator role, and that will open up access to this creating section. And then in the creating section, go to game dev, and I'm gonna post it right here, guys. Post it right here. So I'm gonna drag that in, boop, upload to game dev. Here's the building we made in Blender on today's stream. Oh, I didn't give the screenshot. Let me delete that, make a different one. Delete. Let me put the screenshot in there too so you guys have it. Copy. Paste. Okay, now make. Press that. Whoa. Press that to zip file. No, not that. All the building stuff and the screenshot. Building. Last. Compress to zip file. Okay, now it has all the building files. It has the Blender file, an FBX, and an OBJ. And the screenshot for the building. And now I'm gonna drag that in. Ooh. Okay, here's the building we made in Blender on today's stream. Feel free to use for whatever you want. If you're wanting to learn how to 3D model, then here's your homework. Finish the building to look more like the reference image. Bonus points. Start from scratch. Boom, that's fun. I've never done something like that on stream before. That's cool. Okay, so that is posted to the Discord. Have fun. We will see if anyone actually, oh my gosh, an immediate reaction. Who is that? Reacted by, I can't see because we're in streamer mode. View reactions. I still can't see. Oh well. Someone starts to see. So that is that. Can I just say so? Oh, sorry, I saw that message already. Use Maya. Oh wow, wow, Maya user over there. Okay. Zeke, what's up? How's it going? Or sorry, Zeke, what's up? If you're not knowing anything about game dev, I'm still loving the stream. Oh, that's awesome, Gato. That makes me so happy. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's in game dev. Chaotic Reese, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream again. Yeah, so guys, I posted it on the Discord in the creating section under game dev. That's where the building file is. If you guys want to use it for whatever. If you want to expand upon it and do the homework, learn how to model, you have all the tools necessary. I think what I'm gonna do, guys, this is a good stopping point. I hate to stop here because I want to just keep going. The whole morning stream I've been doing this tutorial thing. I said it was gonna take like 15 minutes. And if I was just modeling this by myself without talking to people and interacting with chat, I could make this in honestly probably 5 minutes, this whole building. But it took so long because I was explaining stuff and walking you guys through like how to use Blender and stuff, which is fine, but it just took a lot longer than I anticipated. So I'm gonna stop there because it is 12:15. I'm gonna take a really fast lunch break, and then after I eat lunch, I'm gonna start the stream again, and I'm gonna actually start designing the level for this video game. I'm tempted to go grab lunch and just eat to keep stream running. What do you guys think would be better? Should I like take like a 5-minute break, just eat lunch super fast, leave stream running and then come back? Or should I stop stream, go eat lunch, 5 minutes later, start stream again? Keep it running. Hey Ducky, what's up? Keep it running. Will people actually stick around if I kept it running? I feel like if I keep it running, people are gonna leave. We have 10 viewers on Purple? Oh my gosh. That is crazy for an IRL stream. As long as TikTok doesn't do its approval thing, it should be fine. Oh yeah, oh gosh, I haven't even been watching TikTok. Whew. Want to see the level get made? I always scroll through my FYP and you always pop up. Awesome. On the Discord through link. Awesome, cool. Yeah, no, I'm definitely working on the level today. We're gonna be doing that. I want to eat lunch real quick. It's a good break right now. It's lunch. I usually don't eat this early for lunch. I usually eat around 1 p.m. But it's a good break point. You can't find the game dev channel? Okay, so you're on the Discord. You've got to make sure you go to channels and roles. There's like so many different stuff in the Discord. And people are there for different reasons. A lot of people are there just for Stream Focus, the multi-chat app I developed. Some people are there only for gaming. And so I kind of like categorize things out so you get access to what you want access to. So go to channels and roles at the top. There are no customizations yet. Did it delete my stuff? No. Exit Discord. It still shows for you? Okay, good. I'm gonna quit Discord and restart it. Oh my gosh, please don't be deleted. Please don't be deleted. Please don't. Go eat, always gotta stay focused. No, I'm definitely gonna go eat. I'm gonna eat lunch, but my question is, should I end stream, go eat lunch, and then come back and start stream again? Or should I just leave the stream running? Please don't be gone. Please don't be gone. Please don't be gone. More Pokemon boxes? What do you mean by boxes? Okay. That scared me. So go to channels and roles. Get the creating role, so press creating. That will give you the creator role, and that will open up access to this creating section. And inside the creating section, that's where the game dev channel is. But yeah, I'd be super interested to see if anyone actually finishes the building and works on that and does the homework. And then whatever you guys make, take a screenshot or make a render and post it here to the same channel, to the game dev channel. I'd love to see it. Pokemon Silver and Heart Gold. By boxes, do you mean like the game, like the cartridge? You recommend just restarting it? Yeah. But then it's also less organized. It'd be better to just have it as one stream. Another box that came with the game for the Game Boy. You mean a box that the game is in? Or are you talking about like the plastic part, like the cartridge that the game actually is? Carrot, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. You vote keep it running? What do I do? What do I do? I've never done this before. I've never like left stream and left it running to eat lunch. Shoot. I also don't think I want to eat on stream because I've never done that before. I don't know how I feel about that. I know streamers do it. I don't know how I feel about it though. Flip a coin. Okay. Super random. I have a bag of coins down there because so our kids have their own like piggy banks. They're dinosaur banks, but our kids have dinosaur banks. And when they fill up, we take it out and put it in a Ziploc bag, and then take that Ziploc bag to like a grocery store and then like deposit it in their actual bank accounts. So that's why I have random Ziploc bags of coins there. Okay, so here's a coin. It's a quarter. Heads, I keep stream running, eat lunch, and then continue on with level design. Tails, I stop stream and then start it over again once I'm done with lunch, okay? Heads is continue the stream. Tails is end the stream. Ready? Tails is end the stream. Heads is keep the stream. Keep the stream running is heads. Heads, keep the stream running, okay. I guess we're doing something I've never done before. I've never done that. Don't know how I feel about this. Okay, should I eat on stream or should I leave and eat and then come back? Let's see. Let's do it again. Heads, I eat on stream. I'm nervous about this. I kind of don't want to eat on stream. That's kind of weird. Is that weird? Heads, eat on stream. Tails, don't eat on stream. Heads. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel so awkward. I feel so awkward. Okay. 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 I'll do it. Okay. What do you guys want to do while you're waiting? This feels like awkward. This feels awkward. Like you're just gonna be staring at a still screen. You can turn off the camera. Yeah, but then what? I don't know. We'll see. I'll go make my lunch. I'll be right back. Okay, so I've got some exciting fun news. So I opened my office door to go to make lunch, and then my wife walked up right there, standing there, and she's like, "Do you want me to make your lunch?" And I'm like, "Wait, what? How did you know? Are you guys watching?" And so she said that her and the boys are watching my stream. Her and the boys are watching my stream. I have a 6-year-old, a 3-year-old, and 8-month-old. And so they're watching the stream, and my wife, so they know that I was about to go make lunch. So my wife is making lunch for me right now. I feel so loved. It's awesome. So we can just keep working, and lunch will be brought to me. That's amazing. Cute, how nice of them. I know, right? I'm so glad I didn't end stream. This is awesome. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's actually start making. We're done with this building. You guys have the file. You can make it if you want to. Now let's actually make this level. This is what I've been looking forward to for the past few days. I'm super pumped. Let's do this, okay? Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Let's do it. Let's go to our scene, level 1. Let's actually show the game a little bit for those that have just jumped on but haven't seen. This is their first stream and haven't seen yet. My oldest wanted me to say on stream that my kids are watching, and so he came back in and he said, "Daddy, aren't you going to say that your kids are watching?" So I said, I did say it. How do you get the file? So you can just scrub back on stream. You're on TikTok, so you can't do that. So maybe go over to YT the VOD if you want to see all the stuff prior to this. But join the Discord. On the Discord, go to channels and roles, grab the creating role. That'll give you the creating role, and then you can go down to the creating section in game dev channel and then grab the building file. We made this building on stream, this one right here. I walked you guys through how to make this building, and so the homework is to take this file and then make the rest of the building, if you want to. But now it is time to actually work on the game. Here we go. But first, let's show it off real quick. Let's do it. We can talk to other channels with the stream focus here. Oh, yeah, pretty much you can. You can talk to other channels, yep. Optional homework, yep. Okay, so here's the game so far. We've just blocked out the level with these simple cubes and a grid texture. Here's the main character, he's got a staff. He can fight with it, he can punch. He's got a shield. Looks like Captain America's shield, he can throw it. Comes back to him, he can throw it at a wall. It'll bounce off. That's my favorite thing in the game so far, it's so fun. And then it comes back. He can hold it in front of him to shield and then run with it. He's got a cannon that he can shoot. Charge up and shoot. We'll make some better visual effects for this stuff later. And then he's got a jump and a jetpack. Nice. And then we've got some bad guys as well. All the way at the other end of the level, but I'll turn one on so you can see him. Boop. There he is. Actually, let's go fight him. Let's traverse. We're currently at the end of the level. Let's traverse back to the beginning. Take a while. Let's go up there. No, this is gonna take too long. I'm just gonna actually put drip at the beginning because I want that anyway. Where's the player? Your armature. There, 0. Okay, now he's at the beginning. This is a lot faster. You did everything yourself? Yes. So far, yes. After today, no. And I'll explain that in a second. Where's the goon? Oh, he's right there. I'll turn 2 on. Boop. There they are. They're both spawning with weapons because I was testing weapons, so it's more randomized, but here they are. So they'll continue to pew pew, and then they'll reload when they run out of ammo. And then you can fight them. Throw your shield at them. Nice. And the cool thing about the shield is when you throw it, it'll ricochet between enemies. Okay, so we've been working for a long time on the characters and the game and the fighting and stuff, but now it's finally time to do the level. Last stream, as you guys know, last stream, we blocked out the level, but now we're actually putting in the pieces for the level. And as I explained at the very beginning of the stream, we are using an asset pack that I got from the Unity asset store. It matches the style of the game perfectly, so I don't have to make all this stuff. It has like 95% of all the pieces we need. Let me open it up one more time, just for a refresher. Demo. Don't save. I ran it by my client. My client loves it. He approved using this asset pack. So look at this, guys. It has, I'm actually gonna go to this one, this scene. It has all these road pieces. Oh, let me move this over so TikTok can see it too. It has all these road pieces that we can piece together. It's got tons of different buildings, skyscrapers, restaurants, apartment buildings, props, fire hydrants. Oh, I'm lost. Signs, signage, street lights, lamps, bus stops, all sorts of stuff. So, and it's exact, I talked about this earlier, guys. It matches the exact style that I was going for. So up until now, I've created everything from scratch for this game. But we're at the level design stage, and we got it. We got our lunch. Coke. Gorgeous. And not just the normal American high fructose corn syrup Coke. We've got Mexican Coke, which is with real sugar, cane sugar. We've got a sandwich. Guys, this is my, for for those that don't know. No one knows because I've never done this on stream before. This is my standard lunch right here. This is typically what I eat 90% of my lunches, okay? It's a sandwich, usually turkey mustard. Sometimes maybe salami and cheese on it, but usually it's turkey mustard. Oh, there's salami and cheese, look at that. Fancy. And then chips, usually like some sun chips. And then some type of fruit, like grapes, blueberries, strawberries, whatever. This is like a stereotypical lunch for me, okay? And then usually for drink, I'll usually do water or Coke or sweet tea. So this is a good lunch. And my wife and my kids just made it for me. They heard our whole conversation on stream about whether I should do lunch or not, and they made me lunch. That's just super blessed, guys. I'm super blessed. Don't deserve them at all. Best wife ever, best kids ever. I want so badly to introduce you guys to them and to show them on stream. Maybe we will someday, but so far my wife and I have tried to keep our privacy like super private because, I mean, you guys know, you do stuff on the internet. We want to keep as little public as possible. We want to keep everything private just for the safety of our kids and for the privacy of our family. So that's why I haven't shown them on stream yet, but maybe we will one day. We'll see. Maybe when they're a little older. But yeah. So I feel like this is weird. Is this weird? Me eating while working? Well, yeah, let's keep going. So back to what I was saying before. Up until now, I've made everything from scratch in this game. Oh, I've got to pray. Sorry, let me pray real quick. Okay. So far up until this point, I've made everything from scratch in this game, and I've been streaming the development process of this whole game. And I was about to start making all the pieces for this level, and in my head this was the exact style that I had envisioned and what I was going to go for. But just as a refresher, I know some of you guys who were here at the beginning of the stream heard this already, but just for those that have popped in since, the scope has creeped a little bit in the development of this game so far. So the scope creep essentially means you have a certain budget and time frame and specific list of things that you're going to make for this game. And scope creep is essentially when the scope of a project, like the outline of a project, gets bigger. So you start to do more and more than what you planned on in the beginning. So we had a budget and a timeline for this game, but then I'm working on this game and I'm like, oh, it'd be really cool if we add this, or it'd be cool if we made him be able to fight this way or add this weapon or whatever. So of course I'll run that stuff by my client, and my client has approved it every time because he wants the game to just be really cool and be everything that it can be. So we've had quite a bit of scope creep where we add more than we originally planned on, and so that has increased the budget a little bit. It's made it take a longer amount of time. So because of all that, I'm really trying to find ways that I can keep costs down and make things progressing along as fast as possible. So I searched for some city asset packs on the asset store, on Unity Asset Store, looked through like 20 of them. None of them match the style. There's a bunch of them. None of them match the style we were going for, but I found this pack. And this pack it's perfect. It matches exactly what I was envisioning. It's low poly. It's optimized for mobile games. It's perfect. So up until this point, I've made everything from scratch. All these assets I have not made from scratch. We did go through in Blender just a while ago and make this building, just because I know that some people are watching these streams because they want to learn how to make games and learn how to make models. So since I'm not actually making these assets, I wanted to go ahead and make one in Blender so that you guys could see how you would make something like this. So that's what we've done today so far, and here we are, and now it is time to actually just essentially drag and drop these pieces in and make the level what we want it to be. I might end up needing to tweak some of these models or textures, or make a few extra models that aren't here that we need in the level. But yeah, let's actually start making this level, and I'm super pumped. Because so far, this is what we have seen. Oh, let's move drip back to the center. For the past year and a half, this is what we've been working on, the characters and stuff. This is what we've seen. This little section of city right here. It's just been some stand-in cubes. But now we actually get to put in some fun stuff, so let's do it. I'm super pumped. I'm sorry about the lunch. I've honestly never done this before, so feels a little awkward to me. I've never eaten lunch on stream before. If it's awkward for you, I completely understand. It feels awkward to me. I don't even, should I like turn my camera off while I eat? I don't know. Okay. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and turn off level 1, the whole thing. And then this is actually, these pieces are coming from Blueprint. I'm gonna leave Blueprint on so I can see where to put stuff. But I'm just going to start dragging and dropping a few. I'm gonna start with the roads, I think, and then put buildings in. So let's go to that city pack. Go to prefabs. Go to floor, maybe? Floor road. I'm gonna bring this out here so we can see what we're looking at. Okay. Road, probably that one. So I have different sized roads. Intersection, perfect. Curved. I don't think we'll be doing any curved roads. And then I think there's also double lane or quadruple lane road as well. It's not gonna be that big. We're just gonna do single road. So I'm gonna do this one right here, large. They have a train track too. That's awesome. There's so much stuff in here that we're not even gonna use, but it's cool to know that we have it if we want to use it. So large, let's do that one. Let's drag this in. Okay. The rotation is not correct, so let's fix the rotation on the y-axis. So something to know about, let's do -90. Blender and Unity, obviously, two separate softwares. And there's a lot of other 3D software out there as well. There's 3ds Max, there's Maya, there's Unreal Engine, there's Cinema 4D, there's Houdini, there's tons of stuff. And all of them handle the up axis a little differently. So in Blender, you'll notice that if I actually show the axis right there, in Blender, the up axis is Z, the blue. Blue is Z. But in Unity, the up axis is Y. So that's something to just be aware of when you're going back and forth between different software. If I chew this chip, it's gonna be so loud. I could probably mute my mic. Or maybe we'll get some ASMR viewers in here. Should we do an ASMR eating stream? So ridiculous. Taco Blowfish 3ds Max makes me angry. I don't think I've ever used 3ds Max. I remember back in the day, I was like 14 years old. This was back in like 2006. I was 14 years old. Never opened any 3D software in my life. Wanted to though. So I tried out, I did some research. I probably found like Maya, 3ds Max, found Blender. Of course I needed to look for free software because I was a kid. Didn't have money to spend on software back then. And I might have gotten 3ds Max at that point, like downloaded a free demo version or a trial or something. Did the same thing with Maya probably and Cinema 4D maybe. But eventually I found Blender and it was free and I've been using it ever since. I use Blender professionally too. Blender is like, you don't need anything past Blender. You honestly don't. If you get super, super complex with 3D design, like making crowd simulations, particle simulations, clouds, volumetric, stuff like that, then you could go past Blender and get into something really complex like Houdini, which I have done for a few contracts. But aside from like Houdini level stuff, to be perfectly honest, Blender is all you need. You don't need to pay for Maya or Cinema 4D or 3ds Max. Might be a few edge cases where you could do some like crowd sim in Maya, which I've also done before. But at that point, just use Houdini because Houdini has that stuff too, and Houdini's a lot cheaper than Maya and all the other stuff. More complicated, but more powerful. Okay, so we've got the road in. So up until now, I've had drip way back here, and technically the center, the world center is up here. Maybe I'll move everything later. I think I will just keep him back here. I'll move everything later, but let's put the road right here. Okay. Where we've kind of been doing things so far. By the way, guys, I have, like, as you can see, I have this blueprint for the layout of the level as a whole, but I would love your input as I'm working on this level. Like, if I have a building, you're like, oh, that building would look good there, maybe put a skyscraper there or something. Like, as I'm dragging and dropping these assets in, like, feel free to offer suggestions. Like, I might ask, like, do you guys think we should put this building here or this building? Give your input. Your input could end up in the game. Like, this is not so structured that you guys can't have any say. I'm pretty much just making it up as I go. 3ds Max make interiors for FiveM servers makes me want to punch my monitor. FiveM servers, what is that? Teach me. Put some billboards. We'll definitely do some billboards. Let's get this going. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the road because we kind of already know like where the intersections are and stuff. Cool. So like this looks better already. And this is the exact style and type of road I was envisioning. A little raised sidewalk, a little bit of texture, but not much on the sidewalk area. Single yellow lines for there. Boom. Looks great. Let's go ahead and press play. And since this prefab already has a collider on it, everything should work perfectly. So let's play. And our character is now, let's see. Yep, our character is now walking around on this road asset that we got from the Unity asset store. And again, I mentioned this a lot earlier, but this asset pack was only $35. That you guys just saw me show off that asset pack. 35 bucks. Okay. If I had made even a fraction, like 10% of all that myself, it would have taken hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars of the client's money. If you have access, if there's an asset pack out there that you can use in your project that you can legally use, don't steal stuff, guys. Don't steal stuff. Pay for it, get the permission, get the legal permission to do it. If you have a client, get permission and then use it. There's no reason not to. The only reason where you might not would not want to is like past those other things is if you want completely unique assets. This is a small enough game, I think, with a small enough audience where it's pretty fine. I don't think, and also this asset's pretty new. More people might use it in the future, but I think it came out this year, if I remember correctly. It came out like in June or July, so there's probably no games out, like published games that are actually using this. So you're likely not going to see these assets anywhere else. But yeah. And if client ever decides to up the budget or get the game, I don't know, revamped or whatever, you could always just go in and swap out these assets for completely unique ones. Boom, so that's the road. Now let's just duplicate it. Duplicate is Control D in Unity, Shift D in Blender, but Control D in Unity. And now let's move it up here. Boop. Now something I actually looked up and learned about Unity literally yesterday, I think. I wanted to be able to snap pieces together so that they're perfect. What you can do is in Unity, hold down V, and then wherever you move your mouse, it will move the selection gizmo to the closest vertex of the selected object to where your mouse is. And then I can grab the square with left click while I'm still holding down V. And then it will snap to another vertex of another object. So I could continue dragging and it'll snap to these vertexes. So now this is the way that I can perfectly snap it to other pieces. Now we have an elongated road, 2 roads. Let's do it again. I wonder if I can do it twice at the same time. Select both, duplicate, move it there. I wonder if this is gonna work. Hold down V. It works. Oh my gosh, this is gonna make things go so much faster. I can actually drag 2 at a time. That's awesome. Now let's put an intersection in here. Just for funsies, we want an intersection. So let's grab the intersection. Where is that? Road. Here we go. It's not large, it would be that one. Okay, let's drag that in. And then V. Boom. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Let's move this building slightly out of the way. Again, these are just blueprint placements. We'll put the real buildings in a second. But let's check that out in game. Let's see how we're looking. Oh, GTA. What is RP? What does RP mean? Oh, role playing? GTA RP server? Okay, got it. So here we are on our road. And we get to the intersection. Done. Look at that. That is freaking gorgeous, dude. Looks so good. Where's the Lego guy? What's up, Pringles? Hey, Pringles. I've got a sun chip here. Does that make you angry? I'm not doing a Lego VTuber stream right now. I am doing IRL game dev, which is another type of stream I do. I'm currently working on a mobile video game for a client of mine. Just read the description of the game. Sounds cool. I actually have a ring that has ADIO engraved on it, which stands for Aspire to Inspire. Oh, that's really cool. Aspire to Inspire. That's really cool. Did you make that yourself or like buy it somewhere already engraved with that? Did you have it custom engraved? Like, how did you get that? Put myself on a billboard as an Easter egg? That's awesome. Like, actually. I thought you meant like me. I could put like the Lego VTuber version. That'd be cool. This is so weird. I've never eaten on stream before. This is gonna be the longest stream I've ever done. Thanks for all the follows, guys. It means a lot. Okay, let's put a fun building in here. Now, we have a lot of building options. You see the height, the height of these buildings? I have them different heights because I kind of want the level to progress from like outer city, maybe suburbs area, up to the center of the city where the buildings are really tall, and then down and out again to like suburbs, outer city, and then to the port where the ship and the shipping containers are, where the final boss fight is. So I kind of want this like height progression and city progression from outside to inside to outside. So we have to be selective on which buildings we use, but there's a lot of options. So let's actually look at some of the buildings. Use the medium large one, that one. Medium large one. Well, I'm gonna go through these assets right here and just look at them. So these are the assets we have access to, okay? From our asset pack. Don't want airport, don't want bank. We will put a bank in there though. That would look super cool. Oh, we could walk past a basketball court or through it. That would be cool. Church, city hall, we'll definitely add that somewhere. Commercial. Okay, so yeah, I like these smaller buildings that we could kind of walk past at the start. See all these commercial buildings. Looks great. I want to try to avoid buildings that we can see inside because I don't want to have to put all the detail into the inside of these buildings. Some of these buildings have some inside detail. I love this building. Firehouse. Football, soccer, gas station. That would be cool. Let me actually look at the comics because we have to make level 1 match the comic book issue. So digital comics, Dueland issue 1. Okay, the very beginning of this, we have fighting some of these thugs in an alleyway, actually. This is where the level's gonna start. So, I mean, look at those buildings in the background. It's like a commercial building, kind of low, 3, 4, 5 stories high. Yep, see that back there? It's kind of like apartment, outer city, apartment buildings with some alleyways, kind of like that. So let's go for that. Let's go for not a hotel, house. I think these houses look good. They're a little thin. Yeah, I think the houses for sure. Don't really want to see in through the bottom though. I might have to. Or I could just obscure the glass like these other windows are obscured. So kind of need an alleyway as well. Love that building. Love that too. Oh, that's it. That's the one. That is the one. That's literally the comic book. It's a house. Very similar assets, just one has bricks and one doesn't. Yeah, let's use these. I love that. Let's pull those in, okay? So 11. Boop. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Snap, snap, snap. Obviously not in the middle of the road. Oh, it's rotated. Oof. You have to rotate all these. Look how good that looks already. Like the game. Look at this. You add this one building asset and it already makes the game start coming to life. Look at this. And the scale already works too. It might be a little bit big. I might need to scale down these assets a little bit. But look at that. And it matches the style. It matches the comic book perfectly. Oh, it's gorgeous. And since it already has a mesh collider, can we climb up in here? Sort of. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. We could put some coins up here, or not coins. You can even go up and down the steps. That's awesome. We could put some, not coins, but the collectible. It's gonna be crystals from the game, the lore of the game. Some collectible crystals you could grab. I mean, look at that. Like that already enhances this game by a ton. We can climb the stairs. Yeah, we could totally do that. That's a great idea. Walking through the basketball court with an enemy or two, 100%. The Lego thing. So the Lego VTuber setup, I use this same software, Unity Game Engine. Same thing, stuff I've been doing today on this game dev stream. I make stuff in Blender, like 3D model the characters in Blender, bring it into Unity, and then it runs in real time right now. So like this game is running in real time, okay? But then I wear that mocap suit back there. And that mocap suit translates, or it sends my body movements to the PC, and then that controls the character. So right now I'm controlling the character with my mouse and keyboard, just like any game would do. But with my VTuber setup, I control my Lego characters with the motion capture suit live. So it's essentially a game that I've created. My VTuber setup is a game, but instead of controlling it with mouse and keyboard, I'm controlling it with a mocap suit. I do still control the VTuber setup with like the Stream Deck buttons down here to change characters or to do different stuff, but all the movement comes from the mocap suit. When did you face reveal? Oh, a long time ago. I did a face reveal. When did I do a face reveal? A year ago? Let's see. View your channel. Face reveal, face reveal. When was my face reveal? Here, two years ago. When was that? December 16th. Oh, almost exactly 2 years ago. 2 years ago and like 2 weeks. Wow. Yeah, I did a face reveal 2 years ago. It's just when I do the VTuber streams, I don't typically show my face. But I've been doing these IRL streams for a while now. And this type of stream right here is exactly the reason why I did the face reveal in the first place. I did the face reveal because I wanted to do content like this, where I actually make stuff like, because I wanted to do game development, and I didn't really want to be stuck in a mocap suit in character while I'm doing game design all the time. So And this is what I do. Like this is my work. So I do game design. So I wanted to stream game design IRL. So that's why I did the face reveal. And here we are. Mute my mic so you don't hear me chewing on chips. It is definitely a little big. I kind of want to. I wonder if I should scale all the assets from the asset pack down to match my world with drip, or should I just scale drip up? I don't want to scale drip up because I've already coded a lot of stuff in this game with the actions and the characters, and if I change the scale, it's gonna change all those values that I've already coded. So I'm gonna leave drip the same. Let's see what these prefabs are set to. Buildings. Scale factor 1 meter. Let me pull in some more assets and just see, because I want to make sure the scale is pretty consistent. Let's get some more in here just to see how this stuff looks. Let's do some. Where was that other building that I really liked? This was Buildings House 11. So there was 11 and then there was 12. Yes. Wait, what are these versions? It doesn't have bricks on the side. Oh, it's a middle piece to make the building longer. So the creator of these assets made them in sections. That is awesome. Dude, this is an awesome asset pack. Okay. So 12, I think it was. Yes, there it is. 12. Yeah, see, the rotation isn't quite yeah, it is. It is consistent. Okay. Let's do that on the 180 as well. Drag it back. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. It's a little close together. Or sorry, a little far apart. Make it a little bit closer. So something I need to do before I just keep adding more buildings is I think I need to expand the road, like the concrete over. So I need to figure out how exactly we'll do that. Let me open up the city pack, like the whole scene. The overview. Actually, let's not do the overview. Let's do the demo. Grapes. Fun fact. This right here is my favorite fruit. Red/purple grapes. Purple grapes, my favorite fruit. Reminds you of a DS Spider-Man game. Nice. Okay, so what asset do we have for concrete? This is like a floor tile. Okay, so it's all floor tiles essentially. Okay, that's what they're called. This area right here. No, not floor road. Floor tile. Okay, so floor tile is what we're looking for to match the sidewalk. Got it. Floor tile 5. So let's go use that for all of our buildings. Prefabs, floors, floor tile. Oh, I need to open my scene back up. Floor tile. Okay, so let's put some floor tiles in before we start adding these buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why can't I see the texture? It might just not be. Let's just add this in. Floor tile 5. It doesn't have the texture. That one does. Was I reading that wrong? Was it not floor tile 5 for that large one? Scenes. Demo. Yeah, floor tile 5. Oh, he's up here. Okay. It's using floor tile 16. Mega City 1. I wonder what the discrepancy is here. It's using a different mesh. Okay, so he probably just dragged stuff in and then just changed it. So it looks like it was 16. So let's use 16. Yeah, super big. Boop. Let's do our V trick. V. Not quite right there. It needs to be right there. Well, no, actually. It needs to be that. Boop. Now we have our floor tile, and that matches the sidewalk. Beautiful. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And everything is scaled to match correctly. Oh, it's gorgeous. Like, this is a perfect asset pack for this game. It's amazing. Let's press play and check it out. Oh. Still feels a bit big. Let's try some props. Like, let's get a car in here and see how that feels. Vehicles. Taxi. That feels about right. Let's play the game. The scale feels right with that. Wouldn't you say? Does that feel right to you guys? Does the scale feel right? Like, is Drip's size, like, as an average, like, adult human size compared to the taxi? Does that feel right? It looks right to me. Right enough. But the buildings feel big. Like, I feel like a door would not be that tall. Yeah, the buildings feel a bit big. What do you guys think? Happy New Year, Simon. The bow staff he uses to fight people with. Gato. The shield he can pull out, hold up to shield, and then he can also throw it. Ooh, I want to try throwing it in this alleyway. Nice. So cool. And the cannon shoots. Toof, 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 toof. I agree. Let's update it live and see what it looks good at. Building House 11. Building House 11, version 1. Okay, so we go in here. Nope, not the prefab, sorry, the object. Go into the model, building, house 11 version 1. There it is. And then the scale factor is 1, so if we do that to like 0.9 and then apply it, should update live. Yep, there it is. It feels better, maybe a little bit smaller actually. How does that feel? At 0.8. Well, that's messed up. I feel like 0.8 feels really good. What do you guys think? Like that's way too big. Let's try that one. Building house 12 version 1. 0.8. Apply. Yeah, 0.8 for sure. Let's do that. Actually do it outside of play mode. Wait, why did it mess up the door? It actually messed up the door? Why is it messing up the door? I don't understand. Oh, is the door a separate prefab? House 11 door. It is a separate prefab. So make that 0.8. Yeah, it's not. It's everything's gonna get off. So maybe I should just scale it in the scene. That might be better. So let's go back to 1. Apply. And then 12 version 1 back to 1. Apply. And then just scale down the whole prefab here to 0.8. And the great thing is the origin point, like we talked about before in Blender, the origin point is right there at the base. So it's actually scaling down at the correct spot. Perfect. And that shouldn't mess up the mesh collider or anything like that. Perfect. And then same thing with this building. Let's make it a 0.8. Cool. Get a little bit closer. And now everything should work correctly. Nice. Love to hear it. That feels good. Might be a touch small. No, because like this building feels a little bit big. It's gonna be so cool, like jumping rooftop to rooftop like that and fighting bad guys. It's gonna be so fun. These assets are so good. These assets are so good. I need to make it so that the camera is fixed, like works correctly as you would expect when you go behind other objects. And that's actually really easy because I'm using Cinemachine, which is a camera system in Unity. And so all I have to do, this camera right here, this camera that I have, you can see it. All I have to do is down in the third person follow settings, I just have to select avoid obstacles. So watch this. I'm gonna play the game. Check this out, guys. So right now, if I go behind this building, the camera is stuck in the building. You don't want that. Usually in games, like in third-person games, you want the camera to move forward to be on the other side of the building so you're not seeing through it. So that's what this does right here. You just press avoid obstacles, boop, and now it'll avoid obstacles. Watch this. See that? Come out and it goes back to its normal spot. Then you go there and then the camera moves to this side of the building so you're not seeing through it. But it's also very sudden. So then you can just change the settings down here, damping into the collision and damping from the collision. So let's make it like a 1.85, sure, whatever, 1.72. And now when you move, it slowly moves back like that. It doesn't work for going in, but going out it looks great. So I think let's actually do going into 0 so it snaps, and coming out it does that slow movement. Nice. So that see it works for the taxi too. See that? That's kind of annoying though, because you don't necessarily need to. Camera radius 0 basically. Maybe we should do a little bit of damping going in, just a little bit. That's a little better, I feel. You still see through the building though. To be honest though, like in this game, you're not going to be able to go back that far. This is a side scroller game, so most of the action is moving left to right or right to left. And you'll be able to go back and forth a little bit, like to the edge of the building and maybe up to here. But we're not going to allow you to completely move around the city and go between alleyways and stuff. So you'll probably never go behind a building. There may be instances where, like we talked about before, where you can walk through a basketball court. Or maybe there might be like, I think there was a shopping center asset in here where it had like all glass windows. Like maybe you could walk through the shopping center and you see yourself through the glass. But yeah, I don't foresee us using this camera system where the camera moves back and forth. I don't think we'll ever need that. And it would work great for a PC or a console game, but this is on mobile. So I feel like the camera really needs to stay fixed for a mobile game. So I'm just gonna go ahead and turn that off. Okay, it's already off. Cool. I'm so hungry. Dilemma, shout out to you. Shout out to Dilemma. This is crazy. The longer we've streamed, the less TikTok viewers we've gotten, but the more Twitch viewers we've gotten. That's the thing about different platforms. Like TikTok is great for exposure. When I do the Lego VTuber streams, I can get like thousands of viewers. And we'll get like 5, 10 tops viewers on Twitch and YouTube. But I feel like Twitch viewers are in it for the long haul. People that watch Twitch streams, they want to watch it for like long term. Any type of short stream, like, because right now I'm on TikTok and I'm also on YouTube Shorts stream as well. Those types of streams, they're like much shorter. Want to watch it for a little bit and then move on once they get bored, which is fine. There's a place for that. But for this type of stream, like this type of stream that I'm doing today, is much more suited to horizontal, Twitch, YT, horizontal. Yes, Chaotic, you are special, 100%. Okay. This is the start of the level. And we want to make sure that you can't go left. Like when you start this game, you need to know that you have to go right. So I'm going to start the very beginning of the level with a building right in your way. Okay. So we need something right here. But then you can't just put a building here because then the road just abruptly ends. I know what we can do. I could do an intersection here, like a T junction, but then you see road going out this way. I think maybe this should be a corner. This should be a corner with building there, building there, building there. So let's actually do this. I'm gonna go back and look in the road area. Oh, size-wise on the roads, I feel like the roads are like a perfect size. I think roads and cars are working great. It's just the buildings we might have to scale down, which is fine. Let's go back into the roads, prefabs, floor. Let me pull this over so I can see chat better. Gato, don't waste your points on the test stuff. I need to take those off Twitch. Actually, I'm just gonna do it right now because I don't need them anymore. Community. No, what is it? Viewer rewards. Power ups and channel points. Where is it? Custom rewards test. Yeah, delete. I'm just gonna delete that. I was using that to test reward redemptions for my Stream Focus multi-chat app, but it works now, so I don't need to do it. Delete this reward. Viewers will no longer be able to redeem the points. See requested pending for this. Please mark them as complete or reject. Mark all as complete and then delete. Okay, so that's deleted. It was worth the points. Just to see it up here. Just to see it up here in Stream Focus. That's hilarious. Okay, let's get the road in here. Road, large. Okay, let's see this. Okay, I'm looking for a very particular road. Help me find it, guys. It's gotta be, it's not an it could be that, but I don't want to end it. If there was a corner, I think that's what I'm looking for. I could do a hill behind it. No, let's not do that. I could do that. Is that weird though? I feel like that's weird. Like you would never see that in real life. Right. Yeah, I think we should use... Oh my, goodness gracious. Yeah, I think we should do... Let's try this one. Let's try Road 5. Hear me out here. Let's try this. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Let's rotate. Not that way. Not that way. That way. So it's negative 180. And then let's grab via V, move it there, like that. Maybe an intersection would be better. Because then this could go here. Can afford some bit too. I don't want to see back there. See, I want us to kind of be like in a box at the start of the level. Not a box, but you know what I mean. Like I want the player to know you don't go back, you don't go away from camera, you don't go left, you don't come this way, you go that way. I really want to convey that. And I don't just want to end the road because that doesn't feel natural. There needs to be some type of building here. Let's find a building. And then maybe build off of that. Here's our options. Kind of want it to be big. Imagine going through like this construction area. That would be cool. We also got to remember though that we're not in the middle of the city. We're kind of on the outskirts, so we can't have too big of a building. like that one. I feel like that's gonna be massive though. Let's try it. Yep, that's massive. Goodness gracious. Great for later, but not at this part of the level. 0.8 completely blocks out the sun. Oh yeah, dang it. So it's serving the purpose I want. Let's play the game. But it's blocking out the sun. Maybe I should change the sun direction. I'm not loving this round road. You know what I'm gonna do actually? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of the round road. I'm gonna use the intersection piece, but not the full intersection, just the T-junction. Buildings, floor, road. I'm gonna use this guy right here. Rotate it to 90. V grab it. I can't, there we go. There, that's what I'm gonna do. Except I'm going to move all the road pieces. Road. That away. So that we kind of start right there. Yep. I'm gonna move that to there. Yeah. Move this building to there. I don't like that building though. Or let's try moving the sun. Let's try changing the sun direction. That feels good. Let's try it out. Now I'm the last person. Yo, that's true. You are, Gato. You were the last person to ever redeem that test. You receive an award. Here you go. Put a Walmart. This looks good. I don't mind the lighting. It's a little harsh. Can we change the intensity maybe? That feels better. 2.2. I think I definitely liked the direction before though. This looks good though. I like the start right here. Oh wait, that needs to be road. Okay, so we need to keep editing this a little bit. Let me undo the... Actually, maybe I don't like the lighting like this because it makes the shadow... Let's change it a little bit. Because like the... That feels better right there. Let me change this value to be like... Because I like the long shadows. We could also make the sun rotate like realistically throughout the level. That is something we're gonna do. We're gonna make the level progress from day to night, because throughout the comic book issue 1, it's day the whole time, but at the very end when you're at the port fighting the final boss, it's nighttime. So I suggested that to my client. I was like, hey, how about we make the day-night cycle progress from day to night as you move from left to right in the level. He loved the idea, so we're gonna do that. Let's do it. So I probably don't need to worry too much about the sun direction right now. We'll just leave it like this for now. Okay, but I do need to fix this right here. So this cannot be road. It needs to be... You have at least one more road here. Control D. Rotate that away. -180. V. I'm not loving that building. So we've got road and then there. That's a little long. Not gonna use that one. Do we not have a 90? I wish there was a 90. Yeah, there's no 90. My oldest son popped in and is like, "You're doing so good on the buildings." I said, "What? You're doing so good on the buildings." He probably thinks I made these buildings. That's why. I could make these buildings, but it saves us way too much time and money to have to not create these from scratch. It's true. Okay. I really wish there was a 90-degree, like, I guess that wouldn't make sense, though, would it? Yeah, that doesn't exist. I guess in real life it would always just be a turn. But yeah, it would always be like this guy. So let's actually just add the dead end. Let's add the dead end road right here. Rotate it on the 180, grab it via V, down to there. I like that. I do. I'm good with that. Because then we can move this entire building right there. And then this back here can kind of be an alleyway where there'll be another building right there. So I just need to add, let's see, this building can be hidden for now. So I can fix this guy to be right there. And we need floor tile. That's 16. So what is 13? No, I need one that's 4. Oh yeah, that is the right size. No, that's 2. Beautiful. V, gorgeous. And now I just need a building right here. Just like a brick wall. I need all sorts of buildings here. Let's see, let's do, not commercial, we need a house. Let's do all of these. Did I put them all together? It did. Okay, so that needs to be on that side. Actually, I'm not fond of this. Yeah, I'm not gonna use that one. Like that one. Let's drag those two in. What is that? Oh, it's like a coffee shop. I was like, why is that coffee cup so big? Yeah, let's do all these. Like so. Oh, that's a no, not the coffee shop. That's not what I wanted to grab. Let's get rid of this one. Duplicate that and then mirror it. Whoa. Z-axis -1. Wrong. Unlink -1. There we go. I wonder if having a negative scale on an object will mess up its collider. I'm actually not sure about that. I don't think it would. Can't think of any reason why it would, but it's very possible, I guess. And then the two of them together. Let's do a 90 on the wall. Whoa, that's not what I want. Global. No. Center. There we go. Now 90 degrees and then move it. I want this area back here to be like darker. Don't like that building back there. I really just want wall. I want a plain wall. I'm not feeling it. And I also want to put something here that visually prohibits the player from going this direction. So like a cop car. There's a cop car with blinking lights parked. That would be cool. Let's actually see if we have that. Prefabs, vehicles, police or cop, police, cop, police, cop. Ambulance. Looks good. Police. Oh yeah. Not fond of that font. We might change that. Sorry, excuse me. Like imagine these just like sitting at the intersection at the beginning of game. Like I love that. That'd be great. Notification scared me so much that I ripped my sock. Notification? What notification? What are you talking about? Was there a notification sound that I missed? Does he have powers or is he like Batman cool without powers? Yeah, he doesn't have any innate, is that the right word? He doesn't have any innate powers like in and of himself. It's more like Iron Man. So, and in fact, he uses what's called, I think it's called, I forget what the technology is called, but it's like Iron Man technology where it's like the nanoparticles. It's more like that. So he has his jetpack on him. He has like watches on each wrist that can make a cannon appear on his arm, and his bow staff comes out. He has a shield, but pretty much everything is powered by like the suit and the weapons and the nanotechnology stuff, whatever it's called. But he doesn't have any powers just in and of himself. He's more like Iron Man or Batman, I guess, in that regard. Yeah, I like that. I even want to put like a dumpster back there. Let's look for dumpster. I know we have some of that. I'm gonna do like the majority of the set decoration, like adding the little props and stuff in later. First, I want to get the buildings sorted out, but I do want to go ahead and at least add one, just so I can get like the very first part of the level worked out. Garbage. And this stuff is great. That's what I want. That right there. Let's just drag that in. Boop. And then rotate it. That's fine, at least for now. I just want to create the idea that you can't pass this point. Like, I'll have a collider here that, like an invisible wall that completely blocks the player from walking through here, but I want to make it obvious visually as well. That's better. I like having it there instead. This guy could be rotated a little bit less. That. Nice. But then let's rotate it because he is up on the curb. So local. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Beautiful. Okay. And they will have flashing lights in the game, obviously. Yeah, I don't like, I'm not sure. Like, I want to put something here on the left to block. I'm still not fond of those buildings in the background, but we're getting there. We're making some progress. This looks so good. Move this taxi out of the way. We were using it just for scale reference. I wonder if we should have... I wasn't planning on having moving vehicles in this game, but we could totally have them. It does add a little bit of scope creep. For sure. Hi, Marcos. David, I did face reveal like 2 years ago. Car parked sideways on the left acts as a nice block off as well. Oh, a parked car. Yeah, there's no parking lot here though. I don't know where a car would park. Oh, you mean like on the side of the road? That's a great idea. I like that. We'll do that. There will be people playing the game just because of you. What do you mean by that? Yes, this is a mobile game. Oh. I mean, yeah, it's true. Because when I actually started this game a year and a half or whenever we started it, I asked my client first. I said, hey, do you mind? I do this whole streaming thing with Pixelfire. I told him about Pixelfire. I said, I do these live streams. Would you mind if I live streamed the development of this game? And I wasn't sure what he was going to say, but he was like, yeah, totally. That's perfectly fine. It's just free marketing. I was like, yes. Which is totally true. Because my viewers who have been following along and watching me develop this game have been watching this for like a year and a half, and like my client is going to have players on his game right off the bat just because of you guys, because you guys have been watching it. And I'm sure like once the game is finished and we release it to the app stores, I'm gonna make an announcement and tell you guys and share it on my socials. Be like, hey, check out this game I made. It's essentially free marketing for him. So I'm using the platform that I have, albeit it's not that large, but I'm sure I could probably push maybe like 20-30 people maybe to download it, maybe more than that, maybe 100. Probably get 100 people that watch my stuff to go play the game, especially because it's gonna be free. Well, I hope it's gonna be free. Try and convince my client to keep it free. Someone should speedrun it. Oh, I'm counting on it. I'm gonna try to speedrun it. John Lennon, what's up? I really need to find some different buildings for this area. Let's look through these again. That could work really well. Because it's a blocker, we could make it so you can't go through it. But it won't cast shadows, so it won't make the area dark. I'm gonna try that. Let's put this right. That is massive. Oh my gosh, that's so much bigger than I thought it was gonna be. Dude. Let's go play some basketball. That's so freaking awesome, dude. I feel like the scale works good on the basketball court. Are there any sports basketball players in here? I'm doing great, Command Slimelight. Thanks for asking and thanks for joining the stream. Maybe this is a little big because like those benches, yeah, this feels big. Play the new skate game? What skate game? The only skate game I've ever played was Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 back on N64 when I was a kid. And that shows my age, doesn't it? I like the basketball court idea. I think we need to make it smaller. But let's stick with that for now and see how it goes. I like this. And then we could just push this building back. Or push both buildings back. I think this looks pretty good for the first part of the level. Maybe bring this there. What if? So I was thinking, like, if we use this here, we leave this here. Wait, where's the basketball net? Didn't this have a basketball net? Did I break something? No. Okay, there's not. Cool. So in this game, level 1, we're gonna have some type of like tutorial aspect where as you progress through the beginning of the level, your watches, their names are Bree and Al. They're like a duo couple. They kind of explain to you and walk you through stuff like, try throwing a punch out. This is how you punch. This is how you jump. You can press double jump to double jump, stuff like that. So what if we actually make this basketball court area the tutorial area? And that could be how, so you know how like when you first play a game, it gives you the tutorial rundown, but then if you play it again, it won't give you the tutorial again. So what if that could be the quote creative way that you do the tutorial or not do the tutorial? So maybe the first time you play the game, so maybe all the tutorial stuff happens in here, okay? The first time you start the game, it forces you to go in there. It says like you try to go this way, it's like an invisible wall, and then your watches pop up with like, hey, go, you need to go learn how to blah, blah, blah. So go check out the courts or something. So then you go in the courts, learn how to play the game, follow the tutorial, done. Then if you ever play the game again, and then you can proceed. But then if you ever play the game again, and you just want to do a speed run or whatever, then you can just proceed if you want. Or if you ever want to go back and do a tutorial again, you can just walk through here. But you don't have to, you only have to the first time. I love that idea. What do you guys think? I might be overthinking. Oh no. It'll be cool, secret basketball mini game, like an in-game bonus. I was thinking not like that, but I was thinking like, I was kind of envisioning not putting the basketball court here, but having it somewhere in the middle of the level where you like run through it and fight a few bad guys maybe. Wait, you could do that here too. Oh my gosh. You start off here, okay. First round of your game, you're forced to go into the court. So you go into the court, your watches teach you how to play the game, okay? Show you how to use your staff and your cannon, your shield, whatever, how to jump. Okay. And then a goon, a bad guy, a thug comes in. A thug walks in the court, okay? And then your watches, Bree and Al, they're like, this guy looks like he's up to no good. Try throwing a punch. Press your punch button. And then you walk up and you press the punch button, boop. And that could be like the first time you interact with the bad guy is in the courts, in the tutorial area. I love that idea. I'll run it by my client. But I think that's pretty cool. I like that idea. I need to work out this area though. I think I could turn this into another intersection. Yeah, let's do that. Or maybe that road. The round road. 4. I really need to finish my lunch. It's gonna be like 4 o'clock and I haven't finished my lunch yet. Should this section back here be like just turn into there, or should it just be a T-junction again and then road continues over there? I think road feels better. So let's just take this guy and duplicate him. Move it here, rotate it by 90 to 180. torch temporarily so I can get this snapped properly. There we go. This I need to swap out for straight to this size. Perfect. And then same thing for this guy. Duplicate. 90. Then get rid of the turn road. Get rid of, or not get rid of that. I'll just move it over for now. I don't want to snap to the building, so I'm going to hide that building. Cool. And then that should be all the road that we need back here, because you'll never go back there to be able to see it. Okay, and then turn the basketball court back on. Cool. I love the tutorial idea. Awesome. I'm glad someone does. We'll see if my client likes it. Sorry, I love the content. Keep the good work, man. Thank you so much, Jedediah's Prime. Means a lot. That would be hilarious, Gato. But also super sad. Like, you knock him out, he's falling down, he's starting to disappear. He's like, I just wanted to throw some hoops. Sorry, just wanted to shoot some hoops. You can tell I'm not a sports guy. Thank you so much, JS. That means a lot. I'm so surprised we have had this many viewers on Twitch today. That's crazy. I'm getting hot. You can tell I'm starting to like perspirate. This is not quite the longest stream we've ever done, but if I keep going, it will be. Seeing what our temperature set out. How's the game going? It's going great. I got this asset pack for the city to save us time and money, and it's perfect. So we're just putting that in right now. I'm gonna open my window real quick. Oops. I'm still here, guys. Just give me a second. Man, I need like AC in here or something. Boop. There I am. Sorry about that. Is that right? Oh no. Oh shoot. I left my coffee on my burner. I have like a mug warmer thing, and I left my coffee that's got like 2 sips left in on the burner. Oh, what does that smell? No, something's burning outside. I gotta close that. But I don't want to close it because it's so hot in here. You know what? I'm just gonna deal with the heat. Or sorry, not the heat. Deal with the smell. I'm gonna turn our AC on. Wife and kids might not like this very much. Oh, but that's turning the AC, that's turning the HVAC on outside, and that's annoyingly loud. Okay, let's turn this back on. Sorry guys, I'm here, I'm still here. There we go. Okay, whew. Hey, thanks for the heart, me Jedediah. This means a lot. Gotta have a fan when deving. I don't have a fan. I don't have a ceiling fan in here, and it gets so much hotter in this room because, for noise isolation purposes, I have a seal around my door to help drown out some noise from the kids. But that makes I get less airflow in here because of it, unfortunately. Can you guys hear the HVAC? It's like right outside my window. Can you hear it? And it looks complicated. I make Roblox maps. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I have never done anything with Roblox before. Oh. The problem with this using this as a tutorial area is I'm gonna have to add even more buildings over to the side and the back to do all that. I'll see what the client thinks, because I mean I don't want to spend so much time on this part if he's just like, if he doesn't want to do that. I can't think of a reason why he would not want to do it this way, but just to save time in case he for some reason does not like this idea, I'm not going to work on it anymore, and I'm not even going to build out the buildings around it yet. I'm going to keep moving forward from this point. Okay, so let's keep adding in some buildings. These are too close together, so let's move this guy. Where did our concrete go? I got rid of it, so I need a little concrete floor. Right there. It's towards the end. It's a tile. It's that one, I think. Yes. That one. Hide the building. Oop. Hide this building too. Duplicate that. Wait, somehow we got off. Or no, we just need to do this. There we go. And then this guy starts right there. And then technically we probably don't need to do this, but there we go. Then we can add the buildings back. There we go. Cool. And then we progressively get higher and higher. I'm gonna go ahead and hide this blueprint building. Do we celebrate New Year? Yeah, I mean, celebrate it. I mean, we were like, yeah, it's a New Year. Usually we'll also stay up late New Year's Eve, but I mean, past that, I wouldn't say we celebrate it per se. I mean, we don't celebrate it as a holiday like we would Christmas or Easter or Thanksgiving or anything. But I mean, we acknowledge it, I guess, if you could say. We talk about it, we're like, today's the last day of 2025. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, blah, 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 just like that. What? Pibble, wash my belly. What in the world? I don't understand what that means. What's the hardest part of game dev? I mean, that's pretty relative. What's hard for one person might not be hard for another person. For me, I think probably the coding, and I'm not going to say the coding is hard because depending on the game and what the game requires, coding is pretty straightforward. Especially since we have a lot more help these days with stuff like ChatGPT and Claude. So I wouldn't say even for me that coding is hard, but I would definitely say it's the hardest part of game dev for me because I have a lot more background. Most of my background is in 3D modeling, texturing, rigging, animation, and that's a large percentage of game dev. The coding is what I have less experience with because I only started coding like 5-ish years ago. I've been doing 3D stuff for almost 20 years, but I've been doing coding for like 5 years. So that's the hardest part for me. Motivation after something goes wrong? Not for me, no. Sometimes it's hard to be motivated on other people's projects, but when I'm working on my own stuff, it's a lot easier to stay motivated. Because there's more buildings in here. Buildings, airport, nope. We are gonna use this bank at some point, so I'm just gonna go ahead and bring it in. Bank 180. We might not put it here, but we'll just leave it here for now. Bank, basketball, we've already got. Car service. That is massive. That is definitely not how you spell car service. It should be V-I-C-E. This must be like, I wonder if that's how they spell it in Europe or in the UK. How is service spelled in UK? No, they still spell it C-E. Oh no. UK service is spelled exactly the same. It's probably just a misspelling on the developer's part, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm not very fond of that building. Church, yeah, we could throw a church in there. I don't really want it in this area though. City Hall, City Mall. I like this, especially the side. That's nice and little. I like that. Maybe this is something that we could add in the background. Something like that. Okay, church, City Hall. We'll add City Hall in somewhere. That's a gorgeous building. Very beautiful modeling there. Oh, that's gorgeous. That looks really good. Not sure where we would put that, though. We could put it at the end. Yes, the end of a road that you can't run down. I like that idea. Let's hide this one. So this could be at the end of this road. It's a little far away, kind of unnecessary. Let's put it there. I guess it wouldn't need to be a little bit further back. For like the end of a road. Okay, let's keep going through. Great little commercial building. Love it. Not fond of that building. It feels a little too cutesy to me. And this one's pushing it. Nah. I don't like how I'm having to rotate every single one. What is that? That could work. I just don't want to have to build out the insides of these too much. That would be good, but again, the inside, I'm gonna forget about it. That's a really good one. I like 7. Eh. Oh, a gym. That could be cool. Whoa. Maybe background. Let's put 7 in here. I'll work out the positions of these a little later, but I just want to drag them in to see what we're going to use. Released any games on Steam? I have not. I've not released any games on Steam. The only thing that I've ever actually released is this right here, Stream Focus. This is a multi-chat app that I've developed. And it's not on Steam or any other Play stores. It's on my website. You can find it on my website. I've still not finished my lunch. This is your fault, guys. You told me to eat lunch on stream today, and this is what happens. I can't multitask very well. Okay, where were we? Gym. This is like a Hops pharmacy. Restaurant, coffee, ice cream. Oh, construction zone. We could put some of those here. Definitely. I love these construction zones. These could be really good background fillers. Yep. Background fillers. Maybe even one that's like front and center, like they're building a new building. We'll do this a little closer. Like we'll do this like right here. That's a good spot. Let's hide that building. That's what's gonna go there. And this guy can go. Whoop. I like seeing that back here. Kind of in that basketball court area. Let's see the game. That looks pretty good back there. I might even want to just replace this building back here with that. Or maybe just one of the buildings? Or just move it over? That looks good. I like that. What do you guys think? Do you approve? Yay or nay? Might need to scale these down as we were doing before. Well, maybe not. Let's see how that feels with the actual person in it. That's true. It was the coin, I guess. It was. You're right. Well, okay, well, you guys suggested flipping the coin. Now, we won't be able to run back here in the game, but I just want to make sure the size is correct. Oh, I don't know, though. Being able to walk inside here... We're totally doing that. Okay, I've decided. I've totally decided we're doing that. It's still gonna be side scroller, so this is still gonna, you're not gonna go back to this. But this is going to be like in your way. And oh, I fell. Okay, whoopsie. It's gonna be in your way, and you have to walk through it. You have to walk inside it. This will be like turned 90 degrees though. And you have to go up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs. And then you're not blocked anymore, and then you can jump down to the next part of the level. That's 100% what we're doing. That's cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. I like that. And that can be, so let's do, and 80 felt good, so this is probably gonna be 82. Or 0.8, sorry. Whoa, not 1.8, 0.8. And then I'm going to, I liked the feel of that one. It was a good height. That one's probably too tall. So I'm gonna use this one. Wherever it is. Duplicate it. Fall damage in the game? Yes, for sure. I mean, we don't have it yet, but we'll add that. This is what we'll add right here. But to get in it, I'm gonna have to rotate it to be 270. And then, yeah, you can like, this needs to be a T junction, but you walk through it. I don't like I like the, I don't like the stairs being turned, because I still want, when you go up and down the stairs, you need to be going left, right, left, right. So I might need to edit this model. I need to edit this model to be so that you go in the doorway from left, but then the stairways go left to right as well. But in this model, they're perpendicular. And it's also floating above the ground. Okay, we're in the building. You get to stairs. Yeah, that feels complicated, but since it's a side scroller. Like that works. This is complicated though. That's super good. Dude, this is gonna be so cool in this game. Oh, the building in the background. That's so awesome, dude. Wow. So I just need to turn it so that the entrance is on the left like this, but the stairs go left to right as well. Or you could just jump through it. I don't have to change the model per se. Let's see. Let me go back to 180. Yeah, like you could jump through that. I could even make it not necessary to jump. I could just bring it down like that. It's not quite realistic though, because they would never build this below ground level because it would collect rain. I might be thinking about it too much. Let's try that. Yeah, just change door. Yeah, I probably should. Needs to be a door. Should probably also do that camera trick as well. This guy, avoid obstacles. But add some damping to it. Yeah, that feels a lot better. Also might do a shader trick to where when you're behind a wall, you can see yourself through the wall, like an X-ray vision type thing. And then you go down and then you keep progressing to the right. This is feeling good. I'm super pumped for this. This is so cool. How do you do the Lego thing? What is it called? Realism is important, but isn't the main focus. That is true. and I don't want this game to be realistic. That's not the goal. Because this is from a comic book brand. I'll answer your question in a second, hacker. Yeah, it's from a comic book. You guys saw the comic book cartoon or issue, right? This is the comic book issue. A few pages from it. See? I kind of want to match that style a little bit. It's not realistic. It's like cartoony comic book Ninja Turtles vibe-ish. It's a mobile game too. So it doesn't have to, and it's not supposed to be realistic. Or you could add like some type of building material as a ramp. Ooh, walk into it, i.e. wood or cement. I love that idea. I like the ramp idea. The reason why I like the ramp idea is not because it makes it easier to go into the building, but because it's a visual cue for the player to know that that's where they're supposed to go. So like, let's actually see if there is some type of ramp in this asset pack. Buildings, floor props. Man, there's a lot of signs. There's so much stuff in this asset pack. It's so cool. Yeah, nothing in floor props. Industrial props. That's probably in there. If there's anything. I mean, I could just make my own thing or even use something like this and then just retexture it. I already checked floor props, yeah. Cafe. Caution. There's so much good stuff in here. Like the value that we're getting. Like I would have paid so much more for this pack. It only cost $35. Like I would have paid, and I say paid, it's my client's money, but I think it would have been reasonable for us to have paid like $500 for this pack. Like if this pack had been $500, we would have gotten it. I guarantee you. Because the amount of time and money that this saves us is just crazy, incredible. Yeah, I don't see any like wood ramps. I know exactly what you're talking about. I can see it in my head. Let's go look in the scene. Overview. Nope, that's not it. Everything's laid out here. Yeah, I don't see any wooden ramps. These are all vehicles. But that's something like super simple we could make ourselves. Yeah, yeah, it's fine. I love the idea. Love the idea. Yeah, we could even put some of like the cones around it, the caution cones. Let's do that right now. So let's scheme object, or wait, let's. Pretty object cube. I would definitely rather make this in Blender. Can't really make objects like you can you can't edit objects natively in Unity. There's a few plugins I've seen where you can edit objects, like move the geometry around, but you can't do it by default in Unity. A bit longer. Rotate it on the Z. That. Obviously, we don't want it in the road, but something like this will be perfect. And then just make a new material for it. Actually, I might already have one. No, I don't. Create material. Wood. We'll do this better in Blender and Substance Painter too, probably, but just for now, a stand-in. This will be fine. Yellow, orangish. Why is it so bright and reflective? Should be 0 metallic. Smoothness should be like... Zero, sorry. Change the rotation a little bit. And then let's get some of those cones. Just for the cherry on top. Prefabs, floor props, cone. Oh, that looks so good. Look at that. Duplicate. Nope, it didn't duplicate. Nope, didn't duplicate again. I was using the Blender shortcut for duplicate. That's why. And then even maybe this guy. I love that. Oh, I need to put that at the beginning. Maybe not this. Maybe like right there somewhere. I need to put that at the beginning for sure. That would help the police area a lot. Which one was that? Okay. Nice. Or maybe... Oh, manhole covers. Oh, that looks so good. Look at that. That's awesome. What do you think would be better for like a police area? Like that type of blockage or the one behind it? Like what feels better, you think? Roblox, you can make anything, but I'm trying to learn Blender. Yeah, Blender is the way to go. Blender is very powerful software and it's free too, so can't beat free. I like this one better, I think. What do you guys think? I don't mind this one, but it needs to be bigger. It's really short, really tiny. That feels a lot better. Nope, not through the ground. There we go. I like that. Let's go check out the ramp. 3 usually on road. What do you mean by that? See-through one? Okay, you like the see-through one? Or mixture of both, yeah. Okay, so like there's the ramp, boom. Shows you exactly what to do. Lets you, yep, so you get here. Like that's a perfect visual cue. You need to make a ramp on the other side. But yeah, it's a great visual cue, works fantastic. Probably need to make it a little bigger, like wider. And the cones are really small, I feel like. They should probably be bigger. That's the one thing I've found in this pack that, and it's totally fine because it was only a $35 pack. All the modeling And even the texture too, because it's so simple. It's perfect, perfect. Huge props to the creator on this stuff. The only thing that I've seen that's been off so far has been the scale. The scale of things has not been very consistent. So like some of these things should be larger, I feel like, and some of them should be smaller. But it's still a no-brainer using this pack, because us just changing the scale is such a simple thing that we can do. I love this area. It feels really good. Great idea. Whose idea was that? Put someone spying in the window, and when you look at it for too long, it jump scares you. Oh my gosh, no, this is not a horror game. Right, what is up? Oh, I didn't answer someone's question earlier. I'll get to that in a second. It's a hacker. But right, I am working on a mobile video game for a client of mine. This is for his comic book series called Tooland. It's kind of like Ninja Turtles. I wanted to ask if you plan to make your chat solver for free sometime would be great. Yes, I do. Today Roblox. So it's currently $10 a month because it's in early development. And I made it that way because since the app is in early development, there's bound to be more bugs. And more bugs means more users submitting support requests, asking questions, asking for help, etc. And I don't have the capacity to provide that much support yet. So I kind of wanted to throttle the user growth a bit to make it, so I made it pricey, because $10 is a lot to pay per month for a multi-chat app. There's no other multi-chat out there that exists that's $10 or more. They're all free and or like $3 maybe, $5 maybe. So I made it that to kind of protect myself and my time while I'm still developing it in the early phase. But as it gets more stable, and we're very close to this point, when it gets more stable, I will decrease the price to $3 a month and then eventually to free. And with that said, though, there always will be paid versions of the app. So I would like to get to the point where the base version of the app is free. And then if you're on the $3 a month tier or the $10 a month tier, you get extra features and perks inside the app. Someone asked how I do the Lego thing. It was hacker. How do you do the Lego thing? What is it called? So that's something I custom built in this same software in Unity. I make the characters in Blender, bring them into Unity, and then I control them in real time, just like you would control a game character with a mouse and keyboard, except I control it with the motion capture suit back there. So I'm wearing the suit, and then when I move, the character moves. That's how I do the Lego stuff. And then all the skin changes and stuff, I just have different models and different textures that I've created for the Lego characters. And I've just developed this code and buttons on my Stream Deck to be able to switch between those characters whenever I want or whenever the chat wants. Make Superman? Probably will. There's a lot of Lego characters that I'd like to make for the VTuber setup. It just takes time. I was muted. Sorry about that. Sorry, guys. Totally gonna model a construction site building for my game. Now I knew I was missing something. Nice. What is your game? Tell me about it. How do I snap to the nearest face? I want to snap by increment. Oh well. I'll just eyeball it. There you go, that feels good. I feel like we shouldn't use both though. We should use one or the other. Perfect. I'll actually get rid of this guy. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I like the see-through one better. But this one makes more sense, I feel like. Technically, Drip could fit through these things and jump over them. But I don't want the player to pass through this area. This is the start of the level. So I could probably walk through here. Oh, I actually can't. The colliders are big enough that it's prohibiting me from doing it. Oh, nice. Cool. But I mean, technically, he could jump over this stuff. So all I need to do is add an invisible wall. I'll just go and do that now. Create. Game object, 3D object, cube. You know what I want to do? I want to, this is kind of like an Easter egg thing. I want to hide like a hole, hide a hole somewhere, an invisible hole where you could actually go through to get to the back part of the level if you really wanted to. But I would only show that hole on stream. So the people that are watching the stream that day when I put it in would know where the invisible hole is, but anyone who's not on the stream at that time wouldn't know that it was there. Just adding fun Easter eggs like that is like super appealing to me. That's the kind of stuff that just makes game dev really fun. You know what I mean? Actually need it back this way some. Right about there, I'd say. There's an invisible wall. Perfect. Up some. And it already has a box collider on it. Now I just have to turn off the mesh render. Boom. Now it is an invisible wall that you cannot pass through. I'm gonna put it in the obstacle layer, or the zoning. I think it's the zoning layer I called it. Let's try that out. So now, yep, you're still stuck by these objects, same as before, but you can't. Yeah, see, you try to jump past it. Oh, that's so cool. It's like a real game. Guys, it's like a real game. So fun. You can jump back here if you really want to. Okay, whatever. Oh, I can't get out. Yep. Okay, I guess I gotta go this way. So you start the game off, and you're like, if you're an adventurous player, like, oh, I want to go back there. So like, oh, I'm gonna go back there. Jump, 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 jump. Oh, I can't go back there. My oldest just came in and he was like, I finished watching you like 1 minute ago. So this is, I think this works great. It's like a real game. You're prohibited from going back here. Even if you try, you're just stuck. Now technically you could fly over the top, but at this point in the level, you're not gonna be able to fly. First time chat, Purge, what's up? Thanks for joining over on Purple. He could just Incendant? What does that mean? Yeah, so at this point in the game, you can't fly, but when you do learn to fly, I guess you could come back and then fly over. Technically, you could also go through the basketball court and fly over. But again, you can't fly at this point in the game. Boop. Can you just climb the building and use the jetpack? Yes. So now you can, but that's not going to be how the game is when it's done. Let me explain. Go pick something purple now. What's up, John Lennon? Where were you before? Just followed on Purple. Dude, thanks. That means a lot. Guys, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes now. That's awesome. How's the TikTok alerts going? Have you completed it yet or still working? I have not yet. I'm so sorry. It's been, Stream Focus has been a little bit on the back burner this month because, ultimately just because of funds. Like, Stream Focus is something that I'm doing personally. I am making some money from it, but not enough to live off of. So I have to work on contracts to make money, and that takes time. It would be awesome if one day this whole streaming thing and Stream Focus and all the Pixelfire stuff I do could actually make full-time income, but we're not there. So there are times where I have to step away from all this stuff for a little bit to work contracts to make money. And so that's why things have been a little bit slow with Stream Focus the past month or so. But hopefully, fingers crossed, and Lord willing, I will be able to get back into that more heavily in January. And that's one of the highest things on my to-do list, is to fix the TikTok stuff. Awesome, love to hear it. My client will love to hear it. So this is a game for a client, actually. It's not my game. John Lennon, that is a long time. That's crazy. So let me explain the jetpack stuff. So you'll start off with a jetpack, but it'll be, you won't see it. It'll be like disappeared. It'll be like shrunk down. I need to like wipe my face or something. I'm like so glistening. Yeah, that's better. I keep looking over. I'm like, my goodness, I can see my reflection in my head. What was I saying? What was I saying? About this game being for a client. Oh no, the jetpack stuff. So you're gonna start with the jetpack. It'll be disappear, like you won't see it on your back. And then when you go through the tutorial, your watch will teach you how to use it. And so then when you jump and do a double jump, you'll learn how to use your jetpack to like do the double jump. But you won't learn how to fly yet, infinite flying. And you won't even be able to, even if you haven't learned it yet. Once you get to the second section of the level where you're blocked by a building and you can't progress forward, you're gonna pick up a power-up, which is like a crystal from the game, or from the comic book lore world stuff. Pick up this crystal. Forget what it's called. I'll have to ask my client what it's called, but it's some type of crystal. You pick it up and that gives you like a special ability, special powers to be able to fly infinitely. And then you use that to fly all the way up top to the top of the building that's blocking you, and then you get on top of the building, and then you hop from rooftop to rooftop, progressing through the level. So that's how the whole jetpack stuff, the whole jetpack thing works in this game. So at the beginning level, you won't be able to fly. You won't be able to do this right here. You won't be able to do that until you get to the point where you pick up the crystal and then you can fly up high. But like at this point, you'll just be able to double jump. That. We're gonna be Lego. I was Lego last night. I did a Lego stream last night. We did a game. We did Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga gaming stream. It was pretty fun. Didn't have very many viewers though, but it's okay. The tutorial thing was such a good idea. What do you mean? Pixel, I'm back on YouTube. Oh, nice, John Lennon. John Lennon, you're everywhere. Imagine you get over there with the new game. New game? Plus with the jetpack or something. What do you mean by that? I'm gonna go now, so happy early new year. Happy New Year to you too. Thanks for joining the stream for a bit. OG Pixel Fire and play Skate. Dude, it has been a long time since I've touched OG Pixel Fire. Ever since I got the face motion capture and can use that for the Minecraft character and the Lego character, I just haven't had any desire to use the OG Pixel Fire because he just has the mouth. It's like an audio spectrum that changes shape based on the mic sound, but it doesn't use any face motion capture. So it's just not as... It's not as... Oh, what's the word? It's not as interactive. That's awesome. Happy birthday to John Lennon's mom. Okay. I gotta use the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. $30 seconds or 1 minute. I'm going to switch to standing. Guys, it is so hot in my room. It is so hot. Okay. Okay, so I'm good with this section, at least for now, until the client approves it. And then if the client approves it, then I will go through and add some more props and stuff. Put some more buildings back there to cover the blank spots. But for now, definitely gonna stick to that. That shadow circle is bothering me when we're this far away. I need to fix that real quick. Directional, no, it's the shadow settings. Where are the shadow settings? Settings. Right here. Okay, max distance. Could just increase that or decrease it. $75 to $63. No, it's still popping through. It's this cascade. Soft shadows. Definitely leave it low. Oh, they're conservative in closing, whatever that is. Sometimes you just gotta press buttons and hope for the best. And that worked great. That fixed it. Okay, so what is that? Conservative? Enclosing sphere. Enable this option to approve shadow frustum calling and prevent Unity from excessively calling shadows in the corners of the shadow cascades. Disable this option only for compatibility purposes of existing projects created and improves. Okay, yeah, awesome. Enable that. That fixes that. Beautiful. Play Fallout 4? I have not. I never played the Fallout games. I have been watching the show though. Purchase stream focus yesterday. It's elite. Oh, you did? Did you? I usually get notifications for that. But that's awesome, Eric Parks. Where is my email? Someone checked out today. 10 a.m. today. Dude, nice. Yeah, I see it. I see it for yesterday. eParksy. Yeah, that's awesome. So we got a sign up today and a sign up yesterday. I completely missed those. Dude, that's awesome. It's all the platforms you multi-stream to. Oh, that's awesome. They are the top 3 most streamed to platforms: Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I would like to add Kick at some point. I just haven't gotten a chance to yet. But that's definitely gonna be next on the list. But that's awesome. I'm really glad you like it, and thank you so much for purchasing it. That really means a lot. Really means a lot. We talked about this earlier. I know I realize and completely agree that it's so much money for a multi-chat app. You shouldn't have to pay $10 a month to a multi-chat app when all the others out there are free or super cheap. Who was that? Bubblegum subbed at tier 1. They subbed for 2 months. Dude, thank you so much for continuing your subscription, Bubblegum. That means a lot. That is freaking awesome. I would launch fireworks for you, but I don't have fireworks in here because I'm not doing the VTuber setup. But thank you so much. That means a lot. Forgot I need to change this since I'm standing up now. Okay. To be honest, I've used the others. It's worth it. Oh, dude, that means so much. Really, that means a lot. Cleanest UI I've seen. Oh, dude. Stop. That makes me so happy. It really does. Thank you so much. Ever dabbled with Unreal Engine Fortnite? I have not. I haven't even dabbled with Unreal. I would like to. I have nothing against Unreal. The reason people ask me this often why I don't use Unreal. I use Unity because back in the day, it was like 2016, I think, when I first started dabbling in Unity or in game design altogether. I wanted free software, and Unity was free as it is today. Unity was free back then, but back then, like 2016 era, Unreal Engine was not free. It cost money. So that's why I picked up Unity, was because it was free. And I started using it, started learning it, dabbling in it, and have just been using it ever since and haven't had any reason to use Unreal. I have a question. How did you do the Marvel thing character? I've answered that question probably 5 different times on the stream today. But I will answer it again. For you, Caden. So, my VTuber setup is something I custom developed. It's essentially a game, just like how this is a game. But instead of controlling the character with a mouse and keyboard, I control it with that motion capture suit. So I'm wearing the motion capture suit when I do the VTuber setup, and my movements control the movements of the character. And that's how that works. I'm definitely not liking the layout of these buildings right here. We need to work on that. It's a little too... Like, I think having a restaurant area is fine. I don't know. Like, it needs to make sense city-wise. Like, I don't need to overthink this, obviously. But it needs to make some amount of sense. We're kind of like in city outskirts right now. Basketball court, suburbs, maybe a building or two in construction, some apartment buildings. And then after that, what would make sense? After apartment buildings, then you kind of go into kind of like the downtown area where you're like, there's some restaurants, some shops. And then it kind of gets into some short office buildings, and then taller into commercial real estate and stuff. So let's go from these apartment buildings to here. I feel like 3 is too much though. Maybe we just need 2. And then a bank. Bank is a good idea. Then we hit this building that we have to go through, and then we land on the other side of it. On the other side of it, how should we get out of here? We could just drop down. Maybe instead of dropping down all the way, we use a short building to jump down onto. How about this purple building? So we can mitigate fall damage. That's it. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Boop. Move it over there. And then we're back to road, I want to say. We're back to this type of intersection. Duplicate. Move over. Like that. V. Something like that. We have this construction zone in the background here so that it makes sense. It's like a multi-layer thing. Let's snap it to there. That's perfect. You leave some space. Love it. Bring the bank right in here. Spread these out a little more. Maybe bring it back, since this is, or could be like some type of restaurant. We could have tables and chairs in front of it. Perfect. Probably won't even use this city mall, but I'll bring it back for now. Cool. Let's duplicate this. Guys, we are making progress. This is exciting. Would be cool if you had like a little elevator type building scaffolding that when you stand on it goes down. We're 100% doing that. Stamp of approval. Dude, Rossi, fantastic idea. I love that. That's so much better than my idea. See, this is why I have you guys here. This is why I'm streaming, okay? This is why I'm streaming. This is why I have you guys around. This is why. I have to go. I'll be back by. See you later, Gato. Thanks for joining while you could. Hope to see you soon. On Pop Restaurants, drugstore. Question. Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. So you go up this ramp through this building. You get in here. You go up through here. Go up through here. Oh, 100%. Yeah, Rossi for the win. Instead of, and seeing that in the background looks so cool. Oh, I fell. Okay, I fell. I need to put a invisible collider there so you can't go through that. But yeah, fighting bad guys in and through here. 100%, because like it doesn't make too much intuitive sense to just jump down. Yeah, it's got to be like some type of elevator scaffolding thing. You walk into it and it just slowly lowers you down to the road. I love that idea. That's a brilliant idea, dude. Rossi, high five, fist bump. Love it. Let's do it. Should we go ahead and program that now, like animation and all? Let's do it. That'd be fun. Made red velvet cake with whipped cream frosting and blueberries, strawberries, and mango on top. Interesting. That sounds good. I had red velvet cake at... We were visiting grandparents' house for Christmas. Forget which day it was. We had red velvet cake. So good. I love that idea. Getting rid of this dude. Okay, so we're back on the intersections. This is just gonna come back right here. So we're back there. Just like on this side. Ah, not what I want. Or is it? Maybe it is what I want. Not what I want. Definitely not what I want. It brings it down. Just need to manually do it like so. Actually, now that we have the ramp, I can also make this higher. I guess it's high enough. Let's go ahead and make this scaffolding animation. That'd be fun. Oh, we shouldn't. We should do it later. I feel like now is not the right time. Bring it to her work later. Dude, that is so sweet. Props to you. That's a fantastic idea. Hope she loves it. I mean, okay, let's just go ahead and make one. Let's go ahead and make the elevator. We'll make it very bare bones, okay? Very bare bones. Game object, create 3D object, cube. Up. And then where's our scale? That is such a fantastic idea. Absolutely love it. Okay, now I should be able to add an animation. Animation clip. Create create animation clip. I'll just call it elevator for now. Create a folder. Animations. And then give this guy the animation clip. Boop. And then open it. You guys can see this here. Begin animating cube to create an animation clip. We've already created an animation clip. There we go. Okay. Add. Why can't I add a keyframe? Okay, let's go back to this. Do it this way instead, I guess. I don't typically make animations in Unity. I usually pre-make animations in Blender and stuff, so it takes me a little longer to do stuff like this in Unity. Select, create. What? Okay, I guess right there. So what was different about adding it that way than the way I did it before? Okay, well, whatever, it works, I guess. Animations. Oh, adding it there instead of there. Oh, okay. So do I just delete that and bring that into there? Delete new animation. And then I can do that? Yeah, okay, okay, okay. Okay, add property, transform position, boop, and then at the very end, just move it down to the bottom. Again, guys, very bare bones, but it's gonna work. It's a little hard to navigate inside Unity. A lot harder than Blender, for sure. And then add another one. Keyframe. There it is. There's the animation playing from beginning to end. Let's play it. Well, that is super fast. Imagine you just go onto the thing and it just drops. Let's drag this out. Probably like a 5 second, maybe. 5 seconds. Let's try that. That still feels a little fast. Let's do 7 seconds. That feels good. What do you guys think? That feels good to me. You were there during yesterday's but wasn't chatting? Oh, okay. Oh man, TikTok Live Studio is trying to end my stream. Not today. Unable to verify? No. I've got 1 minute and 50 seconds to verify that I'm human. Okay, good. I hate that so much. Apple? What are you saying Apple for? I don't understand. You have a crane lowering that platform? Oh, that's a good idea. I like the crane idea. Our 8-month-old, whenever he sees me, he just gives this biggest smile on his face. This is the cutest thing. Have you a mod? We don't really need any mods right now. People have asked me that the past few weeks, and I just tell them the same thing. We don't really need any mods, but if and when we do need them, I'll reach out. But thanks for offering. Crane that drags you to next building. That's an awesome idea too. I need to try to... I gotta be careful not to increase the scope of this too much. Even just adding this little elevator thing. Super cool, and I'm gonna do it, but I can't keep adding a ton of stuff like this. Okay. So that plays now. I want to say we don't want this to just constantly be going up and down, up and down, up and down. We want to just stay at the top, and then once you get on it, then it goes down. I would say. So each time you touch it, it plays the animation. I would say. I think that's the right way to go about it. So it plays automatically. No, do not play automatically. But we need to play when it gets touched. So what we can do is add a script to this thing. We're gonna call it elevator. Let's call it elevator logic. And pretty much whenever this collider comes in contact with a player collider, it will play its animation. That's what we want to do. Rock, what's up? Rock Clan, how's it going? Yeah, touch event, 100%. No, Xana did not make all these assets. Up until today, yes, but we decided to get a city pack from the Unity asset store to save us a ton of time and a ton of money. And the city pack matches the style that we're going for perfectly. So it's just a no-brainer. All the characters I made myself from scratch. And I was going to do all the level design, but it's too much money and time. So we just went with an asset pack. I did make one of the buildings at the beginning of the stream, because I know that some people follow these streams because they want to learn how to make games and how to model and stuff. So I made one of the assets in Blender at the beginning of the stream to show people how to do it. Okay, so we got our elevator script. Let's open that up. No, I have not watched Invincible. I'm sorry. Yo, thank you, Lucky, for the heart me. That means a lot. Okay. Exit, exit, exit. Okay. Don't need any of this. Don't need any of this. Okay. We need a public animation. Animation. Start animation equals component animation. Okay. And then let's do on trigger enter collider other if other compare to player animation play elevator up. Wait, what is it called? It's just called elevator. Just called elevator. So go back in here. Play elevator. So yeah, just play it once. That's gonna play it once, right? Play. That should do it. On trigger enter, I do need to make this box collider set to is trigger. You should watch and make a Lego piece of the main hero or the villain from season 3, aka Conquest. So the character's name is Conquest. I'll look it up real quick. Let me just do it up here. Invincible season 3 Conquest. Like the old, is it the old looking guy? It looks pretty cool. So the thing is, with all the characters that people suggest, I'm only ever gonna make a character that, number one, I've seen and have some type of history with, and number two, I can get into character as them. So all the characters I've made so far, I can actually get in character as, do the voice of them. And like, this is not someone that I've ever watched. I mean, this could be a super cool character, but I mean, I just don't have any relationship, quote unquote, relationship with this character. So it's not likely, it's not something that I would add. Another similar one is Ninjago. People ask for Ninjago characters all the time. That's another thing that I've never watched before, have no relationship with. So I might make it because it's such a popular character, people want to see it. But even if I make it and used it, I might like pop it on screen every once in a while for a little bit. But if I can't get in character as the character, then I'm not going to stick around with it for too long, unfortunately. Okay, so we've got the animation. Elevator is the name of the animation. Elevator logic. I guess that can just be private, can it? It can be private. Yep. So at the start, grab the animation component. Why is that like that? I don't understand. And then on trigger enter with collider other if the other tag is player, animation play elevator. That should work. Let's try it out. Let's put drip a lot closer. I can test this out quicker instead of having to run over to it every time. Okay. Let's try this out. Here we go. You ready, Rossi? Uda Yashwant 5277, what's up? Okay, here we go. Let's touch it. Great. The animation state elevator could not be played because it couldn't be found. Please attach an animation clip with the name elevator. It's Default animation clip with the name elevator. Huh? That's up here? Do I need to put it up in that part too? Play? I'm a little confused by how animation clip works. Animation clip. Animation equals get component animation. First clip the default animation. And then animation play. Let's see if the autofill will help me out. Start the elevator animation when the player enters the trigger. I feel like that's what I had before. That's not gonna work. You familiar with Aaron Paul? Nope. Not at all. What are you coding? C#? I'm working on, hey, what's up, Aiden Han? Yes, it is the real Pixelfire. Pixelfire VTuber reveal, face reveal. And it's still not working. Default clip could not be played in attached animations list. What? So confused. Yeah, so I am coding C#, that's the language, for this video game that I'm making for a client of mine. Yes, I have watched Breaking Bad. Great show. No, this is not Blender. This is Unity game engine that I'm using right now. Lucky said, do you have any tips for people that want to start in this field? Yes. Follow a very simple tutorial series like a roll-a-ball. As essentially you're just a ball. Your character is the ball. You roll around and collect like 10 coins in this really small area. And it pops up a like you win screen, and then that's the end. Maybe have a little counter at the top that says how many coins you've collected. Create something super simple like that. They've got plenty of tutorials like that on YouTube. Follow that, finish that, complete it, get that under your belt, and then move on to something bigger and keep progressing like that. That's my advice for someone wanting to get started with game design. ChatGPT and other AI systems have been teaching me and showing me how to script. Oh yeah, 100%. I use them every day. Wish you best of luck. Coding is so hard. Coding is a lot easier with AI help, but it can be hard for sure. In my first game, I plan to release it on Steam. Simple RenPy game structure. What is that? RenPy. What is that? Sidekick of Walter White, aka Bryan Cranston, is Aaron Paul. Aaron Paul. Oh, you mean like the kid? I mean, not kid, but like the younger guy? Skinny younger guy? Yeah. The construction site and the elevator should be attached to a crane. There could not be a functioning elevator there. Yeah, it's not going to be like an elevator. It's going to be, like, there's going to be more stuff around it. I'm just adding the animation cube right now. Jesse Pinkman, yes. Familiar. Used for comic interactive games. I made a comic, then decided to bring it live. Oh, cool. That's awesome, Scareflix. That's really cool. Can I do Jesse Pinkman's voice? No, I don't think so. I'd have to hear it first and then try it out. Okay. Let's get some help online. How to Unity, how to play animation clip on trigger enter. Or just how to play animation clip in code. Play animations, one line of code. Okay, let's go to that. Okay, so they're suggesting using an animation controller, which is what I do for all my other stuff. I was wanting to avoid that though because it seems so complex. It just seems like so much to do for just a simple elevator animation. I guess I could do it that way. Okay, whatever. I'll do it that way. Okay, so delete this. Add an animator. Gotta make a animation controller. Create animator controller. Elevator controller. And then inside the elevator controller, drag that animation clip. And that plays it. And then back here, bring that controller in. It's just so much extra steps. I just wanted to make it really simple, but I guess yes. So just do it this way. So I have the animator controller, and then let's create an empty state. The default goes to there. You guys see this? Yeah, you can. Cool. And then this will be elevator up. Whoops. And we'll duplicate it, and this will be elevator down. And we'll just reverse the speed to -1. And then we will add some triggers. This will be elevator up. See how much extra steps this is just to make the thing go up and down when we trigger it? Add another one, elevator down. And then make transition to there. Make transition to there. And then if the trigger is called elevator up, do up. And if the trigger is called elevator down, play that. And exit time, that's fine. We don't need a transition. 1, 0. And then after that, you will exit to the empty state, maybe? Yeah, let's just exit. Exit, exit. Organize like that. Elevator up, elevator down. Okay. So the elevator up trigger is called. We play the elevator up animation. We reverse the speed animation for elevator down. And then after the animation finishes, we exit to go back to just exiting. So then all I have to do is in the code, animator, elevator, animator, animator, animator. Oh, whoops, sorry. Elevation animator equals get component animation. Oh my gosh, stop that. Get component animator controller. Whoa. Is that right? That's right. There we go. Okay, and then elevator animator set trigger set Why can't I set the trigger? Is it just animator? It is. Okay. Elevator up. Based on when you hit it, it needs to play different animations. Let's just start at animation down, or elevator down. Just make sure it works, and then we'll do the back and forth after we confirm that it works. Okay. Hopefully this should work. Here we go. Happy New Year to you too, Davidson. Can you do his voice? Could you try it though? Whose voice? Brian, Jesse Pinkman? I don't even know. I'd have to hear it first. Oh no, what happened? Oh, it played the wrong one. Whoops. It played elevator down. Wait a second. Oh, whoopsie, I reversed this. Elevator down is what we animated. So this one's actually elevator down because we start at the top. This one is elevator up. That's the reverse one. Elevator down. And then this one is elevator down trigger, and this one is elevator up trigger. Boom. That should work now. Let's try it out. Ah, we triggered it. Look at that, but I fell through it. Now it should play again. Oh. It exited, but it started back at the top. So what we need to do is not exit. We need to not exit and keep it where it's at, and then transition to the next one afterwards. So if we do elevator up, elevator up does that, and then elevator down does that. Perfect. 1 and 0, 1 and 0. Okay, that works, but now we're still falling through this. It's because of that. It's ignored by the physics engine. Will that still work if I deselect that? Will it still work as a trigger? I'm not sure. Tutor, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, now we've collided with it, but we're not triggering it. Instead of on trigger enter, let's do private void on collision enter. Collision enter. There we go. Enter. If collision object game wait, that's what we want, but if collision game object compare tag is player, then set trigger elevator down. Can delete all this. Now we're using collider instead of triggers, so this should work. Okay, cool. Now I should be able to collide with it, stay with the elevator, and trigger it to go down. Should work. Fingers crossed. Here we go. And here we go. What? It's not colliding with player. It's default layer. Player is player. Does player not have a collider on the player layer? Yeah, it's not. So instead of if the collision has a tag player, we need to check the collision's parent. So if check collider and all parents for player tag. If collision player or collision transform parent design equivalent and collision transform parent player tag player. That's it. We just don't need that. Collision transform parent compare tag player or collision transform root. That's what I want, the root. If collision transform root compare tag player, then play elevator down. That's the one. That should work. What? Layer and tag is all player. Oh wait, I don't have a collider that would ever touch that. The only collider I have for drip is all this stuff. Like this is technically not a collider. This is a better way to do it. This is a much better way to do it, okay? You ready for this? Here's what we're gonna do. This platform needs another cube inside it, and that's gonna be like an invisible box. So let's create a 3D object cube. It's a child of that. Reset that, 1, 1. And that goes up. Increase the size of that. Remove mesh renderer. So this invisible box is a collider. So if you step inside that and that's what the trigger is, then it will tell this to play up and down. That is how you do it. That is how you do it right there. 100%. So let's do 15 and 30. Yep, so all that is a trigger. Adam, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. DMG, like you said, I'm interested in buying something custom. You know, yes, Em, I saw your message. I will get back to you as soon as I can. Sorry about the slow response time. So there's the invisible, and then we need to call that from here. I'm gonna rename this elevator platform, and this is going to be trigger. Okay. You just can't see this, can you? Not really. Okay, this elevator platform should still use a box collider, but it's not a trigger. And the trigger is a trigger, okay? Elevator platform, it still has the animator, does all that, but the elevator logic script we need to have public game object trigger. And then Wait, trigger needs to be called from the trigger component. Because I don't think I can do that here. Private void on trigger enter. Yeah, that's the trigger that is attached to this object. So I need to put elevator logic in on the trigger component. Maybe make that the parent. Wait a second. Why don't I just do this? Yeah, I'm super silly. I'm super silly. Get rid of this box. We don't need that. Keep this. We have one collider. We can always add another collider. So add box collider. So we have two colliders. The first box collider is the platform, not a trigger. The second box collider is a trigger. And we're going to edit that collider. To be here. So then the second collider is there, and you can walk into it. That second collider is the trigger. Boom. Then we don't need a separate object, don't need separate scripts or anything. Perfect. So we can go back to the on trigger enter, and then if other compare tag player, yep, elevator down. That should work. Let's try it out. Oh, and I don't need this. I don't need. Okay. Can fix that too. So if the collider with the trigger on it, if we enter to a collider and that other collider has the tag player, then play the animation. That should work. You guys ready for this? I'm ready for this. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. 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 Let's do it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Please work. Please work. If it doesn't work, I don't know what to do. Guys, that is so satisfying. And now if we step back on it, it doesn't play. Oh, I know why. Because we didn't tell it to. All we gotta do is we need to keep a bool, okay? Private bool elevator up equals true. And then set trigger elevator down. And then at that point, we'll say, yes, elevator up is false. And then, yeah, this is fine. Okay, if, yes, that's it. That's it. That's it right there. Okay, we need that. That's it. Thank you so much, Mr. AI autocomplete thing. If other compare tag player, so if the player touches the elevator, if the elevator is up, then play elevator down. That's wrong. And then say elevator up is false, correct? And then else, if the elevator is down at the bottom, then set trigger elevator up to play up. Yep. You got it backwards, AI. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here to babysit. AI is great, but you gotta babysit it. And elevator up is true. That should work. Let's go test it out. Let's test it out. Here we go. You ready? Let's test this out. Here we go. Here we go. XD, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. Thanks for joining the stream. Let's test it out. Here we go. And we're going down. Beautiful. There's some jitteriness on drip. I don't like that. Exit, and then There we go. Now we're going up. Why is it jittery? Wait a second. Another platform. Oh, now it's playing. I need this. Public bool elevator up is true. Okay. If there's a player, if the elevator is already up, then set trigger to play elevator down. And set elevator up to false. Yep. Else, the player might be constantly entering the trigger over and over and over and over again as it's moving. That's my guess. Let's test that theory. Let's view the bool for elevator up. See if it goes on, off, on, off, on, off. Off. Still off. Elevator up. Why is it taking so long to play? Yes, Nis, still working on this game. We started doing the level design. We should be done by the end of this month. I think it's taking so long because it's waiting for the animation to finish playing because of exit time. Can be interrupted by transitions from next state. Let's try that. So today? No, I said by the end of January. Today is December 31st. How you got Lego stuff? Okay, I'll explain it for the 7th time on stream today. My Lego VTuber setup is a game. Wait, let me check this real quick. There we go. It's still a little slow. Why is it so slow? Did I say the end of the month? Sorry, I'm in my mind. I'm thinking like it's January 1st already. No, not today. By the end of January. Lego Stuff is a game like the game I'm working on now, except instead of controlling the player with keys, keyboard, and mouse, I control the character with my motion capture suit. So I'm wearing the motion capture suit, and that's controlling the character, the Lego characters. Gosh, I'm all glistening again. Goodness gracious. It's so hot in here. My family has left though. They've gone to the library, so my door is open, which is great. Oh, it's not so hot in here. Yeah, I'll be right back. Water break. This year was so bad. Why is that? Sorry. Jandro, yes, making a game. Watching Stranger Things, yes, I'm all the way caught up, but I have not seen the last episode, obviously. Does that come out tonight or tomorrow? New Year's something. New Year's Day or New Year's Eve? Tonight? Awesome. I might watch it tonight. We'll see. See what me and the wife are going to do anything. Okay. It's setting the trigger. Oh, does not have exit time. There we go. That's correct. That's what we need to do. These I can go back to none, I think. None, but these don't need exit time. That should work. There's not many good things happened. This year, 26 will be peak. Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm excited too about 2026. But this year, yeah, it went by so fast. Awesome. It went down straight away. Perfect. And then hopefully it won't start going back up again until I re-enter it. Why does it take so long? That's frustrating. Maybe because I need to make these also have no exit time? Let's try that. Herman for life, what's up? I am working on a superhero video game for a client of mine for mobile. Go down right away, perfect. I don't know if you remember, but 3 weeks ago, we started working on our game again. Oh, nice, cool. Off, and then please start right back away. Yes, let's go. So it was the exit time thing. Beautiful. Okay, the elevator works exactly how I want it to. I just need to know why Drip is, look at him. He's like jittering. Wonder why that is. Elevator. Animator, animate physics. Probably update mode should be fixed, maybe? Apply root mode, automatically move the object using the root motion from the animations. I'm gonna try that, animate physics. That might do it. Make it not jittery. So we interact with world like a use button. You could switch it to manual. What do you mean by that? Oh, it's still jittery. Let's try fixed update mode. Oh, that feels worse. Might be in the player physics, character controller. Apply automatically move the object using the root motion from the animations. No, that's not it. Animate physics. Maybe? You click use to interact with the elevator. Oh, no. We don't need to make like it that complicated. Because if this was like a console or PC game, yes, but because it's on mobile, you need to just be able to walk onto it and it just starts moving. We're already adding a little bit more complexity than I would like for a mobile game with this elevator thing. Okay, let's see. How to Unity player on moving platform jittery. Use fixed update, enable auto sync transforms in older Unity versions, edit project settings physics, auto sync transforms. Never seen that before. Physics. Auto sync transform, whether or not automatic sync transform changes with the physics and whether. Okay, let's try that. I'm not sure it's gonna work. Auto sync transforms, but we're gonna give it a go. Hey Moshi, Happy New Year. I still have to wait 3 hours. Hope your kids do well in school. Hey, thanks, man. It means a lot. We're still jittering, I think. It feels a little better, but we're still getting some jitteriness. Oh no, it's not better. It's still the same. Goodness gracious. Okay. Simulation mode. I have seen some stuff on this in the past where essentially what you do is when your character steps onto a moving platform or any type of moving object, you should parent the character to the platform so that the character is a child of the platform until you step off. That's a little complex though. I don't know that I want to integrate that. Yeah, it's 3:50 in the afternoon for me, so I've still got like 8 hours. Yep, 8 hours till New Year's. Should I do a stream tonight? Because I mean, I'll end the stream probably in the next hour and a half because we eat dinner around like 5:30. Should I do a midnight stream tonight, like with the Lego VTuber setup? That'll be fun. It's so late though. I don't know that I want to stay up that late. Interpolation, if these persist, especially multiplayer, rigid body components. I don't have any rigid body on here. I don't think. If I did, then I definitely would. That would be the problem. You know, so much of the movement is in script form. I could just say... I could. This might be a bad idea though. I could make it so that when you step onto the platform and it starts moving, you're not able to move your character. So like you walk onto the elevator and it locks your movement. So if you, no matter what controls you press, you're locked on the elevator until it reaches the bottom. And then you can step off and that would fix the jitteriness. What do you guys think? Is that too constricting for a player? What do you guys think? Would that annoy you as a gamer, as a player? Like to get down to the next part of the level, I want you to have to go down this elevator. So you walk on and then it locks your movement. You can't move at all. It moves down and then you can move around. Then you can run off. Because currently you can get on here and you can, if you really wanted to, just jump off. And it keeps going up and then you're stuck. You can't get back up there. Because you can't touch it. What do you guys think? Should I just lock it? Lock the controls? Let's take a look at this. Player movement is jittery when on moving platform. Don't do it. Fake it when you can in case of a ship. You'd make the ship stationary and move everything around the ship in the opposite direction in case of a platform. We don't physics unless you accept a certain level of balanciness. All character controllers support walking on a moving platform and have the player be a kinematic or rigid body for at least while he is on that platform. Kinematic allows you to take full control over the velocities, but you have to handle collisions yourself, but in case of a platform. While grounded, the player moves in relation to the platform and does so after the platform has moved, meaning the player's movement must be done after a fixed update, and the platform has to provide a vector 3 indicating how much the platform has moved. Yeah. Here's another one. Frame dependent movement and inconsistent updates. That's likely it. Movement seems to be frame. Shoe movements aren't frame dependent, especially if your game might be played on device. So you can apply fixed time step. This one though is saying that the camera is jittery. I think what I'm gonna do be better to lock. Well, then it takes a long time. Yeah, it's a pretty fast elevator. Let's try this real quick. Staff movement. Whoa. Movement on move. That's not what I want. Move. So if we're attacking, don't allow movement. If we're on elevator, that's what we need to do. So if on elevator, return. Okay. And then up here, public bool on elevator equals false. Okay. And this is an instance, which is perfect. So now all I have to do is, so then back there. So if on elevator is true, return, as in don't allow movement, okay? So then in the elevator logic, if we enter and it's tag player, then say, yep, that's it. Drip character controller instance on elevator. No, just equals true. He's on elevator. And then we have to say on exit. No, it never would be exit. Oh shoot. Let's just try this first. It should stop movement when we get on the elevator, but then it's never gonna re-enable movement. So I'll have to sort that out. I need to do like on animation end event or something like that. Boom, 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 boom. Boop. Oh. Yeah, now you're just completely stuck. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna worry about this later. And the reason why I'm gonna worry about it later is because, one, I don't even know if I don't know if my client's gonna be okay with all this. I'm pretty sure he will be. He's pretty much giving me basically 99% freedom to just make this game however I want, however I deem necessary. As long as we stay within scope reasonably and within budget reasonably. So likely we will still keep this elevator system in, but I just want to, before we fine tune and perfect the elevator system and the movement and stuff, I want to just put it in as a proof of concept, and then if he likes it, then I'll go in and make the movement better and get rid of the jitteriness, maybe lock the movement, and then also add in the extra stuff with the elevator, like the crane and the rails around it and stuff like that. But for now, this works. Proof of concept, done. Okay, falling off the road, not good. Yeah, we'll figure that out later. We'll just leave it the way it is for now. I would like to make it wood, though, to match this guy. Not that guy. This guy. This is going to be called ramp for now. And that is using the wood material. This will also use the wood material. Oop. Okay, we're good. Let's keep building out the level. I love these little sections of the building that are etched out. It's gorgeous. I love it. Aloes Edits, what's up? Thanks for joining. I want to make the rotating lights on these cars so badly, but I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but I want to so bad. Okay, we're gonna add them. We're gonna add them. I've got to. It's just, it's just too fun, stuff like that. Okay, so let's do it. Let's just do it really quick. Okay, do it. Don't fine tune it. We can always make it look better later. Just do it now. Add be a point light or a spotlight. Point light. Let's do point light. Nope, spotlight. Spotlight. Boop. And then make it blue. Oh wait, hold on. Are we even gonna see that? Let's move drip. Down here. Intensity. Why aren't we seeing anything? No, this is Unity Game Engine. How's that building we made? Oh, I finished that a while ago. I put it in the Discord for people to play around with or finish if they really wanted to. Okie dokie. Why are we not seeing? There we go. And then this is way too strong. Do like a. Oh, it looks good already. 50 range. That should be fine. And then, what does it look like when we rotate it? Sort of, not really. Instead of lights, I might need to use textures. No shadows. Also, I might need to just bring it right outside so you can actually see it. And or light these up. So the wheels. Yeah, so there's no separate material for the lights. That's okay, I guess. That looks good. It's just so bright that it's making it white. I think our sun is just too bright. Looks good in the dark. I think it's the bloom that's causing us issues. So we want bloom. There we go. It's because we're clamping. That looks a lot better. Clamping. Let's not clamp. Let's make it 50. Now when we rotate this, a little too strong though. Like 10. And then also, again, clamp at 10. Then we just got to add a constant rotation. So same thing again. Let's add a create. Actually, this we might be able to just do the animation clip. Let's try it. Add animation. New animation clip. Create. Light, rotate. Play automatically. Oh wait, remember we gotta put it in here. Add a property, transform rotation. And then rotation, transform, oh wait, do this to 0. This would be 360. Okay. Now let's play it. Nice, but we don't want any easing, so let's right click. Flat, I believe. Both tangents linear, that's what I want. Yeah. A little faster though, I feel like. Can I change the speed here? No, I can't. Do it like 0.4. That feels good. What do you guys think? Play. Why is it not playing automatically? 0 and 360 at the same frame, technically. I mean, yeah, we can, let's see. If we see a note, okay, well, first off, why is it not animating? Yeah, I don't know what the exact way to do it would be. I mean, that would make sense. Dude, we've streamed for 5 hours and 45 minutes. I think this is the longest stream I've ever done. Wow. I'm like, am I a real streamer now, guys? Am I a legit streamer now that I've streamed for more than 3 hours? This has been a 5 hour and 46 minute stream. Never in a million years would I think I would ever have streamed that long. Yeah, I could try 0 and 359. We'll see if there's a it's minimal, it might affect the easing. It won't affect the easing, but if either at 360 or at 359, there's going to be a jump. Now, the jump will probably won't even be noticeable to our eyes, but always was a real streamer. Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, so I want to know why this isn't playing. I don't understand. It looks like it's playing correctly. I don't see any jumping in this. Do you see any jumping in this? we made this 359. Let's try that. I don't know. No, I think I'm pretty sure it needs to be 360. Because when it gets to here, it's teleporting to here instantly. It's not waiting a frame here and then moving to here and playing the same rotation again, essentially. Like when it hits here, it's directly going to here and then proceeding. Yeah, that's right. But I mean, we could do 359 as well and it would be fine. No one would notice either way. I just want to know why it's not playing. Why is it not playing? Do you have a real life lightsaber? I do not. Wish I did. Why isn't it playing? I don't want to make an animator controller for every single little object that needs to animate. Fine. Animator. Animator controller. Light. Rotate. Drag that in. Entry. Light rotate. Animator. Light rotate. Okay, now it should play. Add all these extra assets just to make a little light spin around. And it played once. All we gotta do is do this. Loop time. Where's the animator? Animator. Loop time. Boop. Okay. Set it now. Now play. Come on, Annie. There he goes. There we got our constant light up light thingy. Police light. Needs to be faster, I feel like. What do you guys think? Needs to be faster. Speed times 2. Something with how it's initialized, but weird that it was glowing but not rotating. That's better. It's a little distracting. What do you guys think? It feels a little distracting to me. Maybe we make it less bright. 5. 1. That's just lame. 10. It's too fast. It's distracting. 1's too slow. 1.5. Good. Wait, is this even how police cars work? Police lights? Do they actually rotate like that? Or does each individual light turn off and on, off and on, off and on? How does that work? I might be doing this wrong. In my brain, I see the rotating lights, but maybe that's not accurate. Police car lights on. Video. Police cars responding compilation. Okay, so that's, yeah, just totally blinks. That's just blinks. 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 Maybe when they're chasing, it's blinking, but when they're parked, it's rotating. Maybe it's that rotating lights are old. Like like old police cars. Maybe it's the new police cars that just do the blinking. So all these are blinking. Do police car lights blink? The stuff that I'm spending my time on right now. We are supposed to be building the level and I'm researching how stuff is. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. I'm researching how police cars blink. It's ridiculous, dude. Do police car lights blink or spin? My page from Google: police lights work by using a mix of flashing, strobing, and rotating patterns, often with modern LEDs. Yeah, okay, so I see the same thing, but I'm also seeing types of police lights. Okay. Look at this. Look at this. Types of police lights. Rotating lights. Older style, using a bulb that physically spins, casting a lighthouse effect. Strobe lights, rapid. Most common now, LED arrays offering compact size, high efficiency, and programmable flash patterns. How they work together, emergency response, present visibility. Interesting. I like the rotation better. How do police cars make their lights blink? They make them blink by squirting pepper spray into lights. This also helps create the wailing siren voice. That's hilarious. Not true, but hilarious. Okay, I guess I'll ask my client what he wants. Blinking lights or rotating lights? I think yours is the one that blinks. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of the lights for now. We'll do that. We'll make those after I talk to the client about that. Okay, detour done. Rabbit trail done. Let's get back to level designing. You can choose which light you want based on the models. Yeah, or based on just client preference. Okay, good. Feel good so far. Good alleyway. We need something back there blocking the view. So I'm just going to go ahead and put something there. Like, what should we put there? Let's go find our assets. Not materials, it's in prefabs. Some type of building. Airport, no. I want to put a gas station in somewhere. That would be super cool. I just want a brick wall. So I think I'm going to do like one of these apartment buildings. But like the side of it or something. That one, maybe. Yeah, version 1 and version 2. Let's do version 1. Put it back here. Boop. Gorgeous. Actually gonna bring it right to there. That looks really good. We got some goons waiting in the alleyway, which matches the very first few pages of the comic book perfectly. We could probably get rid of this road. But then you would see it from here. So, well, maybe not. I'll just leave it for now. Should I rotate this? That is the question. I like the windows, but I don't like the bottom door area. I'm actually gonna go with that. I like that a lot better. Let's do that. Okay. Actually, I'll do this. -90. So that if you do see it from over here, you'll see that back there. That looks good. Cool. Okay, so right there is good. Nice. Now when we go there, we will see an alleyway with a backdrop that protects the blank sky from visibility. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Then we can put like some dumpsters in here, have some bad guys in this area. That's gonna look cool. Love it, love it, love it. Where's the previews come from? They're pretty solid. Oh, yes, you weren't here earlier. So yeah. So today marks the start of building out the level. And the plan was for me to just make a bunch of assets like this, but to stay within budget and to move things along faster, we decided on getting this asset pack. I looked at a bunch of different asset packs for like cities on the Unity Asset Store. Looked at like 20 of them. The majority of them just would not work. None of them matched the style of the comic book, of this video game. And so I found this pack. It has like 95% of what we need, and it matches the style of what I was going to create and what I was envisioning perfectly. So I ran it by the client, and he approved. So we got this pack for $35. $35 freaking dollars. And this pack is huge. It's got buildings, cars, props, construction stuff. It's got everything. So, and it's speeding development up tremendously. This basketball court, so much stuff. It's awesome. This is gonna be the most detailed. This is gonna be the most detailed. Maybe not detailed. This is gonna be the most intricate, maybe the most intricate mobile game in existence. Because so much of what I'm doing, like, you would only see in a console game or PC game. Like the hair physics, you don't see stuff like that in mobile games. This is looking really, I cannot wait to show this to clients. So like for the past year and a half, my client has only seen the work that I've done on the characters, the fighting, the character design, all that. Not seen any level stuff yet. So this is just awesome. Love it. I love seeing that back there. That looks really good. And that feels like a good distance from the beginning to there. Feels like a good amount of running and fighting for this first third of the level. Feels really good. Oh yeah, saves a ton of time modeling. With that said, yes, so I have been developing this game. I've been streaming the development of this game for the past year and a half from beginning to end, which has been a lot of fun. And there are a lot of people that watch these streams, and they watch them because they want to learn how to make games or how to model stuff. And so I wanted to make sure that I still showed how to make the building. So while I'm just going ahead and like drag and dropping all these assets into the game, I wanted to show like how to make one. So at the beginning of the stream earlier today, I actually went in and made one of these buildings. Here it is right here. So I showed in Blender like how to make one of these assets, how to 3D model it and everything. So we made this, and I actually posted this on the Discord if you're interested at all. If you do game design or 3D modeling, I post this on the Discord for anyone to use if they want to, and they want to finish it, because you can see it's not completely finished. It doesn't have the stairs, the ladders or the rails or the bottom part or anything. So I kind of started this as just like a tutorial, how to make all this, and then left the rest up to you guys if anyone wants to finish it. So it's feeling really good. Don't like that building in the background. We need to fix that. Then you get to this intersection, you go up through construction ramp, go in here. Need to fix the camera stuff in here though, for sure. Go up here. Whoop. Go in here. You go down the elevator, which will be held by a crane, probably. And then you can proceed. Keep going. We need more road. That's the next step. Duplicate, move, V, boop. Nice. And then an intersection there. So now we're getting close to where we start having to jump up, to fly up to going on the rooftops. So I'm gonna move this a little bit. I'm gonna make the intersection. I'll just go ahead and delete that and we'll do the intersection right here. We need a 4-way intersection like this guy. Actually, no, we don't. We need a 2-way intersection. A T-junction, which is this one. Rotate it on the one, no wait, -90. Yep. Beautiful. And then this building that we have to traverse upwards will be right here. So this move there, but that was just a placeholder, so I can just go ahead and turn that off for now. This is where we have to start getting up into the city area. This is kind of like outskirts stuff. I'm a software engineer? I would not say that, no. I am a, I don't know. I do so much stuff, dude. I create visual effects in movies and TV shows. I do game design, I do the VTuber stuff. I created StreamFocus, which is an app. So within the StreamFocus multi-chat app, I guess you could say software engineer. I just do so much stuff. Game design, coding, 3D, visual effects. I've often struggled with defining exactly what it is I do. There are people asking me, like IRL, what I do for work. It's so hard to explain it. Game dev in UE. I always get stuck in modeling, so I just started using Sketchfab stuff and model rig when I have to. Yep, that's the way to go. This is honestly the first time that I've ever used an asset pack like this for this large of a portion of something. Usually I'm making stuff myself 99% of the time. This could make me immune to slime damage in the Minecraft server since I'm a slime just for funsies. Since you're a slime, what is slime damage? I've never heard of that. Later, are you gonna be doing later Avatar later? I'm not sure. It is New Year's Eve tonight. I'm considering doing a New Year's Eve stream, and that would be the Lego VTuber setup. But I'm not sure yet. It depends on how tired I am. It's rare that I stay up until midnight these days. The latest I usually stay up is like 11. Because our kids are up bright and early at like 6:30. So if I stay up late, then it's a terrible day the next day because I can't sleep in past like 6:30. Ever. Not even on Saturdays and Sundays. Yeah, what is a slime? Okay, let's keep going. I love this little like interior detour here. It's so cool. I need to fix this stuff back here. I don't like I don't like this city mall thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete it. And I don't really like the gym either. I'll leave it there for now. What can we put back behind these buildings? I don't want to have a whole nother road. I might have another road in this section as we get into bigger city area. But even then, I don't want the city to feel super big. I like this. Like, this feels really good. Like that being the backdrop. I kind of want to make it like that the whole rest of the way. Let's look for another... Whoop. Building. It's commercial, or maybe office. Parking. Put a parking lot somewhere, that could be cool. Police station. I like that. We need to add a police station in. That's a great idea. It's massive. Police station might need to be more prominent. Because I think it is prominent in the game. I'll be right back. Let's make this negative 180. Maybe we should show the police station here instead of that. Or we could make the police station the building that's in the way that you have to fly up above, and then just rotate it -90. Just do that. That's cool. What do you guys think about that? I was gonna have it like an office building that you have to fly up to get to the top. Maybe we should do police building. This is looking so cool with the roads and all the buildings in here. I'm just gonna fly over this, even though you won't be able to fly yet in the game. No command slime? I don't know. Definitely too big. I need to scale it down some. I love the overhang and the shadow. Like that adds some really cool stuff to it, to the game. Some depth. Add some depth. So yeah, you could get here, grab the power up. I haven't figured out where to place the power up. So the power up that you get in this game, it's some type of crystal. I forget what the client calls it, but it's a crystal and it's kind of like floating and rotating maybe and a little glimmery, shimmery. So you pick it up and then you can fly higher. I don't just want to put the crystal like right in the middle of the intersection. It has to make sense, I feel like. I need to ask my client like what the lore is behind where the crystals come from. Like maybe it could just shoot out of the sky like a meteor, or like a falling star, shooting star, and just like land on the ground as you come up here. You're like searching around, can't figure out what to do. You can't go inside. You can't go this way. You can't come this way, and you're stuck. And then it's just like, Drip, watch out, incoming. The watch says, incoming, Drip, watch out. So you move out of the way, and then you see in the sky, and it falls and lands maybe, and then you pick it up. And it's your first time grabbing a crystal maybe? I don't know. I don't want to just have it floating though. What do you guys think? A drop from an enemy? Eh. But then it wouldn't make sense that only one enemy drops it and not all of them do. It could be we're at the police station and police bring it out maybe to give to Drip as a gift. I don't know, that seems lame. Could just be that they exist everywhere, but you've got to find them. So maybe it's inside a dumpster. Maybe it's in a box. Maybe you'd have to destroy something to open it. I don't know. Yeah, we will have a combat tutorial towards the beginning of the level. Creative technologist is what I've deemed myself, I guess. I'm in a similar cluster of random game dev, VFX, computer graphics, technical directing type interest I have, but it's sometimes beyond software. Yep. Creative technologist. I like that. It's a very creative name. Maybe someone stole his jetpack and he got it back. I would say yes, and that's a good idea, but that adds a little bit too much complexity to this game. We're gonna have the jetpack from the start, and you'll only be able to double jump like that, like a little boost. And then once you, or maybe fly around, but you'll have a height limit. And then once you get this power up here, then you can fly up really high to get to the top. And then you're jumping rooftop to rooftop. He gets fuel, yeah, something like that. So like you pick up the power up and it charges up or powers up your jetpack to be like stronger or whatever. Because that's what powers all of his technology. All of his technology is very Iron Man-esque with the whole I think, is it called nanotechnology in Iron Man? Where all of his suit stuff is made up of like tiny nanoparticles or something like that. That's kind of like how all the weapons on Drip work as well. Play ERLC, what is that? Portable Tesla supercharger. That's our music still playing? Yes. The goon could be holding one, looking at it while sitting down, then he sets it on the floor while standing up to fight, but it wouldn't make sense for him to be in front of the police station randomly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe the police station is a bad idea. Oh my gosh, I just realized something, guys. I could put police in this game. I could, because we already have the goons and they can shoot. Let me show you guys. I'll just add one in here. Boom. He's not going to be able to navigate because I haven't generated the AI nav map yet for him to move around, but he can still turn and shoot. I could literally have, that's super glowy, and it's glowy because I increased the bloom. I could literally just reskin the goon models as police. I could have police fighting goons in front of the police station, and then Drip has to come help them. And then when Drip, I mean, I wasn't thinking like this is how he gets the crystal, the power up, but it could be. But I was just thinking we could just put police in here super easily because the police could fight the same way that the goons fight. I would just have to make another uniform for the police. That would be really cool to put police in this game. It is a little bit of scope creep though. I'd have to get permission from client. Let's see. This is a first. More viewers on Purple than we have on TikTok. That is a first. Wow. Never thought I would see the day. Maybe add a secret path to find the crystal by the police station. Yes, another good idea. But again, I need to double check with client on if he has any preferences on how the crystals come about. I mean, maybe we don't need, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's a mobile game. Crystals are just lying all over the place. Like in a Mario game collecting coins. Coins are just everywhere. You don't have to understand where the coins came from. They're just there and you pick them up. So I need to have a conversation with the client, regardless, to see if he has any preferences at all. Crystal thing reminds me of Shadow Crystals in Deltarune. I've never played that. Goons are attacking the station makes a bit of sense. That could be cool. If we're putting the police station in, we definitely need to have some police in here. And I think it would be cool. Like have some cop cars out here. Maybe even like we could put the parking. Don't we have a parking lot here, I think? Let's see. Not building, it was in floor. I think it was like a parking. Yeah, look at that. We could do this little parking area. It feels really big. Something like that. To kind of just like be a backdrop, so we don't have to do another road down there with a bunch of buildings. I kind of only want to do that once. I don't think we should do it a lot. Like this right here could be probably okay. But I don't know. Because again, this is not open world and you can't go down wherever you want. You're limited to side scrolling pretty much and a little bit of forwards and backwards, but for the most part, just left and right. So we could use this to park a few cop cars. We could also just park the cop cars on the side of the road. Let's go ahead and change the size. It's too big. Yeah, I'll ask my client about the putting cops in here. See what he says. Let's go ahead and keep building this out. So we need one of these guys right there. Let's hide this. There. Add another one. There. Go ahead and delete that. See if there's another building that we could traverse upwards for that first flight. The first main flight. Moons are tagging the station makes a bit of sense. Yeah. Oh, I saw that message already. Sorry. City Hall. No. House. No house. It needs to be something commercial. Library, office. Something like these offices is what I was originally envisioning. I really like the idea of the police station though. Because when you're at that intersection, it provides enough. Because I was just thinking you get to this intersection where you're blocked by a building, you grab a crystal and fly up. But the crystal has to come from somewhere. You can't just go there and you get it. Like you have to be able to, hold on. It's trying to end my life. You have to do something to get the crystal as a reward, I feel like. That's what makes most sense, like for a game. So it would make sense to you get to the police station, you have to do a fight, save the police, help them, and then you get rewarded with the crystal. It doesn't have to make sense how you get rewarded, it could just appear, I guess. Yeah. Has your client ever found and watched your streams? Found, no, but he knows about the streams, and I'll tell him I'm streaming sometimes, and he's like, send me the link. So I'll send him the link, and then he'll pull it up and watch for a bit. What's really cool though, so my client travels around to different Comic-Cons like every single weekend, promoting his comic book series and his brand. And so people are starting to recognize his stuff because he's been doing this for like 2 years now. And so occasionally people will get on my stream and they'll be like, is that Drip? Is that the Tulin superhero? And I'm like, yes, it is. So like they'll recognize the superhero that I'm working on, and because they have already seen him at the Comic-Cons that my client has been advertising at, which is super cool. So I always tell my client, be like, hey, someone on my stream recognized your brand again, and he gets so excited. Okay, office. Parking garage, there's police station. Port. That'll come later. Railway. Oh, that's such a cool building, dude. That's so cool. School. Skate park. That would be cool. You have to go through a skate park. That's so far out of scope though. I can't do it, unfortunately. Skyscraper. I want to go ahead and put these skyscrapers in. We see, like, so this was like what I was picturing putting here. This one. Something like this that you have to traverse up. Okay, like skyscraper number 3. Let's put that in here. Massive. That's what I was picturing being the first flight. -90. Let's hide police station for now. Try this guy out. So besides you promoting him, he's helping you out too, because people want to watch you making his comics game. I'm not sure. I don't know that he has any fans that are so much a fan that they want to see the project behind the scenes, so they're watching my stuff. I don't think that my viewers overlap with his fan base. I think I've probably, yeah, I've definitely because I don't think he's not pushing my stuff out. Like he's not advertising for me or being like, hey, go check out Pixelfire stream. He's doing behind the scenes on our game that we're developing. I don't think he does any of that stuff. But a lot of people will see my stream and have never heard of Tulin before his brand, and so they get introduced to that through this. There have just been a few times where people have jumped on my stream randomly and they recognize his brand, not because they were sent to me from him, but just because they just happened to stumble on me on their FYP page or their FYP, and then they're like, oh, I know that guy. So yeah, this is what I was envisioning right here. This is how run away, fly. Yeah, see, this is what I was picturing right here. And I like it because this still has the overhang, which is great. This is really close to the intersection, though. I feel like that wouldn't happen in real life. We need some more space. You get here, you get the crystal somehow, and then you fly up above it. That's a long flight time, though. It is a very long flight time for your first flight. Then from here, you jump to the next building. What do you guys think? You can't backtrack in the game? I'm not sure. I haven't decided yet. I don't know if you can backtrack or not. I haven't decided that yet. I really like the idea of the police station, but that adds some more. That adds some more to the game. Just in the sense that I would have to reskin the goons to work as police, which wouldn't be too bad. Just make a hat model for the hats, which would be super quick. I really just need to make like a shirt, uniform, and pants that are a little less thuggish than these goons, which we could do. I'll talk to client. But let's keep... So we'll keep these two here. We'll keep this building and the police building as well. But from this point, we need to start going up. So I like this alley. Matches the beginning of the comic book issue. Let's bring some more buildings in. Tennis court, tire shop, university, warehouse. I like that. I think we'll do that towards the end when we're closer to the port area. I like these. These are kind of some nicer apartment buildings as we get closer to the city. Overdrive, what's up? Yes, I'm working on a mobile superhero game for a client of mine. We're doing the level design right now. I'm gonna put it's like right here in place of this placeholder. I think we should do something like this. Go ahead and delete that. Or no, not delete it. I just need to turn it off. I'm actually not sure about that building. It just... I mean, it looks amazing. It just looks a little too intricate for this game. And it's just too... It's too much of an eyesore. Not that it looks bad, it's just it stands out too much. So I'm not going to use that. That's better. That's a little more... Doesn't stand out as much. That's a lot better. 180. 8. says 6 version 3. Hey Moro, thanks for the follow. Okay. That's cool. I like that one. Number 8. Really like that one, but I think we've already used it. We can reuse it, but I want to do it sparingly. Sure what the difference is between all these 3. 1, 2, 3. Same rooftops. The 2 on the ends are the same. Oh no, this one has windows on the side, this one does not. And we don't need those windows, so to save on geometry, I'm gonna not use number 1. Just use these 2. That doesn't work. I just do that. Or just bring them together. It's fine. Rotate. Oh, don't want to do that. Center. Let's do that. Already used that one. Already used that one. We've not used that one. That's the one that we started to model at the beginning of the stream. So we gotta use that somewhere. 13. 8. Rotate. Put this right there. I like that. That looks good. What's up, Caden? Thanks for joining the stream. $14 looks good. 15 looks good. 15 is a smaller one. I want to put 15 in there somewhere. Towards the beginning. Oh, it's so small. Oh no, it's a coffee house. That's why. That's a good one for background. actually gonna turn it. Do that. Maybe not. Maybe I don't like that building. Let's bring it over here. Use it as a backdrop, maybe. We'll see. Or actually, this is better. Use it as part of this street. Maybe. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Feels really big though. I mean, it might should be shorter. What is that, Office 4? Seven is good. Ooh, that's a good one. 9. Let's do 9. That's big too. Less big. Let's do that. Let's get rid of the gym. Never really liked it anyway. Try that. This is by far the longest stream I've ever done. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 46 minutes. Absolutely wild. Wild, wild, wild. Okay, stop doing that. TikTok Live Studio, stop it. Ow, Goon's getting me. Feels good. I like it. I don't know though. It's the city is feeling bigger than I wanted it to. What I was envisioning. You're in the zone. The game dev doesn't stop. The stream doesn't stop. Yep. Hey, thanks for sticking around, Yazzie, by the way. Thanks to everyone who stuck around on stream today. I know there's probably not anyone on stream right now that has been here the entire stream today. I know people have come and gone, but people for the most part have stuck around for a considerable amount of time on today's stream, and that's really appreciate it. It's almost hard to believe, and we've had, I mean, look at this. 9 viewers purple and 4 on TikTok. Like, that's unheard of. Usually I have like multiples more on TikTok than we do on purple. So purple has been the platform today. I appreciate it. You guys are super, super kind. But yeah, the city is feeling bigger than I originally wanted it to, which is fine. It makes level 1 longer, but it might be too long for a mobile game. I don't know. I need to find ways to make it shorter. Like, I love all the first parts, great. This part in here feels a little long. We could probably make it 1 road shorter. And that I feel like goes too far back. We are gonna add a block right here so you can't go back there, like an invisible block. But, whoa! Didn't want to do that. But it feels, I don't know, it feels like it's too, like there's too much in the city. I don't want it to be too massive. You doing game dev is my second monitor while I'm also doing game dev on my main monitor. Oh, nice. That's cool. Well, thanks for keeping me along on your side monitor while you're working on your game. By the way, on the Discord channel, on the Discord server, we have a game dev channel. If you're interested in showing off your game, you can totally do that there. I would love to see the game that you're making. Would love to see it. So would love to see if you want to post updates there, you can totally do that. Would love to follow along. I just feel like that goes back really far. I'm gonna bring it forward some and see how that feels. That feels a lot better. That feels a lot better. Like, I feel like back here, that's just too much. I'm gonna do that. So essentially bring it right up to the edge. Let's do that. Bring this guy right up to the edge here. Which means then we can get rid of this guy. Make it a T-junction. Like this one. Rotate it to 180. Move this guy back. Beautiful. That feels better to me. I wanted it there, so that doesn't quite work. Let's add these guys again. And then bring this one up. Feels about right. Okay, let's see how that feels. In game. Looks apart, great name. Hey, appreciate it. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. I need to work through that getting hit animation a little bit because I made it so that it just slows down your movement time and it does not look good. Need to work on that. That feels better. It still feels a touch far away, but I'm happy with that. I don't ever want to go deeper than that, and it's good because we can't see the sky back. Oh, we can see a little bit back there in that sliver. It's okay. I just want to make sure we never see significant depth because whatever depth we see, like right here, we can't have that open spot because you just see blank sky. And it just looks like an unfinished game. So this whole area in here needs to be fixed. Ow, ow, ow. Shield to your face. Boom. Destroyed. Down, elevator. Yep, I like that back there. I like that. And then at this point, we really need to start making the buildings get progressively more commercial. till we get to here, the police station, and this is where we can do the fight if client approves. And then we get the power up, which lets us, why can't I jump? What? Getting hit, oh, that's messed up. And then you fly to the top and then you start jumping rooftop to rooftop. That's the next section of the level. Yeah, that feels really high. I want to do the police station thing. How many viewers do we actually have on Purple right now? Because it says 3, but that might be a lurker thing. If you're still watching my Purple stream, would you mind just dropping a chat real quick so I can see how many viewers there actually are? It says 3, but I feel like there was more than that, but maybe not. Gato, still here. Yaz is alive. Yeah, there was 9. That's why I was curious. So I'm wondering if it went from 9 really down to 3 or if it was just a lurker thing. There's not much chat going on, but I don't know. Now it says 4 viewers. Whoa. Oh, and remember, for anyone that is joining the Discord today, just remember and keep in mind that to get access to different sections of the Discord, you have to go to the channels and roles section to get your role. So like if you want access to the game dev section, you've got to get the creator role by pressing creating. Most of the Discord is turned off until you turn on what you want access to. Because the Discord was just getting a little cluttered and people were jumping in for only specific, like some people were jumping in because they were just interested in gaming. They weren't interested in all the other stuff like the game development or the stream focus stuff, or some people only jump in for stream focus because they use my multi-chat app and they don't want to see all the other stuff like the gaming and all that. So I kind of organized everything into different sections on the Discord so you can get access to what you want access to make things clean for everyone. So just make sure you go to the channels and roles channel and select the roles that you want to get access to different stuff. Another thing that is a tiny bit, I think, confusing for some people is the stream announcement. So I pretty much do 3 different types of streams. I do the game dev streams, which is this right here. I do gaming streams where I actually play video games, and I do the just chatting streams. Both of the gaming streams and the just chatting streams are always the VTuber setup. The game dev is almost always this IRL setup. But the way that these roles work is if you don't select these roles, then you'll get announcements for all 3 of these types of streams. If you want to block any of these types of streams for whatever reason, then grab the role. So just make sure you understand that these blocking roles are like anti-roles. Like if you click the role, then you won't get notified. It's not the other way around. So like if you want to get notified of when I do the game dev streams, but not the gaming or the chatting streams, then select these 2. And that will block those streams. So I see some people jump on and they're like, oh, I only want the dev streams. I want to watch dev streams. I want dev streams. So they'll click this really quick, but then they don't get the announcements. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Twitch UI is very average. The viewer count is behind. Oh yeah, for sure. And it's not even a UI thing. It's just Twitch, for some reason, over the past few months, started not counting viewers as accurately for some reason. I don't know what they switched, but I've just been seeing across the board streamers, even large streamers, having massive drops in viewer counts. My understanding is that it's something to do with lurkers not being counted as viewers, but I'm not totally sure that's true or not. You won't be able to run back here in the game I'm just checking it out for funsies. Which I'll actually probably need to get rid of a lot of geometry and stuff like this building right back here. So like replace it with my own version that like doesn't have this back part. I'll probably have to like take this model into Blender, cut the back half off, and then just keep the front half. Stuff like that, just to optimize. I am interested to see though actually what FPS I get on my mobile device running this game so far. It might actually be wise and prudent to test that out before I continue to add more and more and more and more. It should be fine though. Why does Discord do roles that way? What do you mean? I kind of set it up that way. Do you mean like selecting your own roles or the anti-roles? I could have set it up to where you have to choose your role to get notified, but I don't know why I chose that way. I think because I wanted to make sure that if you're on the Discord, you get notifications unless you choose to turn it off. I wanted it to be default, you get notified. My stream has a bunch of delay. See, now it's showing we have 6 viewers on Twitch, but on StreamVogue it's still showing 9. Interesting. There's delay, so I'm watching both on Twitch and YouTube. Your stream, you mean my stream showing up for you? Is that what you mean? Okay, what's next? I need to add some stuff behind this building. So let's do behind the construction building. So let's do I'd like to use this parking garage at some point because that's pretty cool. Let's do 0.8. That makes sense. Gotta let people know what's going on. Yeah, for sure. Thought you were like a character. I am a Lego character. When I do these IRL game dev streams, I'm just myself. I know, it's not as interesting. I still want to get the points on Twitch, but it's so delayed for me that I'm watching. It's so interesting. Is it really delayed on purple? It's showing that everything's stable. If you press the live button on purple, does that update? Does it move like does it jump ahead? It's interesting, there's a delay on purple. I didn't put any delays on. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really work behind there because you can't really see what it is. Let's not do parking back there. Let's see. Nothing port, railway. I could put oh, it would make sense to put a crane back there. Where is the crane? I don't think the crane is part of buildings. Industrial props, maybe? Yes, tower crane. So let's add this tower crane over there. Oh, that looks so cool. That's awesome. Dude, these models are fantastic. Let's duplicate this. Crane. Oh, that looks so cool. let's rotate it a bit. That's nice. That's really pretty. Nice. Might as well also go ahead and put a crane over here in this construction zone area. So let's duplicate that. Oop. It's got to be over here because we've got to use it for the elevator. I'm gonna re-drag that in. Rotate. Let's just line it right up with that elevator so we're ready for it. Oh, and this might as well just be centered too. Move it a little bit there so it's centered. Nice. This is a little off the road, but I also feel like this should not be a road right here. This should be, I want to say, not a parking lot. Let's do parking lot. Floor. Yeah, so definitely one, parking one. Feels a little big. Why is it so big? Wrong way. It's okay. It doesn't connect as well as I would like it to. Let's just go back and do the road. This guy. Negative 90. Nope, wrong way. 90. V. There we go. Let's do that. There we go. That makes more sense with a crane now. Cool. It's starting to come together, guys. This intersection is looking good. This intersection is looking good. Need to work on this center area for sure. Man, this is so much faster than if I had had to make all this stuff myself. Oh, you got rid of the delay? Nice. How'd you do it? Rossi, what's up? Rossi's chatting again. Thanks for hopping back on. Well, that crane is good. It is good. Thanks. I think it looks good too. Everything's been pretty low poly for the most part, so that's good. Oh yeah, they are. They're definitely low poly. It's, in fact, it's called low poly pack. But I mean, I can just look at these and tell you that they're low poly. I'll look at the wireframe in a second and show you guys. I mean, some of the stuff, there's a lot of geometry just because of what it is, like the crane. It's got all the wires, all the, not wires, but like mesh pieces. Let's actually just go through here. this. There's the crane. Look at that. And then you pop on here and it goes down. Look at that. That looks so cool when you're going. Oh, so sorry, guys. That probably destroyed your ears. It looks cool when you're going down and you can see the crane in the background. It just adds really good, like, parallax and depth. That's super cool. Not sure the crane works too well right up against that building. I might should push the building back. But yeah, let's look at the geometry of this stuff. In wireframe mode. So yeah, like none of this has really any unnecessary geometry. It's pretty much as low poly as you can get it. But of course, some of these things just have so much detail by nature. So like this whole crane like has all these different cube stuff in it, like all the zigzag stuff. For the most part, everything is like basically as low poly as you can get. But stuff like that thing back there, since we're never even gonna go back down that road, I'll need to not even retopologize, just like get rid of a lot of geometry back here. So like all this stuff up here, you can't even see, you're not even gonna be able to see on a mobile device that far away. So probably just get rid of all that, honestly. Probably delete the whole back half of the building. Basketball court looks good. Everything looks good. I do need to go ahead and build this at some point soon. Play it on my mobile device and make sure we're still getting good frame rate. I need to check that every so often for sure. I know, totally, 100%. And I've only scratched the surface of what all is in this pack with 35 bucks. Totally worth it. Time-wise for me and money-wise for my client, 100%. Oh, really? And I see that's your username too. Don't visit Egypt. Okay, guys, it is 5:30, which is usually about the time that we eat dinner. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. I cannot believe that I streamed for 7 hours today. The stream is literally at 7 hours, 11 minutes. And again, part of that is because like usually I would have probably like stopped for lunch, but you guys convinced me to, or at least the coin flip convinced me to eat lunch while on stream and just keep the stream going, and we did it. And I actually can't believe I did this. I say that because this is not the type of person I am. Like, I'm very introverted. Now I get that I'm not actually interacting with people like right here in front of me. I mean, you guys are all obviously people, but I'm just interacting with chat. But generally stuff like this really drains my battery, like my body's battery. But I don't feel drained at all. Like, I feel super hyped and pumped and excited and energetic, and I don't feel drained after the stream. Sometimes I feel drained after streams, and they're only like 2 hours, 3 hours tops. This has been my longest stream ever, 7 hours, and I don't feel drained. I got a lot of really good work done today. I just feel good, and I just want to thank you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out all day. Well, some of you. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you guys did. Was that you, Gato, that gave the coin idea? Awesome, dude. Thank you. It was a very good decision. I'm glad we ended up keeping the stream on and eating through stream. It worked out. So I'm happy. I'm excited. Thanks, Gato. How long does that take to build? How long does what take to build? Like the whole game? I've kind of been working on it off and on for the past year and a half. So yeah, guys, that's it for me for today. Today's Wednesday. I probably will continue. I'm gonna do another IRL game dev stream, continuing on building the level. It's probably tomorrow or the next day is Wednesday, I think. Yeah, probably tomorrow or Friday we'll do that. I do want to spend some time making a montage of like some stuff I did in 2025 as like a recap, excited for 2026 posts I can like put on X or something. I don't know, but we'll see. But I'll definitely do another stream just like this one. Keep working on the level probably tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, guys, that's it for me for today. Thanks for joining my longest stream ever. We made history today together for the Pixel Fire stream. But yeah, I had fun, guys. Thanks again for hanging out with me, and Happy New Year. Oh, by the way, I still haven't decided yet if I'm gonna do it, if I'm gonna stay up late tonight and do a New Year's Eve stream. Yeah, Lego VTuber montage. Also showcase me launching Stream Focus because that was the first app I've ever launched. So that was part of 2025 as well. But yeah. Was this your first stream, Gato? That's awesome. Dude, thanks for being a part of it. It means a lot. Yeah, I'm not sure if I decide to stay up tonight, then I might try to do a New Year's Eve stream with the Lego VTuber setup. Otherwise, I'll probably see you guys tomorrow or the next day with another stream like this. But yeah, I'm gonna quit rambling. I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, please be sure to follow or subscribe, depending on your platform, and I will see you guys next time. Thanks, guys. Bye.